Chapter 1226. Hidden Effect of the Bronze Small Sailboat. Shifeng's commands confused Passing Monarch and the others. The one-horned sailboat might possess frightening killing power, but when all was said and done, the magic whale was still a king-class sea monster. It was still a terrifying foe. Although Silent Entropy and the other fleets relied on their small sailboats to tank the magic whale, they constantly had 2 or 3 bronze sailboats assisting from the side. The speedboats occasionally shared some of the magic whale's damage, giving the small sailboats a break. Furthermore, the one-horned sailboat only had a 32-man crew on board. In terms of endurance, it was far weaker than Silent Entropy and the other small sailboats. Without a doubt, sending the one-horned sailboat to deal with the magic whale alone was mad. If it were up to Passing Monarch and the others, they would have refused the idea. After all, it was nothing more than gambling with a small sailboat. A small sailboat's value went without saying. One wouldn't even necessarily trade such a ship for a fragmented legendary item. However, it was too late for Passing Monarch and the others to argue, as Shifeng had steered the one-horned sailboat directly towards the massive magic whale. Meanwhile, the 2 razor sharks had swum around to launch a pincer attack against the one-horned sailboat from the sides. "Commander, are we really not going to help him?" Blue Joy asked Passing Monarch worriedly. "He is the commander now. We'll only stop him if it truly seems impossible." Passing Monarch could not help but sigh. He did not know what was going through Shifeng's mind. Normally, anyone who obtained a small sailboat would treat it like a priceless treasure, avoiding anything reckless that might destroy it. Shifeng, however, pitted his small sailboat in a dogfight against a Grand Lord-ranked king-class sea monster. Looking at this situation, Passing Monarch could not help but feel sorry for the one-horned sailboat. Following which, under Passing Monarch's command, all speedboats took action. With the 4 basic mana pulse bombs Shifeng had provided them, they fired 2 bombs at each of the razor sharks, each bomb dealing over -1 million damage. Instantly, the razor sharks' aggro split between the one-horned sailboat, the Swift Dragon speedboat and 1 bronze speedboat. As the razor sharks were about to reach the one-horned sailboat, the MTs on board the Swift Dragon speedboat and bronze speedboat used Crowd Mock, securing the Great Lord's aggro. Immediately, the 2 speedboats split up and moved away from the magic whale, the razor sharks following closely after them. The timing of Passing Monarch's commands was extremely accurate. Meanwhile, the magic whale bellowed when it noticed the one-horned sailboat approaching. 3 ice meteors then appeared in the air. "Haha. Now you've done it. I want to see how you intend to clean up this mess." Identical Summer smirked when he saw the 3 ice meteors. When his and the other fleet's magic whales used Ice Meteor, they only summoned 2 attacks. Thunder Blast has surprised him. He was even somewhat jealous. However, it was obvious that this frightening firepower had angered the magic whale. Even his fleet would suffer against 3 ice meteors at the once, not to mention the one-horned sailboat, which faced the magic whale one-on-one. "Leaves, look at the small sailboat in Passing Monarch's fleet," the cloaked woman from the sacred temple called out in surprise and pointed at the one-horned sailboat. "There are less than 50 people on board." "Less than 50? 100 Leaves, who commanded her own battle, turned to look at the one-horned sailboat upon hearing this, her brows rising in surprise. They actually did something like that. This was ludicrous. She had a 100-man crew aboard her sailboat to deal with the magic whale's attacks, yet her sailboat still lost a significant amount of durability. If the one-horned sailboat had less than 50 players on board, its durability would fall several times faster. The sailboat would likely sink to the bottom of the ocean before the 2 razor sharks were dealt with. "Eru!" The magic whale bellowed as it controlled the ice meteors, aiming for the one-horned sailboat's blind spots and making its attacks difficult to dodge. In terms of speed and angle of attack, this magic whale used faster and more accurate ice meteors than the others. When the 3 ice meteors were less than 30 yards away from the one-horned sailboat, Shifeng activated Mana Drive, increasing the sailboat's speed by 30%. This allowed the sailboat to dart out of the magic whale's attack trajectory in the nick of time. After dodging the ice meteors, the one-horned sailboat's 4 thunder cannons rang out simultaneously. 4 golden beams struck the magic whale, tearing a pained cry from the Grand Lord's throat as a series of damages appeared above its head. minus 471,847, minus 482,187, minus 471,974, minus 472,079. The 4 cannons instantly devoured nearly 2 million of the magic whale's HP. Sure enough, it won't be possible to kill it with the one-horn sailboat's firepower alone. Shifeng felt a headache brew as he looked at the magic whale's HP. It seems we'll have to kill the razor sharks first and then focus fire on the magic whale. Although the one-horn sailboat was quite powerful, the magic whale could recover 2 million HP every 5 seconds. With the thunder cannon's long cooldown, it was impossible to kill the magic whale without help. Following which, Shifeng readjusted the one-horn sailboat's course, circling the magic whale while waiting for the thunder cannon's cooldown to finish. When the enraged magic whale saw that its first wave of attacks had failed to land, it used its AoE attack Icicle Rain. Even with the one-horn sailboat's increased speed, it couldn't avoid this attack. All members, prepare to block the icicles, Shifeng shouted. Although Shifeng had issued the command, he knew it was unrealistic to expect 32 people to block so many icicles. As the icicles began to descend, Shifeng took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from his bag. Immediately, a massive golden gorilla appeared, joining the defense. Ding, ding, dang. Under Shifeng's control, the golden gorilla executed Sword's Orbit, using its arms in place of swords. This was another method of utilizing combat techniques. Only, doing so required considerably fine control and a great understanding of a combat technique. Although Shifeng could not execute Sword's Orbit through the golden gorilla as freely as with his own body, with the summoned creature's massive frame and wide attack range, it easily protected over half the one-horn sailboat from the icicle attacks. The players blocked the majority of the icicles, protecting the remaining half. Overall, less than 1/10 of the icicles had actually struck the sailboat. This outcome was on par with 100 Leaves and the others. How did he do that? The players watching from afar were flabbergasted. Despite having similarly summoned Tier 3 summoned creatures, their summoned creatures could only block around 1/3 of the magic whale's icicle rain. Their summoned creatures even lost over 1,500,000 HP with each wave of attacks. Yet the golden gorilla had blocked half of the icicle rain, losing less than 500,000 HP. This was simply inconceivable. It wasn't just the golden gorilla that had received less damage than expected. Even the players on the one-horn sailboat had only lost around 7,000 HP when struck, 3,000 less HP than their players. This allowed the one-horn sailboat's crew to endure many more attacks. However, what everyone did not know was that bronze small sailboats had a hidden effect. The runes lining the hull weren't just for decoration. They possessed a damage mitigation ability. The runes could reduce an attack's damage by 10% to 30% based on the attack's might. Although the icicle rain was a powerful skill, the individual icicles did not pack a lot of power. Hence, their damage was reduced by 30%. In addition, a bronze small sailboat's defense was superior to that of a common small sailboat. Despite receiving roughly the same amount of attacks, the one-horn sailboat had not lost a single point of durability after the last wave of attacks. This was also the reason that Shifeng dared to challenge the magic whale with a crew of fewer than 50 people. Time passed quickly. While keeping the magic whale distracted, the one-horn sailboat launched attacks at the distant razor sharks. In less than 15 minutes, both razor sharks were dead, fueling the team's EXP bars. In contrast, each of the other fleets had only dealt with one razor shark so far. The difference between them was obvious instantly. Now that only the magic whale remained, Shifeng's side had a much easier time. Although it took a long time just to reduce the magic whale's HP by 1%, they slowly but surely depleted the Grand Lord's HP. When the magic whale's HP fell to 10%, it spread its colossal jaws, and a frightening amount of mana began to concentrate in its mouth. All speedboats hide behind the sailboat, Shifeng shouted hurriedly. All King-class sea monsters possessed powerful team wipe moves. The magic whale was no exception. The King-class sea monsters inside secret lands might not be as powerful as those elsewhere, which possess second lives, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. Haru. An evil glint appeared in the magic whale's eyes. The magic whale snapped its mouth shut. Its body then began to release dark blue beams of light that directly devoured Shifeng and the others. As the light show ended, the sea around the one-horned sailboat and the magic whale had transformed into a frosty world. Everyone gasped at this sight. The magic whale was simply too fierce. This last move could rival the power of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. As a result of the spell, the magic whale had lost 5% of its HP. As the icy fog surrounding the one-horned sailboat dissipated, it received significant damage as the blue barrier protecting the ship crumbled and disappeared. This was none other than the one-horned sailboat's life-saving skill Magic Shield. When activated, it would create a barrier capable of absorbing up to 1 million damage for 5 minutes. Although the barrier couldn't mitigate all of the damage, at the very least, it had prevented many of the crew's deaths. After sharing the damage, 19 people were still alive on the one-horned sailboat. As for the speedboats behind the one-horned sailboat, only the Swift Dragon speedboat and the Bronze speedboat with a full crew had half their original crew members. The other Bronze speedboats had lost their entire crews, leaving behind ghost ships. The magic whale has entered a weakened state. Throw everything you have at it. Shifeng had less than half of his HP remaining. Although he had prepared for this, the move had shocked him. Even after activating Magic Shield, everyone on board had still received so much damage. Although only the one-horned sailboat, Swift Dragon speedboat, and one Bronze speedboat remained, the magic whale's defense was crippled. Moreover, it had lost its ability to recover in battle. It was nothing more than a living target for Shifeng and his crew now. 4%. 3%. 2%. 1%. Die. Shifeng activated Divine Blessing and used Thunder Blast. Countless arcs of golden lightning devoured the magic whale's remaining HP. In the end, the magic whale released an agonized cry as its body disintegrated into particles of light. Immediately after, a large group of golden dots descended towards the water. Chapter 1227. Upgrading the 7 Luminaries Ring. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1227. Upgrading the 7 Luminaries Ring. It's dead. Silent Entropy, Identical Summer, and 100 Leaves' crews were dazed for a long time after watching Shifeng and his team kill the magic whale. Even now, they had only whittled down their respective magic whales to 30% HP, and both their small sailboats and their member count had suffered significant losses. Their healers in particular were nearly out of mana. They were barely holding on by relying on mana recovery potions and special tools. Needless to say, the longer they continued this battle, the greater their losses would become. Damn it! Why are they the ones to kill the monsters first? Identical Summer's eyes were bloodshot when he saw the golden orbs of light floating above the water's surface. When he noticed that only a few members remained on passing Monarch's fleet, he smiled coldly as he said, "Change our course. As long as we get the item to dock, we can get to the island without killing the magic whale." At this moment, passing Monarch's fleet was a remnant of its past glory. On the other hand, his fleet was still in considerably good shape. With the numerical advantage, they should have no problems stealing the magic whale's loot. As Identical Summer's fleet took action, Silent Entropy commanded his fleet to charge at passing Monarch and the others as well. The Freedom Alliance had not set any rules or signed any contracts forbidding them from attack each other in the secret land. After all, with so many legacies, it wasn't very likely that two fleets would find the same legacy. "Leaves, should we go as well?" the cloaked woman asked 100 Leaves. "Not only can we steal the item to dock on the Legacy Island, but we can also kill that person and finish the quest." The fact that passing Monarch's fleet had managed to kill the magic whale first had given it an advantage over the other fleets. Unfortunately, the nail that stuck out was usually hammered down first. None of these players were good people. Why would they let this opportunity escape? 100 Leaves did not reply immediately. Instead, she looked towards Shifeng, who stood aboard the one-horned sailboat, various emotions flashing in her eyes. After giving the matter some thought, 100 Leaves said, "Let's wait." If it were only passing Monarch, she would have joined in the fray without hesitation. Now, however, there was the unknown factor named Shifeng. Although Shifeng was only one person, she felt that something was off. Silent Entropy and Identical Summer did not know Shifeng's secret. The soul orb was important enough to drive even the demon god frantic, and Shifeng currently carried this item. He had also revealed priceless treasures like the swift dragon speedboat and one-horned sailboat. Moreover, Shifeng had displayed his skills in controlling a summoned creature, allowing the beast to exert extraordinary combat power. Most likely, not even the sacred temple's old monsters could accomplish such a feat no matter how she looked at it. Shifeng wasn't a simple character. It was unwise to take action against him right now. But the cloaked woman grew anxious as she watched Identical Summer's and Silent Entropy's fleets sail closer to the magic whale's loot. Enough. I've made my decision. Let's concentrate on dealing with our own magic whale. If there is an opportunity, I won't let it get away, 100 Leaves commanded indifferently. Meanwhile, as soon as the magic whale had died, Shifeng steered the one-horned sailboat towards the dropped item's location, completely ignoring the fact that the magic whale had provided enough EXP to net him one whole level. Currently he was at 24% of level 51. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch and the other members of the Third Fleet had leveled up twice, reaching level 45. Perhaps due to divine providence, the magic whale had dropped over 30 items. This was a considerable harvest for a monster in a secret land. The monsters in secret lands were mainly there to test players' worthiness of the final treasure. Hence, while they provided higher EXP than normal, their drop rate was generally low. Take the two razor sharks for example. Both had only dropped 4 items in total. Although the magic whale's 30+ items were scattered, Identical Summer's and Silent Entropy's fleets were too far away. Even if they sailed at full speed, it would be quite some time before they arrived. Shifeng had more than enough time to pick up all of the loot. Hand over the loot and I'll let you all off the hook. Identical Summer, who arrived first, shouted at Shifeng and Passing Monarch. If you don't hand it over, none of you will leave this place alive. I'll have my men kill you until you drop all of the loot. Summer, you're too shameless. Didn't we agree to rely on our own skills once we enter the secret land? We killed this magic whale. Passing Monarch surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Identical Summer's fleet had already surrounded them. They would have to fight their way out now. After entering the Sea Dragon secret land, players couldn't leave the secret land during the first 6 hours. So far, only 1 hour or so had passed. With the number of players in Identical Summer's fleet, he definitely had the power to kill them multiple times. Haha. Monarch, while we did agree to rely on our own capabilities, we never said that we aren't allowed to plunder each other's ships. Identical Summer sneered. I don't have that much patience right now. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand the loot over, don't blame me for being ruthless. 1. 2. Both he and Silent Entropy intended to plunder Passing Monarch's loot. As his fleet was closer to the one-horned sailboat, he got there first. However, if Silent Entropy joined the battle, the situation would become even more complicated. If there was going to be a battle, he needed to end it quickly. Passing Monarch also understood that Identical Summer was fully capable of acting on his words. He had no way of buying more time. He turned to Shifeng and said quietly, Brother Yifeng, rest assured, even if I have to put my life on the line, I won't let Identical Summer get away with this. Later I'll distract Identical Summer while you get to the island. Once you've entered the island, he won't be able to touch you. Hearing this, Shifeng was moved. Even in such a dire situation, Passing Monarch placed friendship above all else. If it were anyone else, they would have long since advised him to hand over the loot. After all, according to their contract, the magic whale's loot belonged entirely to him, not Passing Monarch. It's fine. I'll fight with you. Worst case scenario, it'll just be one death, Shifeng said, laughing. While Passing Monarch was also moved by Shifeng's response, he sternly insisted, Don't be stupid. The island houses the strongest legacy in the Sea Dragon secret land. If you clash with Identical Summer, you might even lose your small sailboat. Since you have no intentions of abandoning me and are treating me like a brother, Yifeng will treat you as a brother as well. I would never abandon a brother. Shifeng shook his head as he glanced at Passing Monarch. Besides, if it really comes down to a fight, we don't know who will win or lose. 3. Identical Summer's expression twisted as Shifeng and Passing Monarch showed no signs of giving up. Annihilate them. Don't let a single person get away. As Identical Summer issued his command, Numerous cannons rang, all of them bombarding the one-horned sailboat. To Identical Summer's fleet, speedboats were no threat. As long as the players on board the one-horned sailboat were annihilated, the battle would be over. Since you want a fight, come. Shifeng simply smiled as he watched cannonballs fill the sky. He then rapidly leveled up the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was the best epic ring Shifeng had seen thus far. It provided immense help to any player that wore it. Shifeng hadn't leveled the ring for quite some time. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring high demand for EXP, he hadn't bothered doing so until now. Now that he was level 51, he could start leveling the ring once again. Immediately, Shifeng upgraded the Aura of Fire, Aura of Wind and Aura of Earth to Tier 1, which in turn upgraded Firestorm, Wind Rider and Absolute Defense to Tier 1. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng fell to 2% of level 50. Chapter 1228. One Strike. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1228. One Strike. Sure enough, the skills have grown significantly stronger after reaching Tier 1. Shifeng smiled faintly as he looked at the newly improved 7 Luminaries ring. The instant the 3 skills reached Tier 1, they had undergone massive changes. Originally, Absolute Defense only granted immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. After reaching Tier 1, it also gave immunity to all allies within 15 yards for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the skill now had a cooldown of 1 minute 30 seconds. As for Wind Rider, the movement speed increase it provided had risen from 220% to 300%. The skill also increased the damage of his next attack by 500%. As for the duration, it increased from 24 seconds to 30 seconds. The cooldown hadn't changed, remaining at 2 minutes. Lastly, Firestorm, which had dealt 1,200% damage to an area of 45 by 45 yards for 6 seconds, now dealt 1,500% damage to an area of 50 by 50 yards for 6 seconds. As for its cooldown, it still lasted 5 minutes. After Shifeng finished upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he steered the one-horned sailboat towards the incoming cannonballs. At the same time, he activated Absolute Defense. Boom. Although the cannonballs were fast, the one-horned sailboat had still dodged a portion of them, while Absolute Defense blocked the remaining attacks. The sailboat itself did not receive any damage whatsoever. They dare make their way over here. They must want to die. Identical Summer sneered. All speedboats scatter and attack. Don't let them get away. If Shifeng and the others gave it their all to escape to the outer perimeter, they had some faint hope of getting away. Now, however, they charged straight for his small sailboat. He had several times more players than Shifeng. Moreover, every one of them was extraordinarily skilled. The one-horned sailboat took only 3 seconds to cross the distance of 150 yards. When it arrived before Identical Summer's small sailboat, before it sailed past, Shifeng jumped to the other ship's deck. What is he trying to do? Passing Monarch, who watched from a distance, was stupefied. Shifeng had safely arrived before Identical Summer's sailboat. As long as he continued forward, he could have shaken off the enemy sailboat and docked on Legacy Island, yet the swordsman had boarded the enemy sailboat alone for a melee battle. This was insane. Unlike the fight on Demon Island, they still bore the damage from the fighting the magic whale for so long. In fact, Shifeng's HP bar was not even half full right now. On the other hand, Identical Summer's crew was only slightly battered. You've arrived just in time. In any case, I had thought of taking your sailboat for myself. Seeing Shifeng board his sailboat, Identical Summer looked to the 15 cloaked players around him and said, "Get rid of him. Everyone else, collect the sailboat." Nodding, these 15 cloaked players slowly approached Shifeng. Although these 15 players' footsteps were casual, their positioning was far from it, as they had sealed off Shifeng's path of retreat. "Brat, you really are unlucky to have crossed us. But don't you worry. We won't come at you together." At this moment, a man that was as robust as an ox stepped away from the formation and said, "I'll be your opponent now." As soon as this man said so, he threw off his black cloak and revealed his steel-like muscles and the 2 short swords hanging from his waist. Both swords bore a delicate flame engraving, the marks giving off a light blue flame. The weapons were clearly a pair. Although the robust man's figure was abnormal for his assassin class, When everyone present saw this man's face and game ID, they realized that it was only natural. Why is Mad Beast here? Passing Monarch was surprised when he saw the robust assassin. The assassin's name was Residual Innocence. Although not many people were familiar with this name, the assassin had another name that was famous throughout Sea's End: Mad Beast. Mad Beast was known as one of the top 5 assassin experts in Sea's End. Aside from his robust form, Residual Innocence had earned the title Mad Beast in Sea's End due to a fight in which he had overwhelmed the 7th-rank Berserker with his strength alone. Mad Beast was not a guild player but an independent player. He was also a member of the House of Seas, the #1 adventurer team in Sea's End. There were countless adventurer teams in Sea's End, yet the House of Seas had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 adventurer team in the area. Not only did the adventurer team possess many experts, but it also operated several popular shops. Passing Monarch and his fleet members weren't the only ones surprised. 100 Leaves and the others hadn't expected to see Mad Beast either. They had never imagined that Identical Summer would join hands with the House of Seas. This makes things a bit tricky. If Identical Summer has joined hands with the House of Seas, it could cause some trouble for our plans to take over the Freedom Alliance, the cloaked woman from the Sacred Temple said, frowning. Although the House of Seas was merely an adventurer team, it was backed by an extraordinary power. During the Sacred Temple's investigation, it discovered that the House of Seas had secured the support of a certain major corporation from overseas. If the Sacred Temple wanted a hand in the Freedom Alliance's first fleet, it would likely have to compete with that corporation in the future. The Freedom Alliance's top-ranked fleet commanders cannot be underestimated. Let's get ready. We cannot let Identical Summer monopolize the loot, 100 Leaves said, smiling. Originally, she had worried that Identical Summer would not be a match for Shi Feng. However, it would seem that both sides were equally matched. It was likely that they would enter a stalemate. If that happened, she would have a golden opportunity to rake in a fortune. However, as 100 Leaves considered such thoughts, Shi Feng exploded into action. Instant strike. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng appeared before Mad Beast and executed Sword's Orbit. Instant Strike increased his attack speed by 500% and damage by 400%. Even someone like Mad Beast was caught off guard. Before the assassin could even activate Vanish, Shi Feng's sword bit into him. Only after Shi Feng's second slash descended did he successfully activate Vanish. However, it was too late. Minus 39,486. A terrifying damage devoured all of Mad Beast's 30,000 HP. Even after his death, Mad Beast could not figure out how a normal attack had taken his life. How is he so fast? Mad Beast's companions suddenly wore serious expressions. Mad Beast had literally died in the blink of an eye. This had to be a joke. Mad Beast could rank third among their group of 15. Although there were players who could defeat Mad Beast in Sea's End, his survivability was incredible due to his assassin class. If he focused on escape, very few could kill him. There wasn't even one expert in Sea's End who could kill him instantly. Yet now, Mad Beast lost. This can't be possible. Identical Summer's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw this. While he had considered the possibility of Shi Feng defeating Mad Beast, he had never expected Mad Beast to die instantly. Who is that man? 100 Leaves was stunned as she stared at Mad Beast's lifeless body. Based on her investigation, Mad Beast was a flowing water realm expert. Although he was no match for her guard, Scorpion, he wasn't an easy target. Who's next? Shi Feng licked his lips as he glanced at the remaining experts from the House of Seas. Chapter 1229, Glory and Collapse. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1229, Glory and Collapse. Shi Feng's taunt instantly enraged his enemies. However, due to Shi Feng's frightening performance and chilling killing intent, nobody dared to rush at him casually either. We've got ourselves a tough one. Melees distract him. Ranged players assist from the sides. I refuse to believe that we can't take him down. A thin elementalist behind the group shouted. The heavy pressure these players felt from Shi Feng vanished the moment the elementalist finished speaking. 5 melee players then charged at Shi Feng. A Guardian Knight used Justice Roar. A Berserker used Flame Slash. A Shield Warrior used Shield Bash. A Swordsman used Wind Blade. and an assassin used stealth and circled to Shifeng's back. All 5 were level 43 and equipped with dark gold weapons and equipment. In terms of weapons and equipment, they were not the least bit inferior to Mad Beast. Moreover, these 5 had excellent coordination. While the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior were distracting Shifeng, the other 3 launched attacks from Shifeng's blind spots. Even peak experts would have to retreat temporarily in the face of such an attack. After all, if hit, Shifeng would definitely be at a disadvantage. At the same time, the slim elementalist waved his staff and double cast, sealing off Shifeng's only path of retreat with an ice wall, as well as sending 5 great fireballs following the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior. Amazing. Identical Summer was inwardly impressed by the timing and execution the House of C's experts displayed. Whether Shifeng tried to run or fight after repelling the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior, the 5 great fireballs would strike the instant he pushed the 2 MTs back. If Identical Summer had to face such a well-planned assault, he would die. Contrary to expectation, however, Shifeng smiled as the 5 melee players moved towards him. Immediately he used silent steps and vanished. He reappeared behind the slim elementalist and swung down his sword. Dang! However, before Shifeng's killing ray could strike the elementalist, a layer of ice stopped it in mid-swing. Impressive reaction time. The ice barrier before him surprised Shifeng slightly. He would not underestimate Mad Beast and the other House of C's experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used instant strike right from the start. The House of C's had been one of the 6 major maritime trading firms in the past. The wealth it amassed was unimaginable. Meanwhile, to grow one's business to such an extent, one first needed enough strength to protect it. In fact, Mad Beast and the others represented the House of C's strength. They were all incredibly strong, and everyone had been an apex expert that had reached Tier 5. Even on land, the House of C's had been strong enough to challenge super guilds. After Shifeng's attack met the Elementalist's ice barrier, the other House of C's members reacted and bombarded Shifeng with attacks. Dozens of arrows and spells flew at Shifeng, giving the swordsman no other choice but to retreat momentarily. Be careful. This bastard has quite a few instantaneous movement skills, the Elementalist warned his companions. Don't hold back. If not for Shifeng's previous display against Mad Beast, even he would have been slow to react. He was second in command in the House of C's, nicknamed the Frost Saint. He had also been born with faster reactions than most ordinary people. Even so, Shifeng had nearly caught him off guard and killed him. This proved that Shifeng's basic attributes and combat standards were extraordinary. I really never imagined that we would one day meet an opponent that could force all of us to activate our berserk skills and work together. The Shield Warrior sighed as he looked at Shifeng, who remained unharmed. However, he did not take the situation lightly as he activated his berserk skill. Immediately his HP doubled, soaring past the 70,000 threshold. His strength and agility attributes had also improved significantly. Charge. This guy's too nimble. I'll try to restrain him, a distant ranger announced as he took 5 silver arrows from his bag. Savage, you're so generous, the Shield Warrior chuckled as he glanced at the silver arrows. The ranger named Savage treasured these silver arrows, each worth 10 gold coins. Crafting the arrows required many rare materials. Aside from dealing with Grand Lords, he had never seen Savage use the arrows on anything. Just one of those silver arrows packed enough power to injure a Grand Lord, not to mention 5 of them. Even if he activated a life-saving skill, he couldn't avoid the ranger's treasures. He should be proud to die under my arrows, Savage boasted as he activated his berserk skill and released his bowstring. Shio. All 5 silver arrows flew towards Shifeng simultaneously. As the silver arrows sliced through the air, they twisted the space around them. Gravity arrows? Shifeng frowned when he saw the incoming arrows. Originally he had intended to preserve some of his skills, but he scrapped that idea. Without hesitation he activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed 150%, damage by 50%, and decreasing all damage received by 50% for 30 seconds. He then charged straight at the Shield Warrior and 5 gravity arrows. As Shir tightened his grips on his 2 swords and brandished them, starlight sparkled around him. Swords orbit. Ping. Shifeng's blades repulsed the shield warrior instantly, forcing the man to take several steps back. As for Shifeng himself, he was knocked back by roughly 8 yards, his blades emitting a low hum. He blocked them. Savage's mouth twitched. Sure enough, fighting so many refinement realm and above experts is taxing. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he glanced at his trembling hands. He had lost 10,000 HP when he had blocked the 5 gravity arrows. Without Thunder God's descent, he would have lost double that. He only had around 10,000 HP remaining. Normally, killing any one of these players in a one-on-one would be a piece of cake with his level, weapons and equipment. However, even he couldn't end this battle in a short time with these 14 players working together. His best option was a battle of attrition, slowly wearing down his opposition. Unfortunately, it was obvious that he didn't have that luxury. Currently, Identical Summer's men had already begun to clash with Passing Monarch and the others. It was only a matter of time before so many enemies annihilated Passing Monarch and his fleet. It seems that I don't have the option of holding back any longer. Shifeng sighed. He then activated Heavenly Dragon's power. He had yet to reach the Legacy Island. Nobody knew what would happen once they docked. In addition to the time limit, Shifeng had wanted to conserve some of his strength in case of emergency. However, now that the House of Seas experts had already their berserk skills, he had lost his advantage of higher basic attributes. The slim elementalist felt a chill crawl down his spine when he saw this situation. He immediately shouted, "Careful. He has used his berserk skill. Damn it. How is he so strong? Frost, find an opportunity to use a tier 3 magic scroll. We'll pay for this trade." The House of Seas members wore serious expressions. They glared at Shifeng was as if he were their greatest enemy, focusing on the swordman's every move. Meanwhile, Shifeng no longer held back. Wind Rider. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared before the slim elementalist who had been 16 yards away. He swung down his sword. It was a simple and straightforward slash. However, despite such a simple attack, the elementalist couldn't dodge in time. He was forced to use blink, instantly appearing 15 yards away. Too close. Although Shifeng's sudden appearance had shaken the slim elementalist, he had used blink in time. With this, Shifeng couldn't close in on him again so easily. Be careful. As the elementalist refocused his attention on Shifeng, he heard his companion's warning. Unfortunately, the warning came too late as Shifeng already stood before him. The upgraded Wind Rider increased Shifeng's movement speed by 300%. With the movement speed and agility buff from the Aura of Wind, Shifeng could easily cross a dozen yards or so in the blink of an eye. His speed might not be comparable to blink or instantaneous movement, but in such close quarters he was not very far behind. How? Although the elementalist tried to retaliate, Killing Ray had already sliced open his neck, draining all of his HP. Chapter 1230, Horrific Difference. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1230, Horrific Difference. So fast. Everyone on the sailboat glared at Shifeng as if he were a powerful enemy. Despite Shifeng being alone and having less than 25% of his total HP, they somehow felt as if they were at a disadvantage. However, Shifeng did not plan to give the crowd around him time to react. Advancing, he dashed towards his next target. Everyone attack. Do not let him leave here alive. Identical Summer shouted. Summer, if everyone attacks him, who will deal with Passing Monarch's fleet? Heavenly Spider asked as he watched their fleet members currently engage Passing Monarch's fleet. Ignore them. This brat is our most important target. Identical Summer snapped, rolling his eyes at Heavenly Spider. Passing Monarch was but a fish on a chopping block. Shifeng was different. If they didn't stop him quickly, his frightening combat power would cost them dearly. Under Identical Summer's command, his fleet members shifted their focus to Shifeng. Only a small number of players remained to distract Passing Monarch and the other Third Fleet members. Identical Summer's assumptions were correct. Even a peak expert would be hard-pressed to avoid every attack if surrounded by plate armor classes and over 100 melee players. More melee players waited on the side as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even an assassin with high survivability would not escape death. Unfortunately, Shifeng wasn't what they expected. With Wind Rider's movement speed increase, It would be very difficult for ranged classes to get a lock on the swordsman. Moreover, Shifeng's range wasn't limited to the ship's deck. He could also fly through the air. He could easily throw off his opponents and dodge attacks with abrupt turns and stops mid-air. Furthermore, fighting on the small sailboat was convenient for Shifeng. In the cramped space, he didn't need to chase his enemies. He could easily arrive before another player with a few steps. Shifeng slaughtered one player after another. Every time he swung one of his swords, one of identical Summer's fleet would lose their life. The shield warriors with over 35,000 HP were no exception. There was already a massive gap between their levels. After Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength had also increased by 150%. In addition, he had Angry Tyrant's passive skill Blood Frenzy, which increased his strength by another 20%, attack speed by 30%, and reduced damage received by 20% when his HP was below 50%. He could even kill shield warriors with high HP and defense instantly if the latter did not activate shield wall in time. In 10 short seconds, Shifeng had killed 11 people, yet his HP had not decreased. Rather, it had begun to recover. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP by 500% and defense by 300%. This put his maximum HP at over 210,000. With his battle recovery, he could regenerate 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. When normal arrows struck, Shifeng only took around -400 damage. In the case of frost arrows or fireballs, due to Shifeng's high magic resistance, they dealt even less, with each attack dealing around -200 to -300 damage. During the 10 seconds of combat, Shifeng had been struck 3 times. However, these 3 hits had been extremely expensive. Each attack had cost the House of Seas a refinement realm expert. How is this possible? How is his HP increasing without a healer? Identical Summer felt his skin grow cold as he watched Shifeng eliminate his fleet members. What kind of monster is he? Every member of his fleet that he had brought with him to the secret land was an expert. Yet against Shifeng's blades, they were no little more than thin sheets of paper. This transaction has cost us. Morning, help me pin that guy down. I'll use the space-shattering arrow to finish him off. The ranger named Savage whispered to the guardian knight before him. 1 second. I just need him to stay still for 1 second. 1 second. The guardian knight, first Morning, hesitated. He could hold down any other expert for 10 seconds easily, much less one. However, Shifeng was simply too strong. Even with his berserk skill, he was not confident in holding Shifeng down for that long. I'll give it a try. Savage did not say anything in response. Instead, he retrieved a crimson arrow from his bag, removing the seal placed upon it. The ranger class wasn't like other classes. Aside from the player's attributes and bow, their arrows played a major role in how much damage they dealt. With a powerful arrow, a ranger could even display several times more combat power than usual. I refuse to believe that you can block this space-shattering arrow. Savage smiled confidently after removing the seal. The space-shattering arrow was not a craftable item. Rather, he had obtained it from an ancient ruin. It was the strongest arrow he had ever seen. As soon as he removed the seal, the arrow exuded a pressure on par with that of a great lord. Even injuring a grand lord wouldn't be an issue with his bow's effects. Savage now. First Morning shouted. The instant he noticed Shifeng kill one of his companions, he launched himself forward and tackled the swordsman. Even if Shifeng used a control removal skill, there was no escape. Shifeng could only break free with brute force. Nice job. Savage released the space-shattering arrow. Shio. The crimson arrow flew towards Shifeng. Space itself cracked as the arrow passed. Even a tier 4 skill paled in comparison to the space-shattering arrow's power. Shifeng's expression darkened when he noticed the rapidly approaching crimson arrow. If he were struck, even with Heavenly Dragon's power active, he would sustain heavy injuries. Shifeng took a deep breath and used Dragon Breath on the arrow. A silver beam of light clashed with the space-shattering arrow. Unfortunately, Dragon Breath had only delayed it for a brief moment before the space-shattering arrow shattered the counterattack. However, the brief moment was just enough time for Shifeng to break free from First Morning's hold. Almost instinctively, he executed a complicated mystical footwork technique before vanishing. Void steps. He disappeared. First Morning cried out in confusion. Although he searched for Shifeng, the space-shattering arrow had already pierced his heavy armor. Not only had the arrow killed the Guardian Knight instantly, but it had also punched a hole in the small sailboat. How is this possible? Savage couldn't believe his eyes. The space-shattering arrow was extremely fast. While Shifeng's speed was frightening, he shouldn't be able to dodge the arrow yet. Shifeng had used Dragon Breath to stop the space-shattering arrow temporarily. He had then used the brief delay to break free from First Morning's hold and dodge the ranger's attack. This was the first time he had ever seen such a fine, bold strategy. Where is he? Identical Summer muttered in confusion. Even after searching the deck, he didn't catch a glimpse of Shifeng. However, after Identical Summer had finished his 3 words, a blue longsword emerged from his chest. You, Identical Summer tried to turn his head. Before he had noticed, Shifeng had stood right behind him. Although he couldn't see Shifeng's appearance due to the black cloak, he could somehow tell that Shifeng had flashed him a ridiculing smile. All this time he had thought himself the hunter, but in reality he was the prey. Only after Identical Summer's HP reached 0 did he finally realize that he had fallen into a monster's den without knowing it. Identical Summer's death had frozen every member of his fleet in shock. Despite an assault from so many people at once, not only hadn't Shifeng's HP dropped in the slightest, but the man had also taken their commander's life. How were they supposed to defeat such a monster? Retreat. No one knew who had shouted this word, but everyone instinctively followed the command. You want to escape? Do you think it'll be that easy? Following which, Shifeng raised Killing Ray high and activated Lightning Edge against the fleeing players. As Lightning Edge had a 0.5-second channeling time, it had limited effects against expert players. As he had previously stood in the center of the deck, he wouldn't have been able to hit as many players. Now, however, he stood at the tip of the stern. Lightning Edge's range was more than enough to cover the entire small sailboat. In addition, as these players turned their backs to him and fled, they had lowered their guard against the attack. Countless arcs of lightning shot forth from Killing Ray. Although some experts reacted quickly and dodged in time, over half of the team, consisting of over 100 players, died instantly. As for those who survived the attack, they had already jumped ship. Let's go. After Identical Summer, the small sailboat's captain, had died, Shifeng smiled in satisfaction. Now, even without Identical Summer's permission, any player could simply steer the sailboat away. Following which, Shifeng sailed towards the Legacy Island. As for Passing Monarch and the others, they followed closely after on the One-Horned Sailboat and Swift Dragon Sailboat. Only now did Silent Entropy's fleet arrive. Commander, are we going to chase after them? An indifferent man in blue mage robes asked as the fleet commander. Forget it. The battle is over. If we fight that person, we'll likely let that little girl take advantage of us. Let's head back and finish off the magic whale. Silent Entropy shook his head as he watched the distant Shifeng. Chapter 1231, Hidden Reward for the First Kill. Halscythe Underscore Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1231, Hidden Reward for the First Kill. It's over. Disappointment flashed in Hundred Leaves' eyes when she saw Silent Entropy's fleet turn back. Originally, she had thought that she could get to understand Shifeng more through Silent Entropy and the others. In the end, however, the outcome wasn't what she had hoped for. After watching Shifeng's battle with Identical Summer's fleet, she ended up with even more questions than before. Leaves, your prediction was quite accurate. Fortunately, we didn't intervene. Otherwise, we would have suffered severe losses as well, the cloaked woman said as she watched Shifeng's departing figure in shock. Not only had Shifeng wiped out over half of Identical Summer's fleet by himself, but he had also taken a small sailboat from his enemies. Even in the sacred temple, there were only a few people capable of such a feat. When Shifeng had dodged the crimson arrow in particular, he had displayed perfect timing and skill usage. Had his aim with the skill been off, he would have lost his life then and there. Could he be a domain realm expert? The cloaked woman suddenly thought of this possibility and shuddered. Domain realm experts were peak existences even in the sacred temple. The guild would host an all-day celebration if such an expert joined. The cloaked woman also knew how fearsome a domain realm expert was, as she had once fought one. Despite both parties having the same level and attributes, the The battle had been completely one-sided. She had not even injured her opponent before her HP dropped to nothing. The fact that Shifeng had kept up with the Crimson Arrow was already impressive, not to mention counterattacking the arrow with a skill of his own. Without sufficient understanding and perception of physics, the feat would have been impossible. She was a Void Realm expert the Sacred Temple had nurtured. Although she had only recently reached the Void Realm, she knew that she was not capable of using a skill to strike an incoming arrow. A Domain Realm expert. 100 Leaves fell into deep thought. She felt both fortunate and frustrated. If Shifeng really was a Domain Realm expert, then it would be impossible to kill him with their forces. After all, the previous fight had shown her that Shifeng was a true monster when it came to basic attributes. With both the advantage and basic attributes in combat standards, how were they supposed to defeat him? Currently, there were only 2 known methods to deal with Domain Realm experts. The first method was to catch the Domain Realm expert in an ambush and supplement the lack of quality combat standards with quantity of experts. However, for this method to work, certain conditions, such as the expert being unable to escape, needed to be met. The second method was to use a special tool to catch the other party off guard. Similarly, however, certain conditions needed to be met for this to work. Dealing with Domain Realm experts gave the various superpowers headaches. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also very hard to kill. Hence, the various superpowers normally avoided provoking Domain Realm experts, trying to recruit and befriend them as much as possible. Understanding 100 Leaves' worries, the cloaked woman suggested, "Leaves, why don't I use that?" They had the full support of the Sacred Temple for their operation. Hence, the Sacred Temple had provided a considerable amount of assistance. Aside from experts, the temple had supplied extremely powerful tools. This was also why they were so confident in obtaining the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon Secret Land. Forget it. Even if they dock, it won't be that easy to obtain the legacy. Sighing, 100 Leaves said, "Let's get rid of the magic whale for now." Shifeng and the others rested on Legacy Island's shore. After the battle with the magic whale and identical Summer's fleet, the team members were badly battered. Meanwhile, dangers plagued the island. They had to recuperate before searching for the legacy. What a huge harvest! Shifeng was ecstatic as he smiled at the crystal bottle in his bag. This crystal bottle contained none other than identical Summer's small sailboat. Although it was only a common small sailboat, its value far outstripped that of epic items. With the addition of this small sailboat, Zero Wing's naval power would increase significantly. Moreover, the magic whale had dropped a plethora of relatively valuable items. Although its loot could not compare to that of king-class sea monsters in the outside world, every item among the 30+ that had dropped was a treasure in its own right. The magic whale skin in particular could strengthen ships. Shifeng even regretted not killing a few more magic whales. Magic whale skin, dark gold rank tool. Improves a ship's defense by 10%, movement speed by 3% and durability by 10 points. A maximum of 3 magic whale skins can be used to strengthen a ship. While players could modify their ships in God's domain, the risk was quite high. A single mistake could ruin the ship entirely. However, there was also a risk-free method to strengthen a ship by using certain precious tools. In the past, the best ship-strengthening tool Shifeng had seen was only Secret Silver rank. Said tool was only capable of increasing a ship's defense by 5% and durability by 3 points. Even then, it could have easily sold for 500 gold on the market. One might consider the price steep, but many had fought over the item like crazy. If one used a ship-strengthening tool on an advanced speedboat, it wouldn't be worth the 500 gold. However, if used on a bronze speedboat or above, one could easily earn back their investment. Now, a total of 8 magic whale skins had dropped. Just looking at them excited Shifeng. The magic whale had also dropped 2 items that Shifeng valued above the rest. One of them was a growth-type support tool called the Alchemy Pot. The Alchemy Pot could increase a player's alchemy success rate. To alchemist players, this item was worth no less than an epic item. As for the other, it was the map of Sea God's Island, which was the name of the legacy island they rested on. The map recorded all of the island's secrets, and it allowed players to reach the legacy without wasting a lot of time with exploration. Is this the benefit of getting the first kill of a magic whale? Feng smiled at the sea god's island map in his hands. No one would have imagined that getting the first kill on the magic whale would offer such a benefit. Otherwise, Silent Entropy and the others would have used everything they had to kill their magic whales first. Brother Yifeng, you are incredible. You wiped out so many experts all by yourself. You are the strongest player I've ever seen. Reverence filled Blue Joy's eyes as she praised Feng. The Third Fleet had clashed with Identical Summer's Second Fleet in the outside world frequently. She knew full well how powerful Identical Summer and his subordinates were, yet Feng had not only defeated them so easily, but he had also killed the House of Sea's mad beast with a single hit. Finally, Feng had even stolen Identical Summer's small sailboat. Identical Summer was most likely dying inside right now. Blue, don't just praise Brother Yifeng. Didn't you see my heroic performance? I faced Heavenly Spider and 3 of his experts at the same time, Passing Monarch boasted. Commander, Brother Yifeng only used one move to annihilate over half of Identical Summer's experts. When you can defeat dozens of experts of Identical Summer's caliber by yourself, I'll praise you as well, Blue Joy retorted, giggling. Passing Monarch fell silent. While he wished that he could accomplish such a feat, he was not a monster like Feng. Now that we've rested, let's set out. Feng simply smiled in response. In reality, his performance was average at best. In the past, the experts that had become legends in God's domain were the truly amazing players. One expert had defended an entire city by himself. Moreover, said expert's opponent had not been an ordinary guild but a super guild. Watching the expert face off against hundreds of the super guild's top forces had been spectacular. There was also one instance where an expert had held their ground against 3 god-ranked players. That battle had been truly breathtaking. Blue Joy and Passing Monarch had experienced too few battles in God's domain, particularly between famous experts. While the Legacy Island seemed small from afar, in reality it was massive. Its size could rival a regional map. The island was also home to many powerful monsters, the weakest of which were chieftain rank while the strongest were grand lords. Fortunately, the maximum level was level 55. However, the most troublesome part about getting through the island would be the many fatal traps that waited for them. Fortunately, under Feng's lead, the group had managed to reach the heart of the island after only 2 hours. The Tower of Falling Stars. Chapter 1232, Cities Management Rights. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1232, Cities Management Rights. This should be where the legacy is. Excitement flashed in Passing Monarch's eyes as he looked at the tower hidden in the gorge. He was impressed by how fast Feng had found the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon. On his last visit to the Secret Land, the Third Fleet had taken over 4 hours to clear the trials. Afterward, they spent the remaining time searching Legacy Island. However, they failed to find the legacy and lost some of their members to the island's various traps. Yet Feng had located the legacy in less than 3 hours. It was a miracle. Although Passing Monarch was a little frustrated that Feng would be the one to obtain the greatest legacy, after giving the matter some thought, it was much better than letting it fall into Silent Entropy or the others' hands. Moreover, if he had Feng's help later, he should have no problems obtaining the legacies in the 50-yard grottos. He could then stabilize his fleet's position as Third Fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Had he not cooperated with Feng, his fleet would have likely fallen to 7th or 8th Fleet after this expedition. If that happened, his fleet would no longer qualify to use the Freedom Alliance's large shipyard. When Feng saw the Tower of Falling Stars, although he was slightly excited, he did not hurry to approach the tower. Rather, he turned to Passing Monarch calmly and quietly asked, "Brother Monarch, are you interested in a trade?" At this point, he practically had the Sea God's legacy in the bag, fulfilling his initial goal in coming here. However, Zero Wing currently lacked both money and resources to develop. The Candlelight trading firm's income was not enough to sustain Zero Wing. If he wanted to increase the Candlelight trading firm's income, he needed to expand. Meanwhile, the Freedom Alliance occupied 3 of the 12 major cities in the sea's end. If he could set a shop up in each of these 3 cities, the trading firm's income would skyrocket. However, setting up shop in these major cities would not be as easy as it was on land, where all he needed was a sufficient amount of reputation and coins. When purchasing a shop in Xian's NPC cities, one did not require any reputation. Instead, a player needed the approval of the city's manager. This was similar to how player-constructed towns and cities operated. Due to this, Xian's businesses hadn't developed over much. After all, to get the city manager's approval, one normally needed to sign a profit-sharing agreement. While some kind-hearted managers only asked for 30% of the profits, some black-hearted managers went as far as to ask for 50%. This was why most players in Blue Jade City had opted to set up street stalls to sell their items, as that method did not require them to split profits. They only needed to pay a small fee. A trade? What do you have in mind, Brother Yifeng? Passing Monarch asked, curiosity gripping his heart. Are you interested in becoming First Fleet's commander? Shifeng asked, laughing. First Fleet's commander? Brother Yifeng, are you joking? You know what kind of foundations Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves possess. Even if I obtain a legacy this time, I'd be lucky to keep the third seat, Passing Monarch said, shaking his head. That's why I'm offering a trade. Suddenly, Shifeng grew serious as he said, you've seen my strength. You also know that I have the Zero Wing Guild behind me. If you have Zero Wing's full support, how confident are you in becoming the First Fleet's commander? Shifeng's words rendered Passing Monarch speechless. If not for Shifeng's help, the Third Fleet would have suffered in this operation. Although I don't know exactly how strong Zero Wing is, in my opinion, I'd be lucky to have a 20% chance of becoming the First Fleet's commander. Silent Entropy is not as simple as you assume, Passing Monarch answered. 20%? Shifeng chuckled. Not bad. At the very least, it's more than nothing. If I help you become the First Fleet's commander, I want management rights for the city under your rule. We'll split the profits evenly. What do you think? The Freedom Alliance was not a guild. Becoming the First Fleet's commander did not mean that one would gain control over all three major cities under the Freedom Alliance. However, one could gain control over Heavenly Ocean City, which had the largest player population out of the three. The commanders of the remaining 10 fleets commanded the two other cities. This was also why the Sacred Temple meddled in the Freedom Alliance's affairs. By becoming the First Fleet's commander, one could monopolize a major NPC city. If managed properly, the riches one could obtain would be staggering. The city's management rights? After giving the matter some thought, Passing Monarch said, "All right, I agree to your conditions. I can deal with that as long as I become the First Fleet's commander." An adventurer team had formed the Third Fleet. To them, a city's management rights were of little importance. As long as they received sufficient resources and coins, they'd be satisfied. However, contesting for the position of First Fleet will be difficult. The sea monster invasions we have to deal with test a fleet's overall strength. It isn't something that can be handled with just 2 small sailboats and several high-quality speedboats. Passing Monarch understood that Shifeng was in possession of powerful ships. However, those ships would not be of significant help when contesting for the position of First Fleet. Once a month, a competition would be held for the management rights of Xian's various cities. During these competitions, sea monsters would invade these cities. The fleet that defended the most locations in a particular city would become said city's manager. The Freedom Alliance's fleets also used this competition to compete for the various seats in the alliance. Silent Entropy was able to hold the First Fleet position due to the scope of his unmatched defense. Although Shifeng appeared confident about the situation, Passing Monarch was not. I understand. I will think of a way to increase your overall strength, Shifeng said, chuckling. Let's sign a contract. He more or less understood the Freedom Alliance's seating competition. After all, the Freedom Alliance had been one of the overlords at sea in the past. Following which, Shifeng established a contract with Passing Monarch. The contents were very simple. Shifeng would help Passing Monarch become the commander of First Fleet. In return, Passing Monarch would hand over all management rights of the city he controlled to Shifeng. As for the city's profits, they would split them equally. While Shifeng managed the city, Passing Monarch also had to provide assistance in maintaining it. After they signed the contract, Shifeng nodded in satisfaction. He then led Passing Monarch and the others towards the Tower of Falling Stars. The tower had a total of 3 floors. According to the Sea God's Island map, The rewards on the first floor were available to all players that reached this place. Players would have to fight for the rewards on the second and third floors. Moreover, the rewards on the second and third floor were unique. Only the first player to clear the floor could walk away with them. Any players that cleared the floor afterward would obtain nothing. As Shifeng and the others arrived before the Tower of Falling Stars, Shifeng stopped the team abruptly. This confused passing monarch and his sailors. A moment later, however, a familiar voice reached everyone's ears. "We've been discovered already." Several figures suddenly emerged from the nearby forest. The person speaking was none other than 100 Leaves. Silent Entropy stood by her side casually. "How did you guys get here so quickly?" Passing Monarch was shocked to find 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy here. The magic whale was not an easy opponent. The final, team wipe move was particularly threatening. Even if 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy defeated their respective magic whales, it should take their fleets quite some time to do so, yet they were here as soon as his group had reached the Legacy's location. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Understanding Passing Monarch's thoughts, 100 Leaves chuckled and said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. I simply formed a temporary alliance with Commander Entropy and established a 200-man team. We then sacrificed my small sailboat and Commander Entropy's 2 bronze speedboats to get here quickly. Although we sacrificed a lot, fortunately we caught up to you. Otherwise, the Legacy really would have fallen into your hands." Passing Monarch could not help his astonishment. He had never dreamed that 100 Leaves would sacrifice even a small sailboat. "Commander Leaves, your subordinate is truly amazing. Even in such a situation he managed to track us." Shifeng offered his admiration as he glanced at the cloaked assassin beside 100 Leaves. On their way here he had tried to hide their tracks as much as possible. To track them, one needed to have leveled their tracker subclass to master rank at the very least. "Well, enough talk. Since we're here we should conclude this matter." 100 Leaves smiled at Shifeng and the others. Chapter 1233. Breaking a Magic Array with One Sentence. Halscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1233. Breaking a Magic Array with One Sentence. Hearing this, Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he prepared for an attack. He had less than 30 people. In contrast, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy had a force of over 150. Aside from the numerical disadvantage, his men had already used their berserk skills to deal with identical Summer's men. Without their berserk skills, they were even less of a match for 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy's people. However, what Passing Monarch had not realized was that 100 Leaves' subordinates had long since taken action. Suddenly, a crimson barrier appeared around Shifeng's group, enveloping them. "Commander Monarch, I'll have to ask you and your crew to wait here while we go ahead," 100 Leaves said, giggling as she glanced at Shifeng, who stood beside Passing Monarch. There was no limit to the number of people that could enter the Legacy's location. However, the sooner one entered, the higher their chances were of obtaining it. If not for witnessing Shifeng's combat power personally, she would have killed Passing Monarch and the others instead of wasting a magic barrier. 100 Leaves, you're despicable. Blue Joy gnashed her teeth, glaring at the female commander. If the other party had simply wanted to fight, they could have accepted that. After all, they could have found an opportunity to escape into the Tower of Falling Stars. Once inside, they would enter a separate space. By then, 100 Leaves and the others would not be able to touch them and they could compete for the Legacy fairly. However, they wouldn't escape this trap for some time. If they were stuck in the barrier for too long, 100 Leaves and the others might secure the Legacy before they broke free. "Don't worry. I have a Tier 3 magic scroll. It should not be difficult to break this magic array." Passing Monarch shot 100 Leaves a glare. He hadn't expected the woman to waste a magic array willingly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he turned to Shifeng. After saying so, Passing Monarch took out his only Tier 3 magic scroll, Storm Spear. As Passing Monarch activated the magic scroll, a blue magic array appeared behind him. Several spears, shaped like tornadoes, bombarded the crimson barrier. The attack struck the barrier 6 times. However, after trembling slightly, it quickly returned to its original state. Meanwhile, the 15 players maintaining the magic array only lost 1% of their mana. "Don't bother. Although this is only a basic magic array, it is among the best. Even Grand Lords of the same level need some time to break out," 100 Leaves explained when she saw the grim look on passing Monarch's face. In reality, she had been reluctant to use the magic array. However, with the possibility that Shifeng might be a domain realm expert, she could not afford to be careless. Silent Entropy glanced at Shifeng as well before chuckling and said, "Commander Leaves, our agreement ends here. Once we enter the legacy location, we'll compete with our own abilities." As the first person to have obtained a legacy from the Sea Dragon Secret Land, he was familiar with how these locations operated. Everyone believed that obtaining a legacy upon reaching the location was easy. In reality, that was not true. One first needed to pass the location's trials. Now that they had trapped Shifeng, who possessed frightening combat power, they had one less serious competitor. Now he only had to worry about 100 Leaves. After speaking, Silent Entropy led his men into the Tower of Falling Stars. "That old fox really moves quickly." 100 Leaves clicked her tongue. She commanded, "Let's go in. We can't let that old fox get ahead of us." After Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves entered the Tower of Falling Stars with their subordinates, only Shifeng's group and the players maintaining the magic array remained outside. However, shortly after Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves left, Shifeng, who had been silent all this time, grinned. "Brother Yifeng, you're still in the mood to smile. If we don't get out of here quickly, they will get the legacy." Passing Monarch complained anxiously. Despite their efforts to take down the magic barrier, the players maintaining the array hadn't lost much mana. At this rate, they would need an hour of constant attacks before they could escape. "Relax. We'll be able to get out of here quickly," Shifeng consoled, chuckling. "With just you? Maybe in another 100 years." One of the elementalists maintaining the array laughed when he heard Shifeng's boast. "This magic array is a 6-star Crimson World, an extremely rare basic magic array. It can even hold Grand Lords for a short time. Am I right?" Shifeng chuckled as he asked the elementalist. "How do you know this array?" the elementalist cried out in surprise. Before 100 Leaves had given them this magic array, they had neither heard of it nor seen one before. "What do you think?" Shifeng did not bother answering. Instead, he offered a sophisticated smile. In the past, the 6-star Crimson World had been the Sacred Temple's trademark magic array. The temple had frequently sold the magic array for a steep price. Just one magic array scroll had cost 5 gold coins. To complete the set, one needed 15 scrolls. The magic array had been used in dungeon raids specifically. As players progressed to the game, encountering 2 bosses at once in large-scale team dungeons became common. To cope, players had normally trapped one boss while dealing with the other. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had purchased the magic array in the past. "So what if you know about it? Do you think you can escape just because you know its name?" the elementalist asked contemptuously. The other players maintaining the array nodded in agreement. They considered Shifeng's words to be nothing more than baseless arrogance. "You guys attack the 6 corners." Immediately, Shifeng commanded his group. In God's domain, all magic arrays had weak points. Only, players didn't usually know them. Had his enemies used a relatively rare magic array to trap him, he wouldn't have known how to break it. However, he was very familiar with the 6-star Crimson World. If 100 Leaves had to blame anyone, she should blame the Sacred Temple for selling so many basic magic arrays in the past. Following which, under Shifeng's command, the team ruthlessly attacked the array's 6 corners. The magic barrier, which had been unshakable, began to tremble violently. Their combined efforts were even more effective than passing Monarch's Tier 3 magic scroll. Meanwhile, the players maintaining the array watched their mana deplete rapidly. Each wave of attack stole 2% of their mana. After several dozen waves, the 15 magical class players' mana fell below 50%. "Brother Yifeng, you're too amazing." Blue Joy and the other members of Third Fleet gushed. They had already been impressed after watching Shifeng slaughter so many experts. Now he had dealt with a powerful magic barrier with a single sentence. How is this possible? The players maintaining the magic array were going mad as they watched their mana plummet. The 6-star Crimson World was even capable of trapping a Grand Lord, yet it faltered in the face of a small team of Tier 1 players. Here's the final hit. As Shifeng made the announcement, he activated Firestorm. After reaching Tier 1, Firestorm's might had become extraordinary. In the next moment, little butterflies of fire landed on the magic barrier's corners. When these little butterflies touched the barrier, the resulting impact resembled that of a high-speed truck crashing into a wall. After a mere 3 seconds, the 6-star Crimson World crumbled as the players maintaining it ran out of mana. Without mana, magical class players were little more than berserkers without weapons. Very quickly, Passing Monarch and the others massacred them. "Let's hurry inside," Passing Monarch ordered. Although they had been only stuck inside the magic barrier for several minutes, those minutes might give 100 Leaves and the others a lead in the race for the legacy. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Falling Stars, 100 Leaves received a notification from a subordinate, which included a video of Shi Feng breaking the magic array. Just who is this guy? Confusion swirled in 100 Leaves' mind as she stared at Shi Feng in the video. Chapter 1234. Secret Footwork Technique. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1234. Secret Footwork Technique. After 100 Leaves watched the video of Shi Feng taking command, her expression grew grim. The 6-star Crimson World was unique to the Sacred Temple as they had the only magic array design. Even now, they had never announced this to the public. No matter how she looked at it, Shi Feng couldn't have located the 6-star Crimson World's weak points coincidentally. "It seems I'll have to report this to the guild leader." 100 Leaves' gaze remained fixed on Shi Feng in the video. Originally, the guild had planned to make a fortune with the 6-star Crimson World. The fact that someone had discovered the array's weak points was no trivial matter. 100 Leaves immediately contacted her superior. "Interesting. There's actually someone capable of locating the 6-star Crimson World's weak points," the handsome man wearing exquisite blue robes in the video replied, a faint smile appearing on his face. "This person is a problem. We need to teach him some humility. I'll send Uncle Lee and the others over. Keep an eye on that player." "You're sending Uncle Lee?" 100 Leaves could not help her growing joy. "This is great. With Uncle Lee's help, this guy is doomed." The Sacred Temple was a super guild that recruited a large number of new talent every year. Various outstanding players rose within the guild each year as well. However, those who truly withstood the test of time and became the Sacred Temple's mainstays were the guild elders. Uncle Lee was one of these guild elders. He was an old monster that had grasped a domain many years ago. Even if Shi Feng were a monster that had reached the domain realm, he was no match for Uncle Lee. Furthermore, Uncle Lee wasn't coming alone. His party members would be joining him. Following which, 100 Leaves notified her security party and had a few of them split up and head towards the rest area. As long as Shi Feng appeared, they would keep a close eye on him. Inside the Sea Dragon secret land, whether one obtained a legacy or not, they would be automatically transferred to a rest area once their time in the secret land was up. Players were then required to return to the starting point to leave the secret land. Otherwise, they'd be stuck here. Not even return scrolls could be used to escape. At that time, even if Shi Feng wore a cloak, they could simply use a tracking tool to mark Shi Feng. For a certain amount of time, they'd be able to find him even if he ran to the ends of the world. "And here I thought I wouldn't get the chance to kill you. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too much." 100 Leaves smiled after disconnecting the call. She then took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag as she shifted her gaze to the Great Lord that had appeared on the second floor. "Now all I have to do is obtain the legacy as quickly as possible." There were only rewards awaiting players on the Tower of Falling Stars' first floor. Only after reaching the second floor would the trial truly begin. The second floor's trial required players to defeat the monsters that appeared before them. They would have to face a total of 3 monsters. The first monster was a chieftain, the second was a lord, and the last was a great lord. All 3 were set at the same level as the challengers, and each one was stronger than the last. However, to experts of her standards, soloing these monsters wouldn't be a problem if they had come prepared. The real problem was how quickly they could defeat these monsters. Although the 6-star Crimson World had not trapped Shi Feng for very long, these several minutes had been long enough to remove him from the competition. "This is the space inside the Tower of Falling Stars?" Shi Feng quietly examined the tower's interior. Although the Tower of Falling Stars appeared massive on the outside, he found himself in an empty space no larger than a basketball court after he entered the building. Aside from the various carvings on the walls, the room only contained a lone staircase leading to the second floor. "So this is the reward. Shifeng's expression was serious as he investigated the carvings on the walls. The owner of this tower is truly generous. The carvings were none other than the secret technique that many expert players currently sought. Unfortunately, the secret technique was incomplete. With Shifeng's standards, a single glance was all he needed to tell that this secret technique resembled phantom steps. However, compared to the phantom steps he had seen performed in the past, the version here was more simple and refined. If he could learn this footwork technique, it would definitely benefit him in PvP. Following which, Shifeng recorded a video of these carvings. This way his guild members could learn it as well. Phantom steps was not a particularly complex technique. It was simpler than void steps. With enough effort, one could easily grasp the technique to a certain degree. When Shifeng activated the video recording mode, he noticed that something was amiss. Smiling bitterly, he said, "Sure enough, the main god system won't let players obtain a secret technique so easily." When he tried to record the images on the walls, the video contained nothing but darkness. It was clear that the system did not allow players to record the technique. What a pity. Shifeng gave the carvings on the walls one last glance before heading reluctantly to the second floor. If given enough time, he could get a general gist of the technique very quickly. However, he didn't have that luxury right now. After all, he had other competitors ahead of him. If he spent several hours trying to learn phantom steps, he would be offering up the legacy on a silver platter. Upon reaching the second floor, Shifeng noticed that the space here was roughly 3 times larger than the first floor. A 3-meter-tall, muscular, black-skinned orc stood inside the room waiting for him. The orc wielded a stone cleaver that was as tall as itself. Blackstone Orc Chieftain. Level 50. HP 4 300 000/4 300 000. A magic barrier sealed off the staircase to the third floor. It was obvious that he had to defeat this Blackstone Orc before he could proceed. Shifeng glanced at the stone monument beside the staircase. The requirement to proceed to the next floor had been recorded on the stone as well as a list. Although the list didn't name any players, it did display the progress of the top 5 players on the second floor. Currently, the first-ranking player was fighting against a Great Lord, which still had 96% of its HP remaining. The second-ranked player was also facing a Great Lord, and the boss still had 97% HP remaining. The third was going up against a lord with 12% HP remaining. So this is the situation. Seems I'll have to move a bit faster. After reading the introductory text, Shifeng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 2 battle demon. Shifeng had also activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. To ordinary experts, fighting a chieftain of the same level might be very difficult. However, neither he nor the others challenging the second floor trial were ordinary experts. To put it simply, the second floor trial was a contest of damage. With the battle demon tanking, Shifeng and his doppelganger focused on DPS. In less than 40 seconds, the Blackstone Orc fell. Shifeng's damage was off the charts. The Blackstone Orc's death only provided a small amount of EXP. It didn't take long before a Lord-ranked Blackstone general appeared before Shifeng. Elsewhere, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy fought the Great Lord before them frantically. Although neither possessed the Bible of Darkness, both had used Tier 3 summoning scrolls and relied on their summoned creatures to whittle down the enemy Great Lord's HP. That old fox sure is quick. 100 Leaves smirked as she glanced at the monument beside the staircase leading to the third floor. Currently, she still ranked first in terms of progress, with 71% of her Blackstone chieftain's HP remaining. Silent Entropies had 72% HP remaining. There was only a difference of 1% between them. If this continued, she would be the first to clear the second floor. As 100 Leaves thought of a way to finish the Blackstone chieftain off sooner, the 5th place on the progress list changed. Previously, number 72 of the Tower of Falling Stars had occupied 5th place, and that player's Great Lord had 94% of its HP remaining. Now the occupant of the 5th position was entrant number 141, and their Great Lord had 93% HP remaining. When 100 Leaves saw the entry number, she knew it was Shifeng. However, instead of panicking, she chuckled as she said, "How fast? Unfortunately, you are too late." Had they entered the tower at the same time, Shifeng would have definitely posed a threat. But before 100 Leaves could use another skill on the Blackstone chieftain before her, the progress list changed once again. This time, number 141 had jumped to third place, with his Great Lord at 87% HP. Immediately the Great Lord's HP fell from 87% to 82%, its HP decreasing at a frightening rate. Chapter 1235. Is he hacking? Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1235. Is he hacking? What's going on? 100 Leaves couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the progress list on the stone monument. A Great Lord was the equivalent of a Team Dungeon's final boss. Not only did they possess very high defense but they also possessed potent skills. Take the Blackstone Chieftain for example. 100 Leaves had already seen it use 3 skills. The first was a passive skill called Stone Skin. The lower the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell, the higher its defense and magic resistance would rise. The second was an attack skill called Flame Charge. When activated, the boss would randomly attack one target on the battlefield. During this skill's duration, the boss's movement speed would increase. If not dealt with properly, it could easily kill players instantly. As for the third, it was an AoE skill called Stone Shower. When this skill was activated, players had to deal with falling stones from above. If struck, players would lose at least 10,000 HP. When alone without the support of a healer, players would have an extremely difficult time fighting the Blackstone Chieftain. Due to these 3 skills, staying alive was a challenge. It was even more difficult to deplete the boss's HP quickly. As such thoughts ran through 100 Leaves' mind, another change occurred to the progress list. This time, number 141's Great Lord dropped from 82% to 78% of its HP. Shifeng had nearly caught up to Silent Entropy, whose Great Lord was at 72% HP. Seeing the boss's HP fall so rapidly, he should have used a powerful magic scroll. Silent Entropy had also noticed the change on the progress list. However, he wasn't particularly worried. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "How unfortunate. Young people really are quite brash. The Blackstone Chieftain isn't an easy boss. Wasting your trump card so early in the fight will only make things difficult for you later." He had his own methods of dealing explosive amounts of damage as well. The same could be said for 100 Leaves. Only neither of them had chosen to use those methods yet. The proper way of dealing with a boss like the Blackstone Chieftain, which became harder to deal with as its HP dropped, was to wear it down slowly before finishing it off with a bang. The less time they had to spend fighting the boss in its final phases, the easier clearing the second floor trial would be. However, to quickly catch up to them, Shifeng had used plenty of precious tools. On the surface, it might seem as if he had made up for the lost time, but in reality he was doing more harm than good, so much so that he might even fail to kill the boss in the end. After all, practically every boss entered a berserk state when its HP fell to a certain point. If one couldn't cope with the boss, then they would be annihilated. Seconds then minutes flew by. Although Shifeng devoured the Blackstone Chieftain's HP at a staggering rate, the longer the battle continued, the less HP the boss lost. From the initial 4% to 5% decreases, it gradually slowed to 2% decreases before falling to 1% decreases. By the time the boss had 42% HP remaining, its HP no longer fell at a visible rate. Your drive to win has doomed you. 100 Leaves smiled as she glanced at the progress list. Although she was somewhat annoyed that Shifeng had overtaken her progress, pushing her to second place, when she saw Shifeng's progress bar grow stagnant, she felt a little gleeful. According to her plan, she would only go all out when the boss's HP fell to 20%. The level 44 Blackstone Chieftain had 36 million HP. After taking into account its later defense and magic resistance, it wasn't time to make her move just yet. Moreover, this was only the second floor. The legacy was on the third floor. She needed to save enough trump cards. This way she could secure the second floor's reward and the third floor's legacy. As expected of a guardian boss, its HP has fallen to 40%, yet its defense has increased by 50% and magic resistance by 70%. Shifeng analyzed the Blackstone Chieftain's defense and magic resistance growth while controlling the battle demon. It's time to make my move. To catch up with Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves, he had used all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 attack-type magic scrolls he had brought with him. He had used the magic scrolls to deal with the boss to buy time while he waited for his skills cooldowns to finish. Following which, Shifeng activated Power of Darkness, increasing all of his basic attributes by 60%. 9 Dragon Slash. Abyssal Curse. The level 50 Blackstone Chieftain had a total of 44 million HP. It was far more powerful than the Blackstone Chieftain's Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves faced. However, after Shifeng activated his Berserk skill and taking into account Abyssal Curse, which decreased the Blackstone Chieftain's attributes by 10% for 5 minutes, his strength was on par with the Great Lord's. Die. Shifeng activated Firestorm. A raging inferno rose from the ground. Immediately, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 150,000 every second, 300,000 if it received a critical hit. The Battle Demon had also used its ultimate move, the Tier 2 skill Purgatory Assault. The demon launched 6 attacks in quick succession, each taking over 120,000 HP from the Great Lord. At the same time, Shifeng controlled the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms to attack the Blackstone Chieftain, each dealing over -5,000 damage. A wave of the Phantom's attacks easily dealt over -60,000 damage. In 6 short seconds, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 8%. After Firestorm ended, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, both he and his doppelganger striking the Great Lord. Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. With the Battle Demon as a shield, Shifeng rapidly chipped away at the Blackstone Chieftain's HP. Although his current damage output couldn't compare to the magic scrolls, the Great Lord's HP still fell rapidly. After a short moment, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP dropped below 30%. On the other hand, 100 Leaves, who was in second place, had just managed to reduce her boss's HP to 56%. How is he still so fast? 100 Leaves could not help her shock when she saw Shifeng's progress bar. Does he plan to give up the 3rd floor? This little lunatic. Silent Entropy's anxiety grew when he saw Shifeng's progress bar. He had to admit that Shifeng had interrupted his plans. As the Legacy's location in the Sea Dragon Secret Land, the 2nd floor reward should be considerably valuable. If Shifeng was truly going all out on the 2nd floor, he might really obtain the floor's reward. After all, there was a huge gap between them right now. If this gap continued to grow, Silent Entropy would lose the 2nd floor reward. Silent Entropy hesitated on whether or not he should try to compete with Shifeng. Damn it! To think you would dare to spoil my plans. Since joining God's domain, this was the first time Silent Entropy had lost control of a situation. His expression turning frosty, he declared, "You're 10 years too early if you think you can compete with me." Saying so, Silent Entropy took out 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls. One was his prized domain-type magic scroll, while the other was a Tier 3 summoning scroll. With 2 Tier 3 summoned creatures and a Tier 3 domain attacking the Blackstone Chieftain simultaneously, the boss's HP began to plummet. Shortly, Silent Entropy overtook 100 Leaves and dominated 2nd place. This old bastard must have lost his mind. Since you want to fight, let's see who has a sturdier foundation. 100 Leaves gnashed her teeth. She then retrieved an orange crystal ball and multiple magic scrolls. As 100 Leaves began to chant an incantation, the crystal ball shattered and disappeared. A magic array then formed around the Blackstone Chieftain, rapidly decreasing its attributes. Very quickly, its attributes fell to 70% of their original values. Moreover, its defense and magic resistance had weakened significantly. In the blink of an eye, 10 Tier 2 summoned creatures appeared around 100 Leaves, every one frantically assaulting the level 44 Blackstone Chieftain. Now that neither Silent Entropy nor 100 Leaves were holding back, their progress bars swiftly increased. When Shifeng's boss had 15% HP remaining, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy's bosses had 25% and 26% HP remaining respectively. How fast? Shifeng smiled at the two's progress bars. He then took several basic mana pulse bombs from his bag and tossed them at the Blackstone Chieftain. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. The bombs could even injure a mythic monster. Against a Great Lord, one was enough to inflict heavy injuries. Shifeng threw 6 basic mana pulse bombs in a row. Before the Blackstone Chieftain had the opportunity to use its ultimate move, its HP fell to 1%. Shi Feng then used silent steps to appear behind the boss, both swords radiating a scorching heat. Flame burst. Of the 15 consecutive strikes, every strike devoured at least 60,000 HP from the Blackstone Chieftain. In the blink of an eye, the Blackstone Chieftain's remaining HP vanished. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves only saw Shi Feng's progress bar jump, his boss's HP reaching 0% instantly. Impossible. How is his boss dead already? Did he hack the game? Chapter 1236, Dragon Knight. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1236 You Dragon Knight. The Blackstone Chieftain's sudden death had stunned Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves momentarily. How did he do it? While 15% HP was not much, it wasn't a small amount either. The Blackstone Chieftain's special characteristics made it tougher as its HP decreased. However, Shi Feng had stolen the Great Lord's remaining HP almost instantly. Did he use several Tier 3 magic scrolls at once? 100 Leaves suddenly thought of this possibility. There was no other explanation for how quickly Shi Feng had killed the boss. What a crazy bastard. Does he think the third floor's trial will be easier than the second? Or does he know that he can't get the legacy on the third floor, so he decided to use all of his cards on the second floor? 100 Leaves had only guesses at this point. After all, it was extravagant to use various tools to defeat a Great Lord of the same level. Such resources were generally difficult to obtain, only dropping after a large number of bosses or several difficult quests. They were precious resources. If not for a particularly important goal or something incredibly profitable, one normally avoided using these tools. However, if Shi Feng understood that he didn't have sufficient foundations and that he could not compete for the legacy on the third floor, he may simply aim for the second floor's rewards. Silent Entropy entertained similar thoughts. Although he was frustrated, he continued to whittle away the Blackstone Chieftain's HP, trying to get to the third floor as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, due to soloing the level 50 Blackstone Chieftain, Shi Feng's EXP bar had risen significantly. However, the greater harvest was the 3 rewards that had appeared after he had defeated the boss. 3 dazzling crystal balls rested in the center of the second floor room, and each one of these crystals contained 1 item within. System. Congratulations. You have cleared the Tower of Falling Stars second floor trial. You may choose 2 of the 3 items as your reward. Sure enough, the system wouldn't be that generous. Shi Feng quietly clicked his tongue. To kill the Blackstone Chieftain as quickly as possible, he had invested a considerable amount of resources, yet he had only been awarded 2 items for his efforts. Shi Feng approached and investigated the items. Amazing. After looking through the items carefully, Shi Feng's eyes shone with excitement. Every one of the 3 rewards was extraordinary. It was no wonder why the system only allowed him to choose 2. The items included the Ancient Weather Book, Time-Space Herb Garden, and Secret Body Technique. Any of the various large guilds would covet each of these items. Even Shi Feng had a hard time choosing which to take and which to abandon. Ancient Weather Book, Epic Rank Item. The Ancient Weather Book allows its wielder to control the weather of an area. However, due to damage during the war between gods, it can only exert a fraction of its original power. Additional active skill 1 - Weather Control. Changes the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Cooldown, 10 hours. Additional active skill 2 - Reshape Nature. Concentrates the mana within a 200-yard radius, increasing the mana density within a 15-yard radius by 100%. Can be used even if the Ancient Weather Book is stored in a bag space. No cooldown. The Ancient Book has sustained significant damage. Initial restoration will require 100,000 magic crystals. Current absorbed number, 0. Spacetime Herb Garden, Epic Rank Item. There is an independent space inside the Spacetime Herb Garden which can be used to cultivate herbs. Current rank, Basic. Upgrading to intermediate rank requires 70,000 magic crystals. Cultivation space, 500 by 500 yards. Flow of time, twice of that of the outside world. Survival rate increased by 10%. Secret Body Technique, Bronze Rank Tablet. The Ancient Weather Book's importance went without saying. After all, the Ancient Weather Book was Shifeng's main goal. Aside from its weather control skill, which could be a significant advantage in naval combat, the book could also be used to train and improve oneself. It was an excellent epic tool. Meanwhile, the Spacetime Herb Garden could help trading firms massively. In God's domain, while scavenging in the fields was most guilds' main herb source, there were other methods players could use to obtain herbs. They could cultivate them themselves. However, having a town of one's own was the prerequisite. It was practically impossible for independent players to cultivate their own herbs. Generally, only guilds could accomplish such a thing. As towns had a limited amount of space, guilds rarely made this a priority. Normally, guilds that wanted to do so would only try it after occupying a considerable number of towns with plenty of space to spare. Moreover, cultivating herbs was not an easy task. Not only was it time-consuming, but it also required a lot of manpower to manage. Most importantly, herbs' survival rate wasn't high. More often than not, the cost of cultivating a herb was higher than its market value. However, the Spacetime Herb Garden was different. Although it didn't offer a lot of space, it could increase the flow of time as well as survival rate. These effects put the Spacetime Herb Garden's value on par with the Ancient Weather Book. Moreover, the Herb Garden was only basic rank right now. It could be improved. If managed properly, it could become a gold mine. Lastly, the Secret Body Technique. According to Shifeng's current understanding of secret technique tablets, the Secret Body Technique was considerably rare. It was useful to both magical and physical class players. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not possess a single tablet of this type. Despite this Secret Body Technique being only bronze rank, it was no less valuable than a secret silver rank tablet. After considering all three items, Shifeng realized they were equally valuable to a guild. He wished he could walk away with all three. However, as the system had determined the regulation, he wouldn't get that third item even if he offered to pay a greater price. The Ancient Weather Book indispensable if I wish to develop a naval force. I have to choose that one no matter what. Then there is the Spacetime Herb Garden and Secret Body Technique. Shifeng's gaze moved back and forth between the two items. The Herb Garden can earn more money for the guild, whereas the Secret Body Technique can increase the combat power of the guild's experts. Should I go for money or combat power? The seconds passed by as Shifeng fell into deep thought. Forget it. I'll choose this one. After much contemplation, Shifeng eventually chose the Ancient Weather Book and Spacetime Herb Garden. While improving the combat power was important, developing the guild's financial strength was a priority right now. Zero Wing needed to invest funds in several aspects. Some of the Candlelight trading firms' potions in particular required rare herbs. Purchasing these herbs in bulk was difficult as doing so would inflate their prices. Rather than give others the profits, it was more beneficial to cultivate the necessary herbs themselves. Now that players were inched ever closer to level 50, they would experience severe environments in future maps. Players would need more potions as they explored and leveled up. If he prepared for that eventuality properly, he could make a fortune. Most importantly, Shifeng recalled a certain matter. In the past, the Freedom Alliance's trading firm had risen to an impressive height. This was especially for its potions. Despite not having any outstanding master alchemists, the Freedom Alliance's trading firm had contended with many powerful maritime trading firms. Now that Shifeng looked at it, the Freedom Alliance's success had resulted from Silent Entropy obtaining the Spacetime Herb Garden. Although many resources were available at sea, there was a severe shortage of herbs. With the Spacetime Herb Garden, one could easily compensate for this. Following which, the system placed both items into Shifeng's bag space. At the same time, the barrier surrounding the staircase to the third floor dissipated. This is the third floor? After Shifeng emerged from the staircase, he was stunned by what he saw. He stood at the top of a large mountain, a sea of clouds drifting below. A middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the center of this room. After taking a close look, Shifeng discovered that the middle-aged man was actually a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, the man had the peak class Dragon Knight. Chapter 1237. Challenging a Tier 4 NPC. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1237. Challenging a Tier 4 NPC. The trial can't be a duel against this NPC, right? Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the silver-armored Dragon Knight. As a peak class, the Dragon Knight's defense and strength were superior to both the Guardian Knight and Berserker classes. Furthermore, the NPC before him was a Tier 4 class on par with a mythic monster. Even if he had a bag full of powerful tools, he was no match for the NPC in a one-on-one fight. Unlike monsters, NPCs possessed very high intellect. Their ability to deal with tools was beyond any monster. A group of ordinary players using special tools might be able to challenge and even defeat a mythic monster. If these players' opponent were a Tier 4 NPC, however, they wouldn't even have a shred of hope. This was also why some players might be capable of defeating mythic monsters in dungeons, but were helpless if a Tier 4 NPC decided to rob them in broad daylight. The Dragon Knight class was no ordinary class either. Rhinebeck, Vice Knight Commander of the Sea God's Temple. Human, Tier 4 Dragon Knight. Level 50. HP 19,000/19,000,000. In God's domain, divine temples such as the War God's Temple and Sea God's Temple normally had their own knight divisions. Even these divisions' normal members would be highly influential people in a kingdom, not to mention a vice commander. Even the king had to show respect to these individuals. Following which, Shifeng began to search for clues relating to the third floor's trial. Yet even after examining the room for a long time, he couldn't find an introductory monument like the one on the second floor. There was no progress bar either. There was only a massive magic array carved into the ground and Rhinebeck standing in the middle of it. It seems that I'll have to take this one step at a time. Failing to find any hints, Shifeng decided to face off against Rhinebeck. The instant Shifeng stepped into the magic array, a powerful aura washed over him, making it difficult to take another step forward. He felt as if he had stepped into a muddy swamp, his advance slowing to a crawl. When Shifeng was within 20 yards of Rhinebeck, the NPC finally turned his gaze towards Shifeng, a faint killing intent flashing in the man's eyes. Suddenly, Shifeng found it even more difficult to move. "Adventurer, you should not have come to this place. If you do not wish to die, turn back," Rhinebeck said sternly. "Not just anyone can obtain the Sea God's legacy." "Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to take the challenge even if I cannot succeed," Shifeng replied earnestly. He had come so far. How could he leave after just a few words? "Are you sure you wish to take the challenge?" Rhinebeck said, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will have to pay the price in blood for failure. You won't get away with a single death. Think this through carefully. This legacy is extraordinary. Luck will not help you obtain it. You are not permitted to use any external factors to assist you either. You must rely on your own strength. Are you sure you wish to take the challenge? There's another price to pay for failure?" Shifeng was slightly surprised. He hadn't heard any of this in his past life. According to Passing Monarch, players only had one chance to obtain the legacies in the Sea Dragon Secret Land, and failure had only resulted in a single death. Moreover, as they were in a secret land, the death penalty was considerably light. However, based on Rhinebeck's warning, it would seem that he would have to pay a high price if he failed the challenge. "Enough. Adventurer, turn back. Those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy." As Rhinebeck waved his hand lightly, Shifeng felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Before he could react, he had been sent flying out of the magic array. What amazing control over his domain! Shifeng was shocked as he stared at Rhinebeck, who returned to his motionless vigil. It was common knowledge that Tier 4 was a colossal turning point in God's domain. The biggest difference that separated a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 class was their ability to control a domain. However, Tier 4 NPCs could at most suppress their enemies with their domains, making it difficult for their enemies to move, yet Rhinebeck had sent Shifeng, a player who was very close to obtaining their Tier 2 class, flying with a wave of his hand. Rhinebeck's control over his domain could already rival that of the ancient abyssal monsters in the fallen Arkansas. Even the weakest among those ancient abyssal monsters had reached Tier 5 during their prime. Their tiers had only fallen due to their severe injuries. Determined, Shifeng approached Rhinebeck once more. The consequences for failure might be severe, but he needed to know the truth Rhinebeck had mentioned. What did the NPC mean by, "Those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy"? No matter what, he had to try. "Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to continue with the challenge," Shifeng declared. "Young adventurer, since you are so determined, I will not stop you," Rhinebeck said, smiling. "Don't you wish to obtain the legacy?" Shifeng nodded. Why was he here if not for the legacy? "I shall be your opponent. As long as you defeat me, you will obtain the legacy tablet. If you lose, not only will you die, but you will also receive the sea god's curse. However, you should rejoice. As you are so weak, I will not use all of my strength against you. As long as you are able to walk up to me, you will be victorious." Once Rhinebeck finished explaining the rules of this challenge, the magic array's atmosphere changed. It was as if space itself had frozen, and Shifeng even struggled to breathe. Suddenly, wind blades flew at Shifeng, one after another, moving nearly too fast for Shifeng to dodge. Seeing this, Shifeng had no choice but to unsheath his swords and defend himself. Ding, ding, dang. After a series of metal clangs, Shifeng was forced to take 5 steps back. He had almost been forced to the edge of the magic array. So this is how it works. Shifeng suddenly understood how challenging the trial was after experiencing the wind blades. The attacks inside a domain were omnipresent. Moreover, Rhinebeck had proper control of his own strength. These wind blades were just slightly stronger than Shifeng. Every time Shifeng blocked a wind blade, he was forced to take a step back. Of course, if he were struck directly, the attack would throw him from the magic array. Moreover, he couldn't use any of his skills or tools. He couldn't rely on any external factors. He had to use his own strength to approach Rhinebeck. In the next moment, a new wave of wind blades bombarded him. This time, however, Shifeng moved towards the wind blades. Swords orbit. While his skills and tools were unavailable, his combat techniques were not. The wind blades vanished, one after another, as they collided with Swords orbit. This time, Shifeng didn't retreat by a single step. Following which, Shifeng slowly advanced. The closer Shifeng got to Rhinebeck, the more pressure he felt. Similarly, more wind blades flew towards him. From the initial 5, Shifeng began to face 6 and 7 with each wave. By the time Shifeng was halfway there, he had to protect himself from 10 wind blades at once. However, this still wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Not bad. Unfortunately, your movements are too rigid and mechanical. You are still far from comprehending the truth. You should return and train more. Rhinebeck chuckled. With a light wave of his hand, the attacking wind blades increased from 10 to 15. Moreover, these wind blades were much faster and more powerful than before. The instant a wind blade encountered Swords orbit, Shifeng felt as if his hands had been struck by a steel hammer, the vibrations aching to the bone. With each wind blade Shifeng deflected, he moved ever closer to the edge of the magic array. Chapter 1238. Technique evolves. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1238. Technique evolves. What precise control over his attacks. The more wind blades Shifeng blocked with Swords orbit, the more he understood how amazing Rhinebeck was. As soon as he had started executing Swords orbit, he had become capable of executing more attacks containing more strength. Yet Rhinebeck had responded with more wind blades containing more of his own strength. He attacked with just slightly more than Shifeng could endure, forcing the swordsman to retreat. So this is the 3rd floor trial. It really is a mystery how Silent Entropy had managed to walk away with the legacy in the past. Shifeng glanced at the outer edge of the magic array. He would be forced out of the magic array in a dozen steps at most, yet the wind blades showed no signs of letting up. When Silent Entropy had obtained the sea god's legacy in the past, the man had only been at the flowing water realm. In terms of combat techniques, Silent Entropy was far weaker than the current Shifeng. Yet he had succeeded where Shifeng was about to be blasted out of the magic array. Shifeng simply could not wrap his mind around it. Could the so-called truth be unrelated to a player's combat standards? Shifeng guessed. Just as Shifeng was about to be blasted out of the magic array, he executed void steps and vanished from Rhinebeck's sight. An interesting footwork technique. A small smile graced Rhinebeck's face. He then turned to look at Shifeng, who had appeared elsewhere, and said, "How long can you keep that up?" Saying so, Rhinebeck launched another 15 wind blades, while Shifeng executed void steps once more to avoid them. A domain is truly impressive. Void Steps effect is limited against him. Although Shifeng dodged the incoming wind blades, he couldn't move beyond the array's border and approach Rhinebeck. He could only move along the edge. Void Steps was a special footwork technique that forced others to actively ignore the user's presence. Although Void Steps was effective against Rhinebeck, the technique only distracted the NPC for a brief moment to determine Shifeng's exact location, preventing the NPC from sealing Shifeng's movements completely. Suddenly, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves ascended to the third floor as well. The moment the two players reached the third floor, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Unlike the first and second floors of the Tower of Falling Stars, all challengers converged on the same location upon reaching the final floor. Hence, they had been greeted by the sight of Shifeng appearing and disappearing in the magic array, dodging countless wind blades. They then turned to Shifeng's opponent, but when they realized that his opponent was a Tier 4 NPC, their expressions soured. We're required to fight that Tier 4 NPC for the third floor's trial? Seeing Rhinebeck standing proudly in the array's center, 100 Leaves demanded furiously, "How are we supposed to clear this?" "No. I don't think we're required to defeat the NPC. Otherwise, that brat would have died already," Silent Entropy said as he shook his head. Fear filled his eyes as he stared at Rhinebeck. Tier 4 NPCs were top-class existences even in Sea's End's 12 major cities. Rhinebeck was also the vice-commander of the Sea God's Temple's Night Division. "I don't think we'll be passing the trial this time. It is impossible for magical class players like us to dodge so many wind blades at a time. Moreover, it seems that we can't cast spells or use tools here." As 100 Leaves watched Shifeng struggle, she relaxed. "However, this is acceptable. Although we won't get the legacy, he won't either." However, as 100 Leaves tried to reassure the other commander, Silent Entropy approached the magic array. The instant Silent Entropy entered the magic array, Rhinebeck turned his gaze towards the man. "Another one that doesn't fear death?" Rhinebeck chuckled. "Are you sure you wish to face the challenge?" Stealing another glance at Shifeng, Silent Entropy turned towards Rhinebeck and nodded seriously. "Very good. However, as you are so weak, I won't go all out against you. You'll pass so long as you arrive before me," Rhinebeck explained. As soon as he finished his explanation, 2 wind blades shot towards Silent Entropy, giving the Elementalist no time to prepare. Unlike the wind blades Shifeng faced, the 2 wind blades Silent Entropy faced were much slower. In response, Silent Entropy began to double cast, countering the wind blades with 2 ice arrows. Boom! After a brief pause, the wind blades shattered the ice arrows and continued towards Silent Entropy. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy took the opportunity to move out of the wind blade's attack trajectory, taking 2 steps towards Rhinebeck. That old fox. Realization immediately dawned on 100 Leaves. As the first person to obtain a legacy from the Sea Dragon's secret land, Silent Entropy knew far more secrets than she did. Clearly, the trial before her didn't treat all challengers equally. Rather, it varied depending on the player's strength. Magical classes had an advantage in this trial. After all, a physical class like Shifeng had to counter 15 powerful wind blades at once, whereas magical classes only had to face 2. Moreover, after Silent Entropy entered the magic array, he could still use spells. If that were the case, blocking 2 wind blades would be a piece of cake. Sure enough, Silent Entropy approached Rhinebeck, step by step, by blocking the wind blades with his spells. After realizing the nature of the trial, 100 Leaves dashed into the magic array to challenge the trial. However, despite 100 Leaves also defending herself with spells, she couldn't proceed. She could only move left or right to dodge the incoming wind blades. "What's going on?" 100 Leaves was confused as she glanced at Silent Entropy, who had already taken over a dozen steps forward. "Are my wind blades stronger?" She had similarly grasped double casting and assaulted the wind blades with her spells, yet she was forced to dodge left and right, not forward. If she advanced recklessly, both wind blades would strike her. Seeing Shifeng and 100 Leaves, Silent Entropy smiled as he said, "You youngsters are impressive. It's a pity that you've experienced too few hardships. I'll accept the legacy on your behalves." Silent Entropy took another step forward and finally reached the halfway point. "Not bad. It seems you have an initial understanding of the truth, adventurer. What shall you do with this, then? Saying so, Rhinebeck smiled and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, Silent Entropy had to face 3 wind blades rather than 2. The wind blades had also grown slightly faster. Damn it! They've gotten stronger. Silent Entropy's expression darkened. Hurriedly, he used 2 ice arrows to block 2 of the wind blades. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to dodge to the right to avoid the third. He was no longer able to advance. 100 Leaves could not hide her grin. She had worried that Silent Entropy would really snatch the legacy. It seems that none of us will get the legacy this time. Since that is the case, I won't waste my time here. After seeing this outcome, 100 Leaves lost interest. However, as 100 Leaves was about to give up and leave, Shifeng, who had quietly observed the other 2 from the side, made his move. I see. It's no wonder why I couldn't get through them before, Shifeng muttered in a self-mocking tone. Have you learned something? 100 Leaves asked when she noticed Shifeng laugh for no obvious reason. However, Shifeng did not bother with answering her. Instead, he moved forward to welcome the oncoming wind blades before executing Sword's orbit. Ding, ding, dang. After a series of clangs, he leaped forward rather than being knocked back. How is this possible? 100 Leaves was astonished, unable to understand what had just happened. Impossible. Silent Entropy was similarly shocked. How could you have grasped it so quickly? I have you to thank for that. I wouldn't have figured this out without you. At this moment, Shifeng felt exhilarated. He finally understood why Rhinebeck had said his movements were rigid and mechanical. He hadn't been thinking outside the box. Both his combat style and his technique utilization had been stiff and clumsy. He only knew how to learn the techniques, not how to make the techniques his own. Silent Entropy could both defend and advance because he hadn't stopped moving while he had cast his ice arrows. On the other hand, 100 Leaves had only moved after she finished casting her spells. As she started moving later, it was only natural that she hadn't had enough time to advance. Now that Shifeng understood this truth, he could block the wind blades far more easily. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng crossed the halfway point. At the same time, Rhinebeck increased the number of wind blades he sent at Shifeng. However, the NPC had only added 1 wind blade this time. To Shifeng, who had already reached the Void Realm, this minor increase was no problem. By deflecting the attacks while moving, he had broken through the wind blade's blockade. Upon seeing Shifeng cross the halfway mark, Silent Entropy muttered incredulously, "Is he a monster?" After a short moment, Shifeng stood before Rhinebeck. Chapter 1239. Strongest Legacy Obtained. Hellscythe Underfer Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1239. Strongest Legacy Obtained. Good. Excellent. A hint of praise flashed in Rhinebeck's eyes as he looked at Shifeng, unlike the previous indifference. He looked down at Shifeng as if he were an excellent junior. Who is he? Silent Entropy wore an incredulous expression as he watched Shifeng, unable to calm his pounding heart. He had learned to make a combat technique his own after clearing a legacy trial the last time. However, achieving that was easier said than done. Many of the techniques in God's domain were extreme and contrary to humans' natural movements. The brain programs fixed signals to manipulate the body's muscles based on a person's habits, which allows them to perform actions faster and more efficiently. If one wished to execute God's domain's extreme combat techniques swiftly, they needed to alter their brain's signals. Silent Entropy had spent an entire month reshaping his habits to get to where he was now. Yet, after watching his performance for a few moments, Shifeng had executed the same to a skillful degree. Since someone has passed the trial, the rest can leave, Rhinebeck announced, waving his hand once more. Suddenly, both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were teleported out of the Tower of Falling Stars. In the blink of an eye, both players appeared in the rest area. Commander, why are you out so earlier? Scorpion, who had stood guard by the Resurrection Temple, asked in surprise when 100 Leaves appeared. 100 Leaves had just completed the second floor trial. With the third floor trial's difficulty, logically, it should take her even longer to clear, yet she had only reached the third floor a few minutes ago and was out already. That person has already obtained the legacy, 100 Leaves said, frowning. When she thought about Shifeng's performance in the magic array, she warned her subordinate, It won't be long before he comes out. Keep a close eye on him once he does. He isn't an ordinary player. Commander, rest assured, I'll use the Soul Lock scroll on him the moment he appears. Even if he is more powerful, he won't escape my tracking for 5 hours, Scorpion said, laughing. In God's domain there were many methods of tracking a player. However, there were only a handful of expert trackers like himself. Not only was his tracker subclass at master rank, but he had also obtained the design to produce the Soul Lock scroll in an ancient ruin. The Soul Lock scroll allowed the user to keep a lock on a player's soul. No matter where the targeted player went, he could find them on the system map. Its only flaw was its low accuracy. The map would only tell him the target's general location. However, he could easily deal with this flaw with his Master Tracker subclass. I'll leave this to you. I have to head to the other locations and obtain the legacies there as quickly as possible. 100 Leaves nodded, considering that she worried a little too much. No matter what was said or done, Scorpion was one of the Sacred Temple's peak assassins. With his skills and the various tools, it was impossible for anyone to escape his pursuit. When Uncle Li and the others eventually arrived, it would be very difficult for Shifeng to get away, even if he could grow wings and fly. Following which, 100 Leaves led her subordinates to another cavern. Silent Entropy's fleet did the same. After all, the Sea Dragon Secret Land had more than one legacy. As long as they still had time, they could obtain as many legacies as they wanted. Back on the Tower of Falling Stars' 3rd floor, after Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves teleported out of the tower, Rhinebeck led Shifeng through the magic array to a dazzling golden temple. Numerous crystal pillars had been situated around the temple, and every pillar had an item on top of it. Every item, whether they be tools, weapons, or equipment, was top tier in the current god's domain. Shifeng even saw the secret body technique which he had not taken from the 2nd floor. As expected of the Freedom Alliance's lifeline, the Sea Dragon Secret Land is really extraordinary. Shifeng's eyes shone as he looked at the various items before him. If he could take everything here with him, Zero Wing's strength would skyrocket. Rhinebeck led Shifeng to a stone monument inside the temple. All sorts of divine runes and images had been carved into the stone, depicting ancient history. The entire monument radiated divine might, so Shifeng knew it was extraordinary with a single glance. You have passed the legacy trial, so you can now obtain the Sea God's legacy. However, whether or not you inherit the legacy will depend on your own abilities, Rhinebeck said. He then began to chant an incantation, which caused the massive stone monument to shrink. Eventually, it became a tablet that was only the size of a palm. This is the Sea God's legacy item. How you use it depends on you. Aside from this legacy tablet, you will be awarded 10,000 Sea God's Temple points. You may use these points to trade for items in any Sea God's Temple. Likewise, you can trade for items here. However, once you leave this temple, you will not have access to these items in the future. You can only use your points in the Sea God's temples elsewhere. You may now choose. If you wish to leave this place, step into the magic array. After saying so, Rhinebeck transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. What a pity. If I knew something like this would happen, I would have earned some Sea God's Temple points before coming. Like the War God's Temple, the Sea God's Temple had a point system that allowed players to earn points. Take the runic crystal for example. Each crystal could be traded for 10 points. It was one of the fastest means of earning Sea God's Temple points. The only other method of earning points was to complete special quests from the Sea God's Temple. The reward of 10,000 points was a huge windfall. You would have to spend 1,000 runic crystals to obtain so many. Forget it. Let's see what items are available first. Shifeng walked up to each of the crystal pillars, one after another, investigating the items. There were 88 crystal pillars in the temple. Unfortunately, some were empty. Currently, there were only 82 items available for trade. The cheapest item among them cost 5,000 points, a mysterious iron pick that would make it easier to mine ores. The pick also increased the chances of obtaining high-ranking ores. If auctioned off, it could easily fetch over 100 gold. The most expensive item cost 111,000 points. Naturally, Shifeng wanted this item more than any of the others as it was a fragmented legendary item. It was the sole fragmented legendary item in the temple. The item was called the Sea God's Shield. It could also be restored to legendary rank. An excellent shield's value to a team went without saying. Without a powerful MT, defeating a powerful boss would be very challenging. If an MT used a fragmented legendary shield, killing powerful bosses would become a lot easier. However, Shifeng could only drool over the shield. He didn't have nearly enough points to obtain it. Let's go with the secret body technique first. Shifeng immediately retrieved the secret body technique, which he had failed to obtain before from its pillar. The secret body technique cost 3,600 points. With how valuable the technique was, it was definitely worth the price. The secret spellcasting technique had sold for several 100,000 magic crystals. Yet this technique, which was more valuable, only cost 360 runic crystals. What should I pick with my remaining points? After obtaining the secret body technique, Shifeng considered his options. Every item here was powerful. There was no lack of epic weapons or equipment. He could even trade for rare intermediate magic array designs. Unfortunately, with his remaining points he could only choose 3 more items. Chapter 1240, 3 items. Hellscythe Underserve Empire. Chapter 1240, 3 items. Of the 3 items that caught Shifeng's eye, every one of them was worth as much as the space-time herb garden he obtained. The 3 items were the Mystic's Necklace, the basic enchantment design, and the arcane lightning design. Although he could also choose an epic weapon at the end of the day, an epic weapon could help improve only one player's strength. On the other hand, the 3 aforementioned items could increase the overall strength of an entire guild. The Mystic's Necklace, which cost 6,150 points, was a dark gold necklace. It did not possess any level restrictions and was not meant for combat. Instead, it was a necklace for lifestyle players. Upon equipping the Mystic's Necklace, a lifestyle player would receive a 5% increase to their production success rate as well as a 30% increase to production speed. Setting aside the 5% higher success rate, the 30% increase to production speed could enable Burning Abyss to produce advanced transport carriages at a much faster pace. In turn, this would allow Stone Forest Town to develop much more quickly. Moreover, the Mystic's Necklace would come in handy when manufacturing advanced speedboats in the future. Meanwhile, the basic enchantment design, which cost 6,000 points, allowed enchanters to learn how to produce runestones. Similar to armor kits produced by forgers, runestones strengthened weapons and equipment. However, unlike armor kits, they were consumable items. Like potions, they had effectivity periods. Moreover, players could only strengthen one item at a time with them. Even so, runestones were still highly sought-after items and had been one of the must-have items when raiding dungeons in his past life. Back then, a basic runestone sold for 20 silver. Nevertheless, players had still fought to purchase them. After all, a basic runestone could strengthen an item by 10% for 10 hours. If used on a player's weapon or an MT's shield, it would bring about considerable results. As for the arcane lightning design, it was similarly extraordinary. It cost 6,300 points and was an extremely rare item that required an alchemist and an engineer. Arcane lightning possessed extreme destructive power that was superior to even ordinary Tier 2 magic scrolls and had an effective range of 15 by 15 yards. In the past, wealthy players that entered God's domain after the game had been launched for quite some time would frequently use arcane lightning to grind for levels. However, while their levels indeed skyrocketed, the amount of money they spent was also ridiculous, as a single arcane lightning was even more expensive than an advanced frost grenade. Each one sold for roughly 6 gold. Moreover, even if one made the arcane lightning themselves, the expenditure remained considerably high. Just the materials needed to produce one cost 1 gold. Depending on the people producing them, each arcane lightning could cost anywhere from 2 to 4 gold. All 3 items could make guilds drool over them. Even Shifeng found it difficult to choose between them. If I have to pick one, it will have to be something that can help the guild in the near future. While the arcane lightning is a nice item to grind monsters and do PvP with, it's a pity that it takes too much time and money to make. Moreover, producing it would require a master engineer and a master alchemist for it to be cost-efficient. Shifeng shook his head as he looked at the arcane lightning design. After deciding to give up on it, he shifted his gaze to the Mystic's Necklace and basic enchantment design. The Mystic's Necklace will be of great help to only one lifestyle player. And within the short term, its usefulness would be limited to accelerating the production of the advanced transport carriage. In the end, it seems the basic enchantment design is the better choice. The basic runestone would be a boon to both ordinary and elite players. It was a very beneficial item for large guilds. Currently, the various large guilds in God's domain should not have obtained the basic enchantment design yet. If he could mass-produce basic runestones, they would definitely sell like hotcakes. Moreover, the cost of making the basic runestone was not very high, only around 7 silver. Its production difficulty and production time were also relatively low. Even advanced enchanters could produce them at a reliable rate. This was a good opportunity to extend the candlelight trading firm's fame further. Moreover, the basic enchantment design was different from regular production designs, where each design normally allowed only one player to learn it. Up to 5 enchanters could learn the basic enchantment design. Hence, there was no need to worry about the production volume being too low. Following which, Shifeng chose to exchange for the basic enchantment design. His remaining points immediately fell to just 400. Now that I've already obtained everything that I should get, it's about time I leave this place. Shifeng stored the basic enchantment design with satisfaction before turning around and walking to the teleportation magic array. At the rest area of the Sea God's Legacy, Passing Monarch and the other members of Third Fleet were currently lingering on the island. Although they had not cleared the second-floor trial of the Tower of Falling Stars, they had gained a considerable harvest from the secret footwork technique taught on the first floor. Even though they hadn't managed to master the footwork, they could still use it for reference. Unlike players on land, players at the sea's end focused mainly on naval battles. Players had never attempted to incorporate personal combat techniques into naval battles. However, after learning the secret footwork technique, they realized that such a thing was possible. Commander, look at Identical Summer's side. They don't seem to be showing signs of leaving at all. Do you think they're planning to steal the legacy? Blue Joy asked worriedly as she looked at Identical Summer's group, who were currently resting at a distance. In the previous naval battle, Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider had both suffered grievous losses. Particularly, Identical Summer had forfeited his small sailboat to Shifeng. Only a gullible fool would believe that he did not have any ulterior motives right now. Ignore him. If they couldn't take advantage of us before, it is even more impossible for them to do so now. Rather than camping here, it would be much better for them to simply search for legacies in the other caverns, Passing Monarch said, chuckling. He did not mind Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider's actions at all. Once Yifeng returns, we'll immediately head for another cavern. Previously, their battle against the magic whale had lost them over half their members. The survivors had also been in a battered state. Even then, they had still managed to win against Identical Summer's and Heavenly Spider's fleets. Now that everyone from Third Fleet had regrouped and recovered back to their peak state, with the inclusion of an expert like Shifeng, what could Identical Summer and the others possibly hope to achieve? On the other side, Identical Summer was currently glaring at Passing Monarch and his crew. Enjoy it while you can. You all will get to feel complacent for only a little bit longer, Identical Summer sneered. Brother Summer, are you really going to sever all pretenses with Passing Monarch? Heavenly Spider asked worriedly. You've already seen that person's strength for yourself. Even Mad Beast and the other House of Seas experts were no match for him. If we continue fighting against him, we might end up not getting a single legacy at all this time. What are you worried about? I have naturally taken this point into consideration. While Mad Beast and the others aren't a match for them, even if Passing Monarch and the others are more powerful, do you think they can overpower every fleet in the Freedom Alliance? Identical Summer asked, a crazed look in his eyes. You couldn't have. Heavenly Spider suddenly thought of a possibility and he couldn't help but shudder. That's right. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I notified the other fleets regarding Passing Monarch obtaining the greatest legacy as well as 2 small sailboats, Identical Summer said, laughing. The other fleet commanders have already agreed to cooperate with us for the sole purpose of preventing Passing Monarch from ruling over the Freedom Alliance with an iron fist in the future. Whether it is the 2 small sailboats or the strongest legacy of the Sea Dragon Secret Land, Passing Monarch should not even think of keeping either one. Out at sea, we might not be able to do anything against Passing Monarch now that he has 2 small sailboats. However, on land, only death awaits them. The experts of the other fleets have long since hidden themselves on the island. Once that person comes out, it will be doomsday for Passing Monarch and his crew, Identical Summer said, laughing maniacally. The operation this time involved not only the 2nd and 4th fleets but also every other fleet aside from 3rd Fleet. Even Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves had dispatched some of their subordinates to help out. Even if Passing Monarch doubled his fleet's member count, he would have no chance of victory at all. At this moment, an assassin who was sneaking around the Resurrection Temple suddenly reported, "Commander, that person just came out from the Resurrection Temple." Chapter 1241. Taking Action Without Hesitation. Hellscythe Undersea Vampire. Chapter 1241. Taking Action Without Hesitation. News of Shi Feng's exit from the Resurrection Temple spread like wildfire. Practically every fleet commander of the Freedom Alliance received the word at the same time. He's finally out? Silent Entropy smiled as he read the message his subordinate had just sent him. Although you've managed to obtain the legacy, it won't be that easy for you to take it away. Compared to the other fleets, he had a much greater understanding of the Sea Dragon's secret land. After all, he had been the one to discover the secret land in the first place. How could he possibly let someone else obtain the Sea God's legacy so easily? Leaves, are you really going to cooperate with them? The cloaked woman asked as she looked at 100 Leaves, who was currently commanding a battle. The secret temple had long since made arrangements for such situations. They didn't need to cooperate with the other fleets to deal with Shi Feng. As long as Shi Feng exited the secret land, whether it was obtaining the Sea God's legacy or completing the Demon God's quest, they could easily achieve both by themselves. Cooperate? 100 Leaves could not help but giggle. How could I possibly cooperate with them? I simply wish to see what kind of trump cards that person still has. Previously, whether it was his fight against Identical Summer or his performance inside the Legacy Land, I kept feeling that he was still holding back a lot of his strength. Now that Identical Summer has banded together with the experts of the other fleets, I believe that even that man won't be able to continue holding back. If Identical Summer and the others do have some way to kill that man, I'll have Scorpion hinder them when the time comes. After all, that is the Sea God's legacy we're talking about. We absolutely cannot afford to let the other fleets have it. When the cloaked woman heard this, she immediately came to a realization. She had never thought that 100 Leaves had actually taken such factors into consideration. This way Shi Feng really was doomed. As long as he left the secret land, there would be no escape for him. Outside the Resurrection Temple, as soon as Shi Feng came out, Passing Monarch walked up to him excitedly. "Brother Yifeng, you truly are amazing. Despite all the efforts Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves have put in, you still managed to snatch the legacy from them. I'm guessing that they're bursting with rage right about now," Passing Monarch said, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at the swordsman. After all was said and done, the Freedom Alliance was an overlord at the sea's end. Meanwhile, the foundations of both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were among the best in the Freedom Alliance. Nonetheless, Shi Feng had actually managed to steal the legacy from those two by relying on his own strength. "Sorry for the wait. Let's set out for the other caverns now." Shi Feng simply smiled in response to Passing Monarch's words, not commenting on the legacy he obtained. He had already seen the Sea God's legacy for himself, and it was definitely one of the most incredible legacies he had seen. The reason for this was the legacy tablet allowing not only one player to obtain a legacy but 10. This was an incredible matter. After all, even obtaining one legacy in God's domain was already quite a challenge, not to mention 10 in one go. Meanwhile, among these 10 players, one could obtain the Sea God's legacy, while the remaining 9 could obtain the Sea God's Protector's legacy. Players who inherited these legacies would receive a portion of the Sea God's strength. Moreover, the player who inherited the Sea God's legacy would receive greater power from the legacy the more Sea God's Protectors they had. "All right. Let's move out right away." Passing Monarch nodded. However, as soon as Passing Monarch said so, Identical Summer suddenly appeared, wearing a smile on his face as he looked at Passing Monarch and Shi Feng. At the same time, a large group of players came out from the forest one after another, their numbers reaching close to 400. These players surrounded Shi Feng's group completely. "Brother Monarch, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Identical Summer said, laughing. "Look at how pitiful we are. Even after we entered the secret land, we still ended up obtaining nothing at all. You, on the other hand, have made a fortune. Shouldn't you make a gesture of goodwill? Passing Monarch's complexion turned incredibly grim as he observed his surroundings. Currently, it wasn't just identical Summer's men that were present. He could also see well-known experts of 1st Fleet to 11th Fleet here. Our 3rd Fleet has already obtained the legacy. Are you still thinking of stealing it from us? In a deep tone, Passing Monarch said, could you have forgotten about the contract we signed before we entered this place? What you say is indeed true. Our various fleets did sign a contract barring us from stealing the legacies others have obtained. However, we have no plans on stealing your legacy right now. We only want those 2 small sailboats of yours. Of course, you can also choose not to give them. However, you'll have to die several times until you are forcefully teleported out of the secret land. Identical Summer sneered. They dared not violate the conditions of the contract. Otherwise, they would receive a severe penalty from the system. However, the contract they signed back then was not perfect, including many exploitable loopholes. Everyone had deliberately ignored these loopholes in order to prevent one fleet from gaining too large of a monopoly. Otherwise, they would have long since signed a contract that barred all aggression against each other while inside the secret land. Despicable. Passing Monarch's complexion paled in anger. However, he was also helpless about this situation. Although he too had known about the loopholes in the contract, he never thought that a day would come when every other fleet would join hands to target him. Well, what's your decision? Are you going to hand over the small sailboats, or do you wish to die in here time and again? Identical Summer laughed in ridicule. How about we give it a test? In any case, we have plenty of time right now. Although we won't be able to have every one of you sent back to level 0, we should have no problems getting a few of you there. Players couldn't leave the Sea Dragon secret land within 6 hours of entry. Only after 6 hours had passed could players teleport out of the secret land through the starting point. Either that or get forcibly kicked out of the secret land after 10 hours had passed. There was a resurrection temple in the various rest points of the secret land, and any player killed within a cavern would get resurrected at the rest point of that particular cavern. Meanwhile, unlike the outside world, players that died here would get resurrected immediately. Although players would not lose one whole level after dying, killing a particular player back to level 0 would still be a piece of cake. One could say that this was the risk of entering the Sea Dragon secret land. Hearing Identical Summer's words, the expressions of the 3rd Fleet's members turned grim, a hint of fear flashing across their eyes. They had spent a lot of time and effort to reach their levels. Getting killed back to level 0 was unthinkable. At this time, Tyrant Dynasty, the commander of 7th Fleet, shouted, "Why are we still wasting words with them? After they die a few times, they'll naturally become obedient." From the very beginning, they had no intention of letting Passing Monarch's fleet leave here in one piece. The reason for this was the sheer number of fleets in the Freedom Alliance. There was simply not enough resources to share with everyone. Hence, their condition for cooperating with Identical Summer was the expulsion of the 3rd Fleet from the Freedom Alliance. In the past, their various fleets had banded together to form the Freedom Alliance because they were too weak individually. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Freedom Alliance currently occupied 3 of the 12 major cities at the sea's end. They had both wealth and manpower. If they kicked a fleet out of the Freedom Alliance, they would obtain much more resources for themselves. However, as soon as Tyrant Dynasty finished speaking, Shattering suddenly appeared before him, the sacred sword lightly cutting across the 7th Fleet's commander. 2 blue flashes enveloped Tyrant Dynasty. Before anyone could react to what was going on, Tyrant Dynasty was already lying motionless on the ground. So fast. Passing Monarch had an incredulous look on his face as he looked at the corpse of the level 43 berserker lying at Shattring's feet. Compared to the attacks Shattering had displayed in the previous battle, despite these 2 sword slashes being of equal speed, these attacks gave off an indescribably natural and sharp feeling. Everyone was also stunned by this situation. Shattering had actually taken action without the slightest bit of hesitation. Glancing at the corpse at his feet, Shattering smiled as he said, "I very much agree with your opinion. Once you all die a few times, you'll naturally learn to be obedient." Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. Hellscythe Underservampire. Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. You. Identical Summer had an astonished look on his face as he stared at Shifeng. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shifeng's mind. He had clearly placed Shifeng at an absolute disadvantage. Normally, the swordsman should have tried to delay for as much time as possible. Yet, before their side had even made a move, Shifeng had already taken action. What an interesting person. He actually dares to take the initiative to attack even in such a situation. Scorpion, who was watching from afar, was slightly surprised by this situation. The people Identical Summer had on his side this time were completely different from before. Among the 400 or so players, over half were experts dispatched from the other fleets, and even the weakest among them could reach the 5th floor of the trial tower. Scorpion himself would have no choice but to flee if he faced so many experts. Even if he really had to fight, he would have chosen to do so in favorable terrain and conduct a battle of attrition to whittle down his opponents one by one. Despite that, Shifeng had chosen to start a fight in a wide-open area. If a battle occurred in such an open area, the side with numbers would naturally possess a greater advantage. After all, every player on the battlefield could launch an attack, allowing a team to exert its strength fully. At this moment, Passing Monarch felt like weeping. Now that Shifeng had made a move, peace was off the table. Attack! Slaughter them! Identical Summer shouted, pointing at Shifeng. Immediately, the team of nearly 400 players swarmed towards Shifeng and Passing Monarch's crew. Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors charged at the forefront, followed by the other melee and ranged classes. The healers promptly cast Truth Shield or Protection on the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors. With these buffs, coupled with the HP these MTs possessed, they could easily endure over -40,000 damage. Those, in combination with their innate damage reduction and the fact that they were experts, would guarantee that they would not be killed instantly, even under a bombardment of numerous fireballs from powerful elementalists. What a powerful defense! Passing Monarch felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the approaching MTs. Ranged players would be helpless against this iron wall-like defensive formation. Even when Blue Joy, one of the strongest ranged DPS in the 3rd Fleet, worked together with several other ranged players, she could not reduce the frontmost Guardian Knight's HP below 50% before said Guardian Knight got healed back to full HP. Right now they could not even escape to the distant forest. Just as Identical Summer's group moved increasingly closer and the enemy ranged players were about to enter attacking range, Passing Monarch took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and began chanting. Suddenly, golden spears shot at the enemy MTs. A useless struggle, Identical Summer ridiculed. The current battle was different from the one on his small sailboat. Every player here could fully exert their combat power instead of being hindered by a narrow battlefield. In the next moment, the various MTs all activated their life-saving skills one after another, having the damage they received. Even when struck by the golden spears, they only lost around 10,000 HP. Moreover, these MTs had also managed to dodge the majority of these spear attacks. Each one of them received only 2 or 3 spears at most. The 40 or so healers standing at the rear needed to cast only 1 or 2 heals to bring the MTs back to full HP. Passing Monarch's Tier 2 magic scroll posed no threat whatsoever. Following which, Identical Summer's group continued to close in on Passing Monarch's crew. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the 30+ experts from the House of Seas had immediately surrounded Shifeng as soon as the fight began. "You are very strong. This time, however, we will no longer be careless," Mad Beast said, his gaze fixed on Shifeng. Previously, the House of Seas experts had fought Shifeng without knowing his true strength. They also had no clue regarding his skills. As a result, he caught them off guard and eventually annihilated them. This time, however, they had come fully prepared. In the next moment, 3 level 43 summoners each took out a Tier 2 summoning scroll and promptly activated the scrolls. Tier 2 summoned creatures were equivalent to Lord-ranked monsters. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, these creatures were much stronger than the current Tier 1 assassins and berserkers. Moreover, the Tier 2 summoned creatures were all above level 50, which made their basic attributes far superior to those of current players. At the same time as the 3 summoners were activating their Tier 2 summoning scrolls, 5 elementalists standing at a distance each took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and activated an AoE attack spell that cast anywhere from 1 to 2 dozen attacks. These elementalists then controlled the attacks to bombard Shifeng simultaneously. They acknowledged that they were no match against Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. However, even if Shifeng was more powerful, faced with numerous attacks coming from all sides, how many could he possibly dodge? Even if the swordsman were struck only once or twice in each attack wave, without the support of a healer he would eventually succumb to death. Meanwhile, Mad Beast and the other assassin experts also entered stealth and approached Shifeng. "Leaves, that person is dead for sure this time," the cloaked woman said as she watched the livestream from Scorpion. "Even Scorpion and the others won't be able to save him in time." Against Tier 2 spells coming from all directions and 3 Lord-ranked monsters, current players simply had no way to survive, unless they possessed invulnerability. Identical Summer really is ruthless. 100 Leaves also frowned at this situation. She never thought that Identical Summer and the others would be willing to waste so many magic scrolls to kill Shifeng. "It seems we have no choice but to have Scorpion use a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll." Just as Scorpion had received his orders and was about to take out a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll from his bag, a silver magic array suddenly appeared in the sky, covering everyone present. The Tier 1 absolute time sure is scary. Its effective range has actually increased by so much. Shifeng smiled as he looked at the silver magic array in the sky. This magic array was the result of Shifeng activating the Tier 1 absolute time, which he had just sacrificed a ton of EXP to level up. Mad Beast and the others' performance had exceeded his expectations. In such a flat and open terrain, even he would not be able to handle the attacks of so many Tier 2 magic scrolls and expert players. Hence he had no choice but to use his strategic skill Absolute Time. Previously, at Tier 0 Level 7, Absolute Time could only prevent enemies from using any skills, spells and tools within an area of 100 by 100 yards for 24 seconds. After it reached Tier 1 Level 1 however, its effective area had expanded to 200 by 200 yards. Now not only could the strategic skill cover the entire battlefield, but its duration had also increased to 30 seconds. The only downside of the skill's level up was that its cooldown had increased from 2 minutes, 30 seconds to 3 minutes. This situation had cost Shifeng the EXP from killing the Blackstone Chieftain and completing the Legacy Trial. However, due to Absolute Time, the Tier 2 spells flying towards Shifeng simultaneously vanished into nothingness. It was as if the spells had never been cast. The magic arrays maintaining the Tier 2 summoned creatures had also been abruptly shattered. Identical Summer and the others who were currently fighting Passing Monarch's crew a short distance away, found themselves unable to use any of their skills, spells and tools. Not good. This is an AoE silencing skill. Everyone quickly leave the spell's range. Mad Beast, who was forced out of his stealth state, shouted hurriedly. In God's domain, both ordinary players and expert players were heavily reliant on skills and spells in combat. Suddenly preventing them from using skills and spells was akin to robbing a tiger of its fangs and claws. Their combat power would fall by more than half. However, even as Mad Beast's words entered everyone's ears, Shifeng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind Identical Summer, using Chop to kill the latter instantly. At the same time, Shifeng also switched the Aura of Time to the Aura of Fire and promptly cast Firestorm over Mad Beast. Scorching flames rose from the ground, killing more than 30 experts on the spot. Only those with quick reactions had managed to avoid the raging inferno in time. Following which, Shifeng turned around and used Lighting Edge on the players assaulting Passing Monarch's team. Unable to use any of their skills, the players targeting Passing Monarch and the others fell helplessly to the innumerable arcs of lightning. In the blink of an eye, over 100 players collapsed, weapons and equipment scattered around their bodies. Shifeng turned the tables on Identical Summer's group in an instant. Faced against expert players barred from using their skills, Passing Monarch and the Third Fleet members possessed an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, Shifeng had an even easier time slaughtering players. He was practically killing one player with each attack. By the time Identical Summer's group had escaped Absolute Time's effective range, less than 30 members remained alive. In contrast, not a single one had died on Passing Monarch's side. Is this his hidden trump card? 100 Leaves' expression darkened considerably when she saw the live stream Scorpion sent her. Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. After escaping Absolute Time's effective area, the other fleets had less than 30 members alive. If they continued fighting Passing Monarch's team of 90 players, there was no doubt that they would be annihilated. Right now their only option was to flee. However, for Shifeng, who greatly surpassed them in basic attributes, hunting them down was a piece of cake. While the sturdy Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors could endure a few hits, the other classes couldn't even last a moment against Shifeng's swords. Almost every time Shifeng swung his blades, a player died. What fast swordsmanship! Scorpion unconsciously gulped as he observed the battle from his distant hiding spot. Every one of Identical Summer's survivors was incredibly powerful. They would definitely be considered top-class experts in any large guild, yet not one of these experts had managed to block Shifeng's attacks. Watching from afar, it seemed as if these players' reactions were slightly delayed, only lifting their weapons to block after Shifeng's swords had bit into them. As a peak assassin, Scorpion knew very well that this result wasn't due to these players being slow. Rather, Shifeng's attacks were simply too fast. However, the speed Shifeng displayed was different from his previous fight against Mad Beast on Identical Summer's small sailboat. Back then, Shifeng's speed had been the result of his high attack speed. His current speed, however, was due to his amazing reaction speed. It is fortunate that we didn't try to ambush him before. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Scorpion was relieved when he thought back to how his party had prepared to ambush Shifeng. Shifeng's extraordinary basic attributes made it impossible to fight him in a melee battle. One had to fight him from a distance. Mad Beast and the others' decision to use Tier 2 summoning scrolls and Tier 2 magic scrolls was wise. Unfortunately, nobody could have expected that Shifeng had saved an AoE silencing skill. This skill instantly increased the difficulty of killing the swordsman. Unless these players could surpass Shifeng's basic attributes and techniques, or surround him with a large group of peak experts with similar basic attributes, killing Shifeng was practically impossible. Scorpion, did you get a lock on him? 100 Leaves asked. I've locked onto his soul. No matter where he goes, I'll find him, Scorpion reported confidently after checking the tracking system. Good. Continue keeping an eye on him and make sure you do not arouse any suspicion. Keep updating Uncle Lee about his situation. 100 Leaves smiled in satisfaction. Thanks to Identical Summer and the other fleets working together to deal with Shifeng, Uncle Lee and his team had a greater chance of killing him. An AoE silence was indeed a troublesome skill. However, if one knew about it beforehand, they could find a way to cope. Commander, relax. He won't discover me, Scorpion said, grinning. The Soul Lock scroll kept a record of the aura released by the target's soul, and it would not display any status effects on the targeted player. There was no way for the targeted player to find out that they were being tracked. While Scorpion had given his report, Shifeng had finished with the reaming fleet experts. Corpses and items littered the sandy beach. Big Brother Yifeng, you are simply too amazing. Now that Identical Summer and the others have been annihilated, I want to see they try to stand in our way. Reverence lit Blue Joy's eyes as she looked at Shifeng. Whether it was the previous battle against Identical Summer's fleet on the water or the current battle against the combined expert team the fleets had formed, Shifeng had easily turned the tide of battle by himself. If this tale were retold, nobody would believe it. Shifeng was practically a living myth. Although Identical Summer and the others would not lose an entire level from 1 or 2 deaths, players killed inside the secret land would drop a weapon or piece of equipment. The items Identical Summer and the others had donned the best items they had before the fight. It would be nearly impossible to find suitable replacements in a short time. They could only use their backup items. This would significantly impact their combat powers. Worse, if they had not prepared any backup items, their combat powers would fall even further. Identical Summer would have to think twice before picking a fight with them now. Brother Yifeng, before Identical Summer and the others hurry back, let's use this opportunity to get out of here, Passing Monarch suggested. Players that died inside the secret land would automatically resurrect in the nearest resurrection temple. It would be very easy for Identical Summer and the others to regroup. Meanwhile, Shifeng's AoE silencing skill was not without a cooldown. If Identical Summer and the others surrounded them once again, their chances of victory would drop. No. Let's ambush them at the resurrection temple, Shifeng said, shaking his head. If we leave for another cavern by the time we get out, they will be prepared to take us on again. We have to strike while the iron is hot. We'll ambush them before they can prepare. Once we cripple them, they'll be powerless against us even after we obtain other legacies. Although Passing Monarch had considered the same option, they had only defeated Identical Summer and the others so easily due to Shifeng's AoE silencing skill. Without it, what were they going to use to ambush Identical Summer? Relax. Take these. One for each person. When the time comes, throw them at my command. Shifeng understood Passing Monarch's concerns. Immediately, he retrieved the last 22 basic mana pulse bombs he had from his bag and handed them to Passing Monarch and his team. When Passing Monarch saw the basic mana pulse bomb, an excited expression appeared on his face. With so many of these bombs, they could even annihilate a 1,000-man team, much less Identical Summer and the others. Outside the Resurrection Temple, Identical Summer and the others have already begun to reorganize their team. Damn it! I lost a pair of top-tier bracers. Just you wait. I'll make sure you lose every item you have. Identical Summer burned with rage. The first time Shifeng had killed him, he had lost his top-tier pauldrons. Fortunately, he had a replacement in his bag. However, he did not have a backup for his bracers. While Identical Summer and the others rested, someone shouted in the team chat. Passing Monarch and the others are heading this way. Everyone immediately searched their surroundings and quickly spotted Shifeng charging towards them with Passing Monarch's group. Good. You dare to seek me out on your own. Identical Summer's blood rushed as he watched Shifeng and his team run towards him. Kill them all and take back our weapons and equipment. The other experts excitedly expressed their agreement. Compared to the previous battle, they had even more motivation to wipe out Shifeng and the others. Quickly, everyone took up their positions. The Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors moved forward, and the ranged players prepared for combat. As soon as Shifeng and the others were within range, the opposing experts bombarded them with attacks. Unsatisfied with the situation, Identical Summer even activated a Tier 2 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Boom. A series of explosions shook the grotto, throwing dirt and dust into the air. Identical Summer really is ruthless. He's even used a large-scale destruction magic scroll that should have mostly wiped out Passing Monarch and his men. Scorpion, who observed the battle from a distance, muttered. However, as soon as Scorpion had said so, a group of people burst forth from the dust clouds. These people were none other than Shifeng and the Third Fleet. Every player was unharmed as Shifeng's absolute defense had absorbed all of the damage. With sufficient distance between the combatants, Shifeng shouted, "Kill them!" Immediately, 7 players tossed out the basic mana pulse bombs, the bomb's radius enveloping Identical Summer's joint team. Boom. After a series of explosions, only weapons and equipment remained. Second wave, get ready. Everyone else, deal with the survivors. Make sure you collect all of the dropped weapons and equipment. Shifeng commanded when he saw a few dozen people still alive. With Shifeng's command, Passing Monarch's people set out to hunt down the survivors. For players carrying basic mana pulse bombs charged into the Resurrection Temple, executing another round against the recently resurrected. Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. The Resurrection Temple was not very large. 4 or 5 basic mana pulse bombs were more than enough to cover the area. As a result, Identical Summer and the others died again and again. Although they had not lost any levels, they had each lost 5 or 6 weapons and pieces of equipment so far. That was practically half of their items. Needless to say, their combat powers had decreased tremendously. Despite their numerical advantage, they were no longer a threat to Passing Monarch's fleet. Passing Monarch, you're going too far. At the end of the day, we are still members of the Freedom Alliance. Identical Summer shouted at Passing Monarch and Shifeng, who currently stood in the Resurrection Temple's entrance. Are you trying to make an enemy of all 10 of our fleets? If these members were only from the 2nd and 4th fleets, Passing Monarch could pay them no heed. However, the players present included experts from every fleet with the exception of 3rd. If Passing Monarch made enemies of all 10 fleets, he couldn't remain in the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance was comprised of the independent faction and the small guild faction. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch had only risen to the third seat in the alliance due to the support from the other independent adventurer fleets. If Passing Monarch lost that support with his fleet's current strength, he could easily be knocked down to the bottom of the Freedom Alliance. If Passing Monarch made enemies of everyone, he wouldn't even receive scraps in the future. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before Passing Monarch and his fleet were forced out of the Freedom Alliance. Passing Monarch's expression darkened upon hearing this, glaring at Identical Summer. Although he was frustrated, he whispered to Shi Feng, suggesting, "Brother Yi Feng, if we continue this fight, every fleet here will become an enemy. If that happens, our future plans will be affected." Part of the reason that he had become the third fleet's commander was that he had worked with the other independent adventurer fleets during past city defenses. If he broke all pretenses with the other fleets here and were kicked out of their circle, it would become far more difficult to contest for the Freedom Alliance's first seat in the future. "I understand." Shi Feng nodded. Seeing Passing Monarch and his people halt their attack, Identical Summer chuckled and said, "Monarch, it's good that you are aware of the situation. Let's forget about this matter altogether. However, you must return the items our member lost. After all, they were originally ours." He had suffered severe losses in this visit to the secret land. Not only had he lost his small sailboat, but he had also lost half of his equipment. His subordinates had suffered severe losses as well. Recovering from these battles would take a long time. With the situation now in his favor, he had to ask for the items back. Identical Summer is too shameless. He clearly attacked us first. Now that he knows he can't beat us, he's using the masses to pressure us. Blue Joy was furious. However, she was also powerless to do anything about Identical Summer's shamelessness. As Passing Monarch hesitated over his decision, Shi Feng used silent steps and appeared behind Identical Summer once more, his sacred sword slashing down on the elementalist. A streak of blue light bisected Identical Summer's body. Only after killing Ray had cut through his body did Identical Summer realize what had just occurred. He could not fathom why Shi Feng would dare to make an enemy of practically every fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Although Identical Summer wanted to say something, his vision had already darkened, and his body no longer reacted as it collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Shi Feng picked up the dark gold staff the man had dropped. Everyone was stunned. Passing Monarch's jaw hit the ground. Passing Monarch even wondered if Shi Feng had understood his prior words. "If you wish to leave this place, it is very simple. From now on, I'll give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the 50 players still standing in this resurrection temple may leave. You can keep your spoils of war. Any who linger best prepare themselves." Shi Feng warned, smiling as he glanced at every enemy expert. He then walked towards the temple's entrance, checking the system clock. Identical Summer might know how to use the masses to his advantage, but the elementalist was 10 years too early if he thought that he could use an unstable alliance like this against Shi Feng. "You're looking to die. Don't listen to him. He wouldn't dare move against us." Identical Summer, who just resurrected, shouted. However, as soon as Identical Summer finished speaking, another chaotic battle raged in the Resurrection Temple. There was no longer an alliance to speak of. Nobody present wished to lose the weapons and equipment they had struggled to obtain. Moreover, when they thought about Shi Feng's demonic prowess, they stopped caring about what was right or wrong. Finishing off the members of the other fleets was far more important right now. Watching everyone kill each other, Mad Beast turned to the slim elementalist beside him and asked, "Saint, what should we do?" "Kill. We can't bet our fate on that lunatic, hoping he's not so bold as to provoke the other fleets," Frost Saint said, sighing. "Moreover, we can more or less make up for some of our losses in this slaughter." "All right." Mad Beast licked his lips. Immediately he joined the fray. As for making a break for the temple's entrance, that was definitely not an option. Shi Feng instantly killed the few players that tried. He could only hope that Shi Feng would keep to his word. Time passed quickly. Everyone inside the Resurrection Temple grew frenzied as they slaughtered each other. As soon as a player died and resurrected, they rejoined the battle. Players died just as fast as they had against the basic mana pulse bombs. Watching the bloodbath, Passing Monarch and Blue Joy were shocked. When they looked at Shi Feng, who sat by the temple's entrance, cold sweat dripped down their backs. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they stood on this man's side. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly horrific. With just a few words, Shi Feng had shattered the 10 fleets' temporary alliance and turned them all against each other as he watched their strength wane. A demon. He was definitely a demon. After 3 minutes, silence descended upon the Resurrection Temple. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Those who rejoiced stood in the center of the main hall. These people were the 50 survivors after the 3 minutes. As for those that resurrected after the time limit, they stood in the back of the temple, hatred shining in their eyes as they glared at the 50 survivors. As promised, you may leave. Shi Feng addressed the victors. Hearing Shi Feng's words, these people breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Shi Feng would change his mind, they dashed out of the Resurrection Temple. The remaining players were a miserable sight to behold due to the lost equipment and levels. Inside the secret land, players would lose 5% of their EXP each time they died. Even so, these players had lost more than one level. The majority of the items they currently wore were no more than temporary replacements. Some even wore level 30 bronze equipment. As these players watched Shi Feng approach, fear filled their eyes. They all regretted participating in this operation. Aside from Identical Summer, everyone may leave after contributing a portion of your souls, Shi Feng announced after meeting each player's eyes. Although they weren't sure what Shi Feng intended, after hearing that they could leave this demon's den, they agreed to his demands without hesitation. After all, a temporary weakened state was far better than dying back to level 0. Just you wait. I will not let a single one of you get away. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Identical Summer's expression twisted. He then logged out of the game, ignoring the severe penalty the system would impose as a result. Elsewhere, the other fleet commanders had received news of this situation, and every one of them was flabbergasted. Chapter 1245. Making Everyone an Enemy. Halscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1245. Making Everyone an Enemy. Has Passing Monarch lost his mind? He actually dared to pull a coup? Silent Entropy's expression turned frosty as he listened to his subordinate's report. Not only had the 10 fleet's various experts lost 1 or 2 levels each, but they had also lost the majority of their weapons and equipment. The loss was significant. Each fleet had entered the secret land with their top experts. Every piece of equipment they wore was considered top tier at this stage of the game. They had invested a lot of time and effort to obtain these top-tier weapons and equipment. It would take a very long time for these experts to recover to their peak. It would have been fine if they had only lost 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Now that they had lost more than half of what they owned, Passing Monarch had undoubtedly made enemies of the 10 fleets. Although Silent Entropy admitted that turning the fleets against each other in the end had been ingenious, it was also a fact that none of the Freedom Alliance's fleets would cooperate with Passing Monarch in the future. This would not benefit Passing Monarch when he competed for the Freedom Alliance's first seat. Meanwhile, in the Resurrection Temple, everyone was shocked by Identical Summer's ruthless action. Identical Summer is quite bold. He actually dared to log out inside the secret land. What's so impressive about that? If it were up to me, I'd say that that monster is the amazing one. He had actually forced Identical Summer down this path. If I were in Identical Summer's position, I probably would have done the same. Now that Identical Summer has made such a decisive move, he will not let this matter rest until one of them has been destroyed. Everyone chatted quietly as they stared at Identical Summer's previous location. They could not help but feel a chill crawl down their spines when they recalled the hatred and madness in Identical Summer's eyes as he forcefully logged out of the game. In the outside world, if players forcefully logged out of the game, the system would impose a penalty, which was slightly more severe than the usual death penalty. If one did the same thing inside the secret land, the penalty would multiply by several times. Players would also be barred from logging into God's domain for a considerable amount of time. At this stage, even losing 1 level would drive a player mad. If they forcefully logged out inside the secret land, not only would they lose multiple levels, but they would also lose several items. That was on top of being barred from logging in for some time. No one would be so bold as to accept such a penalty willingly. However, Identical Summer had no other choice. After all, the system's penalty was slightly less damaging than staying. On the top floor of the Ferris skyscraper, The cover of a virtual gaming cabin slowly opened. Once the cabin opened fully, a man climbed out. The man wore a grim expression, his chilling gaze forcing a shudder from anyone it fell upon. This man was Xianxia. He was also known as Identical Summer, the commander of the Freedom Alliance's Second Fleet. Nobody would have ever imagined that the commander of Second Fleet was actually the young master of the Xia Corporation. Although the Xia Group was not a powerful international corporation, it was one of the country's first-rate corporations. Passing monarch. And that damnable brat as well. I won't let either of them off the hook. Xianxia slammed his palm on the wooden desk before him in rage, shattering the desk. The strength he displayed was not one bit inferior to a professional fighter's. Immediately he tapped the quantum watch on his wrist and called a particular number. Hello? Viper? Look into 2 people for me. Both are God's domain players. I'll send the information I have on them to you in a moment. If you help me discover their true identities, there will be no lack of benefits. Young Master Xia, what a rare occurrence. Since you've made the request, I'll get it done right away. Rest assured, no one can hide from me, the person called Viper responded, laughing. Nodding, Xianxia disconnected the call. He revealed a sinister grin. Just you wait. Anyone who dares to oppose me will not find a pleasant ending. Xianxia laughed. Although the main god system protected every player's information, and players normally modified their appearances, making it very difficult to learn their true identities, Xianxia rather trusted Viper's capabilities. After all, this was not the first time Viper had completed such a task. Meanwhile, inside the Resurrection Temple, Shifeng collected one soul after another. With the number of players present, he could collect enough to produce 3 drops of soul water, and he planned to stockpile the soul water for learning the secret body technique. The secret spellcasting technique he had previously obtained catered mainly to magical class players. To Shifeng, the secret technique was negligible. However, the secret body technique was suitable for all players. Since he didn't need to share the slots this time, he had to prepare more soul water. He was currently in Sea's End. He had also hidden his identity under his black cloak. Aside from Passing Monarch and a few other trusted players, nobody knew his exact identity. Unlike in the Starmoon Kingdom, he did not have to worry about implicating Zero Wing. Right now, the most he had to worry about was an ambush from dark players. Shifeng quickly collected over 300 souls, producing 3 drops of soul water in the soul orb. Now that I don't have to worry about exposing my identity in Sea's End, I can use this opportunity to collect more soul water. Many ideas swam in Shifeng's mind as he gazed at the soul orb in his bag. In the past, the Flower of 7 Sins had made a fortune with the soul orb. With it, the organization had nurtured plenty of peak experts. With no concerns to hold him back, he needed to use this opportunity to collect soul water. It'd be very difficult to obtain once he returned to Starmoon Kingdom. After obtaining the soul water, Shifeng led Passing Monarch and the others to another grotto to search for legacies. Aside from the grotto that contained the Sea God's legacy, there were 12 grottos in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Among them, the entrance to 3 grottos had a diameter of 50 yards. The legacies in these grottos was only second to the Sea God's legacy. With 2 small sailboats, it would be a piece of cake for Shifeng's group to obtain a legacy from one of the 50-yard grottos. Without suspense, Shifeng helped Passing Monarch obtain a legacy in their 9th hour in the Sea Dragon's secret land. This time, however, there were no other fleets to contest for the legacy, and everything went relatively smoothly. Commander, Passing Monarch's fleet has returned to the starting point. By the looks of it, they seem to have obtained another legacy and are preparing to leave, Scorpion, who hid at the starting point, reported when he saw Shifeng's group approach. Good. Uncle Li and the others are already outside. You should take off too, 100 Leaves said, nodding. She had waited for this moment for a long time. Although the legacy items weren't guaranteed to drop upon death, Uncle Li was a dark player. He had tools and methods of increasing the drop rate for players he killed. As long as Shifeng did not store the Sea God's legacy in his warehouse, it would only take a few extra kills before they obtained the legacy. For now, she needed to regroup with Uncle Li's team. Once Uncle Li killed Shifeng, since she was on the same team, she would complete the Demon God's quest. As long as she obtained both the Sea God's legacy and the Demon God's reward, the Freedom Alliance's first seat was hers for the taking. After that, she would gradually take control of the Freedom Alliance and rule over the 3 major NPC cities. Every one of Sea's End's 12 major NPC cities had a larger population than any Land Kingdom's capital city. The player population of Heavenly Ocean City in particular could rival an empire's imperial capital. At the Sea Dragon's Secret Lands entrance, after Shi Feng stored the 2 small sailboats, he followed Passing Monarch and the others into the teleportation magic array. System: do you wish to leave the Sea Dragon's secret land? Shi Feng chose yes without hesitation. Immediately, a beam of white light descended upon him. He then vanished from the secret land. Shortly after, Shi Feng returned to Blue Jade Restaurant's top-floor hall. However, more players were present than before. Every player was a member of one of the Freedom Alliance's fleets. They all stared at Shi Feng and Passing Monarch with looks that could kill. Chapter 1246. Miniature Holy Land. Why are so many people here? Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he looked around. They're not thinking of taking action here, right? He was not surprised by the hostile gazes he received from the various fleets. What Shi Feng found odd was the fact that so many players had gathered in the hall. At a glance, he could see at least 2,000 people taking up nearly half of the entire hall. They were currently in an NPC city. Attacking another player here would be detrimental unless these players were absolutely confident of escaping the NPC guards. The arrest of so many members would definitely wound the various fleets. That's not it. They're just following routine, Passing Monarch said, shaking his head. He then explained, whenever we come out from the secret land, we reorganize the distribution of resources the Freedom Alliance controls based on our performance and gains in the secret land. Although the redistribution of resources isn't as drastic as when our rankings change. Based on our rank in the secret land, we are assigned different leveling resources. For example, previously, the 3rd Fleet was only able to grind in Lock Cemetery and Black Altar. Since the 3rd Fleet has come out on top this time, we might get assigned to the Silent Lumberyard and Stormwind Shelter to level up. You're seeing so many members of the various fleets present right now simply because the party leaders of the various fleets are interested to know which leveling maps they'll be assigned to this time. As Passing Monarch spoke, his eyes shone with excitement. Obtaining a legacy was only part of the reason that Passing Monarch had recruited Shi Feng's help. The main motivation was to obtain better leveling resources for his fleet. In God's domain, it was common knowledge that an area's resources were limited. This was the case in every virtual reality game. Whether it was guilds or organizations such as the Freedom Alliance, due to such high member counts, they could not allow all their members level up in a single area. Otherwise, the amount of resources each member could obtain would be pitiful. Hence, it was necessary to assign the various fleets in the Freedom Alliance to different leveling areas. In high-resource maps, not only were there plenty of field bosses, but there were also plenty of advanced and rare quests. The same was true for treasure chests. If the 3rd Fleet were assigned to one such high-resource map, it would ease in their struggle for the position of 1st Fleet. Realization dawned on Shi Feng when he heard Passing Monarch's reasoning. He finally understood why these people gave them hostile looks. These players' hostility was likely due to more than just the lost top-tier weapons and equipment. The significant effect on their leveling spots was the main reason for their anger. The Freedom Alliance controls Stormwind Shelter as well? Shi Feng could not help but ask as he recalled a particular matter. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, his access to information even surpassed that of peak experts. Although his knowledge was mostly limited to Starmoon Kingdom, he was familiar with plenty of famous locations and incidents relating to the various kingdoms and empires in the game. On average, the lifestyle players in Sea's End were no match for those on land. However, they would catch up eventually. While they would do so due to the development of naval transportation, the dozen or so miniature holy lands in Sea's End had a greater impact. Stormwind Shelter was one of these holy lands. Only in the past the Freedom Alliance hadn't controlled Stormwind Shelter. Instead, it had been controlled by the House of Seas. Stormwind Shelter is a new high-resource map the Freedom Alliance recently occupied. Previously, only the 1st Fleet's members got to level up there. I heard that there are plenty of rare quests in the area and that it is even possible to obtain bronze speedboats through those quests. Moreover, the map has roughly triple the field bosses of Locke's Cemetery. It's currently the best leveling map the Freedom Alliance has. It is also much easier to obtain top-tier weapons and equipment there. Passing Monarch nodded in excitement. So that's the case, Shifeng could not help but chuckle. If Brother Monarch's fleet gets to grind there, I'd like to ask for a little help. I am willing to offer you 10,000 gold as compensation. 10,000 gold? Passing Monarch nearly jumped when he heard this. Brother Yifeng, you're joking, right? He was the Third Fleet's commander. He had tens of thousands of subordinates. He received 20% of Blue Jade City's profits, yet even he couldn't collect 10,000 gold with a moment's notice. His fleet members' repair fees alone cost tons. He also needed to compensate the members who suffered losses during their struggle with the other naval powers. At the same time, he needed to visit other kingdoms and empires to purchase rare tools for exploring the Sea Dragon's secret land and raiding bosses. Currently, he had less than 10,000 gold on hand. If Shifeng truly gave him 10,000 gold, he would have enough to purchase quite a few advanced speedboats, restoring the Third Fleet's strength quickly. That's right, 10,000 gold. However, this matter must first be done the payment. I will only pay a deposit of 500 gold, Shifeng said, nodding. That won't be a problem. If it is possible to accomplish, I'll give it my all. Passing Monarch agreed without hesitation, deeply afraid that Shifeng would change his mind. At this moment, his eyes glowed with excitement. My request is very simple. If Stormwind Shelter falls under your control, I want Stormwind Town's Stormwind emblem, Shifeng said, chuckling. The NPC towns within Sea's End were different from those on land. Rather, they were somewhat similar to Thunder Island. The higher a player's status was in a town, the more authority they would possess there. Only, unlike the Thunder emblem where only 10 existed, there was no limit to the number of Stormwind emblems one could obtain. The only real limit was its abysmally low drop rate. As long as a player obtained a Stormwind emblem, they would be granted authority over Stormwind Town, capable of performing acts that normal players could not. There would be no need for players to accumulate reputation points gradually to increase their authority. The Stormwind emblem? Passing Monarch pondered. Although he had never leveled in Stormwind Shelter before, if he assumed control over the Stormwind Shelter, according to the Freedom Alliance's rules, the First Fleet's members would have to hand over the town emblems to him, allowing him to manage the area's town. Giving away one of those emblems wouldn't affect his operations in any way. At most, he simply needed to use the emblems he obtained to compensate for the missing one. Alright, that won't be a problem. I'll get it done as soon as possible. Following which, Shifeng signed a new contract with Passing Monarch and paid 500 gold up front. Time passed quickly. While Shifeng and Passing Monarch waited for the Secret Land expedition to end and the map redistribution to be announced, 6 cloaked players stared at Shifeng from a corner. Scorpion, is he the one Leaves spoke about? A middle-aged man sporting a grey beard and 2 snow-white daggers sheathed by his sides asked as he glanced at an empty corner. That's right. He is the one the commander wants dead. Here is the latest information we have on him. Scorpion, who was in stealth, responded respectfully. When one spoke about the strongest player in the sacred temple, they didn't talk about Uncle Lee. However, when it came to assassination, Uncle Lee was the most powerful. Even the Sacred Temple's guild leader had declared that there was a 50% chance of him losing his life if Uncle Lee wanted to assassinate him. While a 50% success rate might not seem very high, that was against the Sacred Temple's guild leader. Throughout the virtual gaming world, very few could boast such a high success rate. What an interesting little fellow. Uncle Lee caressed his beard as he watched Shifeng's battle video. It is too much of a waste to fight him right now. Forget it. Scorpion, go and get ready. Understood. Scorpion nodded hurriedly before departing. Chapter 1247. Receiving the Holy Land. Halscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1247. Receiving the Holy Land. After Scorpion left, the middle-aged man called Uncle Lee shifted his gaze towards the ranger beside him. The ranger carried a grey double-string bow on his back. Although the ranger hid his appearance under a black cloak, his large stature made it difficult for others to miss him. If not for the ancient bow, most would assume that he was a shield warrior or guardian knight. Ghost, when the time comes you'll strike first. Remember to use all of your black arrows, Uncle Lee said in a deep tone. I know you're normally very stingy, but we cannot afford to be careless this time. Uncle Lee, I still have 4 black arrows on me. Are we really going to use all 4 on that kid? The ranger, Hungry Ghost, asked reluctantly. The black arrows were not your ordinary arrows. They had been passed down from ancient times, and each possessed the power to rival Tier 4 skills. Current players and NPCs had no way of reproducing them, so each arrow used depleted the finite number in God's domain. One could only obtain more black arrows by raiding ancient ruins. Yes. We'll need at least that many to take him down, Uncle Lee said as he glanced at Shifeng, who sat quietly across the room. Smiling, he continued, although he has yet to achieve a domain as 100 Leaves said, he is not far from it either. With his frightening basic attributes and powerful skills, killing him will be slightly more difficult than killing actual domain realm experts. No wonder why 100 Leaves requested assistance from the guild leader. I guess I can use him as a guinea pig. Hungry Ghost's interest grew upon hearing Uncle Lee's explanation. He clearly hasn't reached the domain realm, yet he's even more difficult to kill than domain realm experts? A petite female elementalist beside Uncle Lee muttered as she followed his gaze to Shifeng. Licking her lips, she continued, in that case he should have quite a few epic weapons and equipment on him. We should be able to make a fortune. Uncle Lee, seeing as you've appraised him so generously, are you thinking of making a move personally this time? A shield warrior asked excitedly. Every time Uncle Lee made a move they learned a lot from him. Unfortunately, very few assassinations required Uncle Lee's involvement. The other members of the team were usually enough for the job. If Uncle Lee really joined the fight, their long trip here would be worth it. Although you have a high chance of killing him if you all work together, this mission is very important. To make sure we complete the mission, I will have to take action as well. Uncle Lee nodded. Hearing that Uncle Lee intended to join the fight, the team members turned to Shifeng, pity in their eyes. If only they, Uncle Lee's subordinates, struck, Shifeng would have some chance of surviving. However, if Uncle Lee took action, then Shifeng had no hope whatsoever. While Uncle Lee's team chatted amongst themselves, more players joined the gathering in the hall. Some arrived from the Sea Dragon's secret land, while others came from elsewhere. By the time the Sea Dragon's secret land closed, the hall was packed with players. As expected of one of Sea's End's overlords. Its foundation is incredible. Shifeng was a little surprised as he surveyed the room. Among the players present, the lowest was level 42. As for the weapons and equipment they wore, the most inferior was level 40 fine gold rank. There were over 2,500 such players. Even a first-rate guild didn't have these bragging rights. It was not hard to imagine how the Freedom Alliance had become one of the naval overlords in Shifeng's previous life. God's domain was still in its early stages, yet already the Freedom Alliance was so strong. With the assistance of the 3 major NPC cities the Freedom Alliance controlled, first-rate guilds couldn't compare to its income or number of players it could recruit. As Shifeng silently observed his surroundings, the clamor quieted. In the next moment, Silent Entropy, the First Fleet's commander, slowly walked up the stage in the center of the hall. Now that everyone is here, let us begin. Loudly, Silent Entropy continued. According to the rules, we will reorganize the leveling maps for each fleet based on their performances and losses in the secret land. I'll announce the results now. The present Freedom Alliance members were tense. Although the Alliance's leveling areas were all high-resource maps, there were also huge differences between them. I'm sure everyone already knows this, but the fleet with the best performance this time is our 3rd Fleet. Hence, from today on, 3rd Fleet will take over Stormwind Shelter and Silent Lumberyard. Placing in 2nd is the 8th Fleet. It will take over the Silent Canyon and Reef Sea. 1st Fleet came in 3rd. It will occupy the Black Altar and Lock Cemetery. As Silent Entropy announced the various fleets' ranks, silence reigned over the hall. Nobody could have imagined such a massive transformation. While everyone already knew that the 3rd Fleet had placed first this time, the fact that the 8th Fleet had placed second came as a big surprise. Meanwhile, the 3rd Fleet's members were ecstatic. Shifeng released a sigh of relief as well. With this, his plans could come to fruition. In the past, Stormwind Shelter had become a miniature holy land due to the Sea God's Temple in Stormwind Town. Like the War God's temples on land, the Sea God's temples offered various quests. At the same time, players could accumulate points with the Sea God's Temple and trade them for items. However, the Sea God's Temple in Stormwind Town was slightly special. Not only could players trade their points for rare items, but they could also trade for laboratories. To combat players, the laboratory wasn't worth anything. To lifestyle players, however, it was a treasure that allowed them to improve rapidly. Although the Sea God's Temple's laboratories could not compare to Titan City's research rooms, they were superior to the basic meditation rooms in a 3-star shop. Although laboratories contained dense mana, players could also research information about the various lifestyle classes. Although the information available was basic, it saved lifestyle players time as they didn't have to rely on trial and error. They could rapidly familiarize themselves with the various materials and production methods available in God's domain. They could then create new products more easily and become master lifestyle players. In the past, it was precisely because of these laboratories that the ranks of Sea's End's lifestyle players had skyrocketed, eventually catching up with lifestyle players on land. However, although the laboratories offered many benefits, they were not easy to enter. Players needed to spend Sea God's Temple points to gain access. Moreover, the price was fraudulent. One day inside a laboratory cost 100 points. Sea God's Temple points were harder to obtain than coins. Normally, one could only obtain them by completing the Sea God's Temple's quests. Players also had the option of trading in rare items such as the runic crystals, with each worth 10 points. Unfortunately, runic crystals' drop rate was extremely low. Normally, only boss-grade sea monsters had a reliable chance of dropping them. Yet renting a laboratory for a day cost 10 runic crystals. Hence, very few lifestyle players could afford to use them. Of course, as players' level increased and the supply of runic crystals became more abundant, more lifestyle players could gain access. However, that wouldn't happen for quite some time. However, Shifeng possessed the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he collected enough runic fragments, he could easily synthesize runic crystals. Moreover, if he had the Stormwind emblem, it would grant him advanced authority in Stormwind Town. With that, he would receive a 20% discount when trading for items or services in the town's Sea God's Temple. Most importantly, he could purchase Stormwind Town's land. With all of these factors in hand, growing the Candlelight trading firm would be easy. Commander, now that Passing Monarch has taken over Stormwind Shelter, this will impact our ability to contest for the first seat. Should we cause some trouble for Passing Monarch? A cloaked oracle asked Silent Entropy quietly. No need. Even without our involvement, Passing Monarch will face plenty of challenges from Stormwind Shelter. With the strength of Passing Monarch's fleet, just holding the area will be difficult. We don't need to waste our manpower on this. Locating other leveling spots right now takes priority, Silent Entropy said, chuckling as he glanced at Passing Monarch and Shifeng. Although the Stormwind Shelter was the best leveling spot the Freedom Alliance currently possessed, various other powers fought over the map. Keeping these other powers at bay would require a lot of manpower and resources. In his opinion, handing over Stormwind Shelter to Passing Monarch wouldn't strengthen the Third Fleet, but weaken it. Commander, should we still give the Stormwind emblems to Passing Monarch then? Chapter 1248, Shop Expansion. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1248, Shop Expansion. The Stormwind emblems? Silent Entropy frowned. He then asked, Shepherd, how many emblems do we have right now? Town emblems were extremely rare. Although they could not be used to take full control of a town, they did make it easier for players to pick up quests and develop in the area. With Stormwind Shelter being a high-resource map, the Stormwind emblem's value went without saying. Could even rival an epic item. 2, the oracle named Shepherd answered softly. Only 2? Why do we have so few? Silent Entropy could not help but grow curious. Haven't we been exploring Stormwind Shelter? Normally, when they explored a new map, they easily obtained 8 or 9 town emblems, even more if they were lucky. The First Fleet had put everything they had into exploring the area. It was inconceivable that they had only obtained 2 Stormwind emblems so far. Commander, Stormwind Shelter is different. In other maps, the first kill of boss-grade C monsters has a higher chance of dropping town emblems, but the bosses in Stormwind Shelter have an extremely low drop rate. Thus far we've obtained the first kill of more than 20 field bosses. We have also been farming the map's monsters. Even then we have only obtained 2 emblems so far. The drop rate is that low? Silent Entropy was surprised when he heard Shepard's explanation. It seems the Stormwind emblem is worth quite a lot. However, if we don't hand them over to Passing Monarch, he will leverage the Alliance's rules against us. Let's do this then. Give him one of the emblems. While you're at it, tell him about the low drop rate, lest he comes looking for trouble. Understood. Shepard bowed before leaving. Meanwhile, as the various fleets conducted the handover process for their respective leveling spots, Shi Feng, sitting quietly in a corner, received a message from Melancholic Smile. The contents were very simple. At this point, the secret pavilion had handed over the 20 plots of land they had previously agreed upon, and they could reconstruct the buildings on these lands into the Candlelight Trading Firm's shops and begin purchasing diamond wood. The only thing holding them back was the lack of reconstruction funds. As they intended to purchase and stockpile diamond wood, they needed a very large warehouse to store it. Hence they needed to construct the best shop available. Calculating conservatively, they would need to spend 1,000 gold on each plot of land, 20,000 gold in total. Even Shi Feng couldn't collect that much money at a moment's notice. After paying Sherlin the 5,000 gold inquiry fee, he had a little over 10,000 gold left on him. After receiving a portion of White River City's teleportation house profits, he now had 12,114 gold in total. Even if he emptied his wallet, he would not have enough to reconstruct the shops, much less purchase diamond wood in bulk. Most importantly, he had already signed a contract with Passing Monarch. As long as the latter gave him the Stormwind emblem, he would pay 10,000 gold. Once this sum was paid, he would only have around 2,000 gold left. Considering his financial status, Shi Feng's stomach cramped. Passing Monarch approached quietly, excitement and joy plastered across his face. Brother Yifeng, here is the Stormwind emblem you requested. Don't lose it. For some reason, the emblem's drop rate in Stormwind Shelter is extremely low. I only have one. Replacing this will be very difficult, Passing Monarch warned his companion softly. He then traded the Stormwind emblem to Shi Feng. Stormwind emblem. Once equipped, player will enjoy advanced authority in Stormwind Town. I'll be careful. Shi Feng nodded as he stored the emblem. The Stormwind emblem's rarity didn't surprise him in the least. Otherwise he wouldn't have offered to buy it for 10,000 gold. In the past, many people had offered to purchase the Stormwind emblem, and their starting bids were usually above 20,000. The emblem was far more valuable than epic items. However, even at that price, players rarely sold their emblems due to the abysmal drop rate. Aside from the higher drop rate for a first kill, subsequent field boss kills had a drop rate of roughly 0.1%. On average, the map only produced one Stormwind emblem per month. As a result, lifestyle players had no choice but to invest a large amount of time, slowly raising their reputation and authority in Stormwind Town. Currently, Stormwind Shelter was still in its exploration period as it was a large level 40 to 65 map. This increased the Stormwind emblem's value further. After all, the sooner one obtained the Stormwind emblem, the sooner they could truly garrison themselves in Stormwind Town. If Shi Feng headed out to farm the Stormwind emblem himself, even if he relied on divine providence, he would likely need to spend 2 or 3 days grinding. This was the best-case scenario. At this point, the various naval powers had likely monopolized the majority of Stormwind Shelter's field bosses. He would be lucky if he even got his hands on a handful of bosses. If that were the case, he would have to waste even more time grinding in Stormwind Shelter. Hence, the 10,000 gold he spent to obtain the Stormwind emblem was a worthwhile expenditure. Following which, Shi Feng handed over the remaining 9,500 gold to Passing Monarch, completing the contract between them. After receiving the coins, Passing Monarch sincerely offered, "Brother Yifeng, why don't you join us in the grind in Stormwind Shelter? I've recently received some information on the map from Silent Entropy. We'll split the loot from the bosses we kill. You'll also have priority over swordsman equipment. How about it?" Hearing this, Blue Joy, who stood beside Passing Monarch, gaped in shock. She had never expected Passing Monarch to extend such generosity to Shifeng. Normally, the most he offered peak experts in Sea's End was first pick of one weapon or piece of equipment, yet he had just offered to split the loot equally. Moreover, he intended to give Shifeng first pick. If news of this spread, it would shock every player in Sea's End. However, after considering it for a moment, Blue Joy wasn't terribly surprised. Passing Monarch wouldn't be so generous to just any peak expert. Shifeng was an exception simply because they had already witnessed his strength. With Shifeng's aid, they could take on even more powerful bosses. Although they would only be obtaining half of Theseus' boss's loot, their harvest would likely be more abundant than monopolizing the weaker boss's loot. Thanks for the offer, but I still have many matters to attend to. Shifeng rejected the kind offer. We'll raid bosses together if there is another chance in the future. While killing powerful boss-grade sea monsters was very profitable, he was the leader of a guild. There were many matters that required his attention. If a guild wished to grow powerful, it needed to be managed carefully. Zero Wing would not grow stronger if he neglected his responsibilities as the guild leader. If something like that were possible, so many guilds wouldn't vanish each day. Blue Joy was slightly disappointed by the swordsman's response. However, she knew it was reasonable. Shifeng was both a powerful expert and a member of Zero Wing. How could he possibly spare the time to level with them? What a pity. Until next time then. During the next contest for the seating positions, we'll have to trouble you again, Passing Monarch said, sighing. Following which, Shifeng said his goodbyes to Passing Monarch and the others before leaving the Blue Jade restaurant and hurrying to Stormwind Shelter. As soon as Shifeng left the restaurant, Scorpion, who had hidden in the alleyway beside the building, followed after him. Uncle Lee, the target has left Blue Jade restaurant. By the looks of it, he seems to be heading to the teleportation hall to leave Blue Jade City, Scorpion reported as he followed Shifeng. What a busy man. Follow him. The moment he steps out of an NPC city will be the moment he loses his life, Uncle Lee said, chuckling. It was unwise to attack another player in an NPC city. Although the security in Sea's End's NPC cities was not as strict as the cities on land, it could not be underestimated. Against an expert like Shifeng in particular, they needed a more suitable environment. Understood. Scorpion then quickly followed Shifeng into the teleportation hall. Chapter 1249, Nameless Shop. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1249, Nameless Shop. As a golden glow rose from the teleportation array, Shifeng disappeared from Blue Jade City to arrive in Stormwind Town. Stormwind Town was the only safe location within Stormwind Shelter. While it was called a town, it was not one bit inferior to the NPC cities in Starmoon Kingdom with a player population of 500,000 or so. Moreover, the NPC guards garrisoned here were all level 120 and above. The town's security was only second to Sea's End's 12 major cities. Not many have come here to level up yet. Shifeng examined his surroundings after leaving the teleportation hall. He saw fewer players on the street than NPCs. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. After all, Stormwind Shelter was a level 40 to level 65 map. At this stage of the game, only a minority of players were capable of reaching past level 40. Even if players in Sea's End leveled up more quickly than those on land, there shouldn't be too many players capable of reaching level 40 and beyond. Not to mention, Stormwind Shelter was far more dangerous compared to maps of similar levels. As a result, fewer players were willing to visit this place. In fact, Stormwind Town possessed such high-level NPC guards due to the dangerous environment. Not only did players have to watch out for sea monsters when they left the town's protection, but they also had to be wary of Sawajan ambushes. Stormwind Shelter was home to the foreign race known as Sawajans. Leveling here was at least twice as challenging as in similar maps. Even if elite players from Sea's End formed a team, they would find it very difficult to survive here. A team would need expert leads at the very least. This was because Sahajans were not stupid like sea monsters. They were capable of jumping onto players' ships to engage in melee combat. At the same time, they would command sea monsters to attack ships, attacking players from all sides. As a result, players seeking to level in Stormwind Shelter needed high-quality ships and high combat standards. This was a trial for those living in Sea's End. Although very few players currently resided in Stormwind Town, correspondingly, players who had consistently grinded in Stormwind Shelter were stronger on average. Most of the players around town were level 41, with many having already reached level 42. In Star Moon Kingdom, only experts were level 40 or higher. As for the weapons and equipment Stormwind Town's players wore, even the most inferior was level 40 secret silver equipment. Forming a team to grind in Corrosive Cave. I already have an advanced speedboat. Applicants must be level 41 or above and must have at least 4 pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment. One-day trip to Sawajan's Nest. Only recruiting level 41 and above experts. Must have 6 pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment. Those with level 40 dark gold weapons get priority. Will hold an internal auction for any loot. As soon as Shifeng stepped onto the main street, he was greeted by the sight of players attempting to recruit team members. Their minimum requirements were astounding. However, Shifeng paid little attention to these players as his goal was in the business district by the town's main entrance. The business district was Stormwind Town's most lively location. The players there were preoccupied with setting up stalls and selling wares. Selling this fine gold ranked blast bow at a low price. Interested buyers come quickly. Selling Sawajan's journals 12 silver per page. Want to complete the quest? Don't miss out on this opportunity. Purchasing silver tiers for 3 silver each. Only purchasing 100 drops. Unlike in Starmoon Kingdom, players residing in Sea's End's towns would not sell their items at the auction house. Instead, they set up stalls in their respective business districts. There were 2 main reasons for this. The first was that auction houses were only available in the 12 major cities. Due to the large distance between each island, teleportation's fees were exorbitant. For example, it cost Shifeng 52 silver to teleport from Blue Jade City to Stormwind Town. Normally, players would teleport to District Town, rather than Stormwind Town, crossing the remaining distance on their speedboats. Although this path took a lot of time, it was much cheaper to teleport to District Town. The second reason was that fees in Sea's End's auction house were much higher than on land. The fee was roughly 20% of the item's total value. It was a fraudulent amount. However, one had to admit that the services one obtained in return for such an exorbitant fee were worthwhile. When using one of Sea's End's auction houses, a player's item would display in all 12 major cities. One would not have to worry about their items not selling. However, for mundane low-value items, players generally had to rely on their own stalls. Either that or they would accumulate those items for some time before selling them in bulk in an auction house. Very quickly, Shifeng arrived before an NPC grocery store in the business district. Dear customer, may I know what you are looking for? Our shop offers a wide range of fine products at affordable prices. The shopkeeper, a chubby middle-aged man with a short beard, said as he greeted Shifeng. I'd like to rent your shop, Shifeng announced, wearing the Stormwind emblem. He had already inspected the business district and was rather fond of this grocery store's location. Using it as a secret shop for the candlelight trading firm would be ideal. Although he preferred to purchase the shop, he didn't have much money to spare at the moment. Hence he settled with renting the shop for now. Unlike in Starmoon Kingdom, players did not have to negotiate with the town hall to purchase town shops in Sea's End. Players simply needed to negotiate a price with the shop owner. Of course, players had to possess sufficient authority within the town as a precondition. Even renting a shop required a certain level of authority. However, while renting a shop was much cheaper than outright buying one, there were 2 risks to consider. The first risk was that shops were rented to the highest bidder. Once a shop's rental period ended, players would have to outbid each other if more than one wanted the shop. The other risk was that if another player bought the shop while it was being rented, the tenant would be deprived of their ownership once the rental period ended. Hence, renting was only a temporary solution. When taking long-term profits into account, it was better to purchase a shop. Dear customer, you have good eyes. Our shop has existed for more than 100 years. We also have the best location in town. As you are a valued guest, I can offer you a 10% discount. You can rent this shop for 900 gold per month, the shopkeeper said, joy lighting up his eyes as he rubbed his hands together. All right, I'll rent a month. Feng was slightly astonished when he heard this price. However, it was reasonable as this would become a miniature Holy Land in the future. The price to purchase the shop was certainly 10 times higher than the rental fee. Following which Feng paid the 900 gold and obtained the lease for the grocery store. Feng had no intentions of refurbishing the shop, and he didn't intend to replace its staff. He simply hung a signboard beside the shop's entrance. Our shop is purchasing runic fragments in bulk for 5 silver coins per stack. We are only purchasing a limited number each day. Although it was only a small wooden signboard, when the passers-by saw it, they were stunned. Crap. Am I hallucinating? An NPC is actually purchasing runic fragments for 5 silver coins per stack. Did the House of Seas open this shop? Haha. Wonderful. I was just thinking of returning to a city to sell my fragments to the House of Seas. Although the price is slightly lower here, if I sell my stock I can save on teleportation fees. Many players grew ecstatic as they looked at the 2-story tall grocery shop. Throughout Sea's End, only the House of Seas shops purchased runic fragments in bulk for a high price. No one else dared to do so. As for NPCs, they only purchased runic fragments for 40 copper per stack. Rather than selling runic fragments to NPCs, players made more profit by stocking up and looking for an NPC master alchemist to synthesize runic crystals. Although the synthesis success rate was only 10%, the synthesized runic crystals sold for at least 10 silver each. If one were lucky, they could get 1 runic crystal for every 5 runic fragment stacks. It was the equivalent of selling fragments for 2 silver per stack. Unfortunately, raising one's favorability with an NPC master alchemist was somewhat difficult. Synthesizing runic crystals also cost time and money. As a result, ordinary players rarely choose this option. Hence, now that an NPC shop wanted to purchase runic fragments at 5 silver per stack, why wouldn't they be excited? This was a great opportunity for them to make a fortune. Immediately, players swarmed the grocery store, dashing straight towards the NPC staffs manning the shop and tapping open their trade windows. Initially, these players placed 1 stack in the trade window. After confirming that the purchase price was indeed 5 silver per stack, they placed every runic fragment they had into the window and clicked trade. The entire process as smoothly as flowing water. These players' trades were far faster and more accurate than dodging boss monsters' attacks. In the blink of an eye, the grocery store had purchased over 200 stacks of runic fragments. Meanwhile, the 1,000 gold Feng stored in the shop dropped by around 10 gold. Damn it! I still have a ton of runic fragments in my warehouse. Please wait for me. Aside from the crowd that had rushed into the store, a larger crowd dashed to the bank on the main street. Some players had even gone as far as to leave their own stalls unattended. Meanwhile, news of the Nameless shop's request for runic fragments spread very quickly throughout Sea's End. Chapter 1250. The Herb Garden's Magical Effect. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1250. The Herb Garden's Magical Effect. Why are there so many people in that shop? Is that shop selling something special? That can't be right. I've visited this town multiple times and have been in every shop. If I recall correctly, that shop should be a grocery store only selling common goods. It shouldn't have anything special to offer. Let's take a look. In any case, we are on break right now. Teams that had just returned from the fields grew curious when they saw the grocery store packed with players. Although Stormwind Town was quite large, elite players would investigate every new town or city to avoid missing some hidden or advanced quest. This was simply one of the basics of being an elite. By now they had already explored Stormwind Town. However, the grocery store had never once been this popular. Naturally, they were curious. What? The shop is buying runic fragments at 5 silver per stack. Impossible. If this is true, can't our team earn 45 gold if we sell the 900 fragment stacks we've accumulated? The curious players were surprised when they read the sign hanging beside the entrance. These players immediately dashed into the shop for fear that they would miss the opportunity to sell their runic fragments. At the same time, they had swiftly contacted their companions and had them retrieve all of the fragments they had stockpiled in their warehouses. It seems that this has been quite effective. Feng, who quietly watched the crowd through the grocery store's second-floor window, nodded in satisfaction at the flow of players entering the shop. After a short moment, the grocery store had purchased over 7,000 stacks of runic fragments. He couldn't even store so many fragments in his bag. However, he hadn't only spent so much money on rent just to purchase runic fragments. If that were the case, he could simply set up a street stall. Rather, he had done so to build a sturdy foundation here for the candlelight trading firm. In the past, the Stormwind Empire had become a miniature holy land due to the area's sea god's temple. Not only did the sea god's temple give players access to the wondrous laboratories, but it also allowed players to trade for the sea god's blessing. When one spoke about the most profitable item produced in Sea's End, it was none other than the sea god's blessing. While this item might not be particularly valuable in Sea's End as players here relied on their ships in combat, it was a different story for players on land. Faced with severe environments, sufficient resistances were necessary for players. Not only did the sea god's blessing increase all of a player's resistances by 100 points, but it was also capable of increasing a player's basic attributes by 10% for 12 hours. Moreover, the potion did not have a cooldown and its effects could stack. Whether one raided a dungeon or adventured in the fields, the sea god's blessing was a must-have potion. Time passed quickly. As Shifeng had nothing better to do, he decided to fiddle with the space-time herb garden. The grocery store sold plenty of items including herb seeds. Although the herbs were common, they were enough for Shifeng. Shifeng wasn't an alchemist, but he knew what kind of potions players would need during particular times. He also knew which herbs were necessary to craft these potions. Around level 40, I recall that the various large guilds had focused on exploring ancient ruins. The various guilds had been desperate for lunar potions. The lunar potion's main material is the moonlight flower. Planting moonlight flowers isn't a bad option right now, Shifeng thought to himself. Normally, ancient ruins were located underground. Because of that, it was usually very dark inside. Even if players used spells, they would only illuminate a small area. This made their progress difficult and dangerous. Avoiding monster ambushes was particularly challenging. Hence, the lunar potion had become very popular around this stage of the game in the past. The lunar potion allowed players to see in the dark. In addition, the potion had a long duration, making it suitable for exploring underground ruins. It wasn't hard to find the lunar potion's recipe, and any advanced alchemist could easily produce it. Only moonlight flowers, the potion's main material, was considerably rare, and this resulted in a low supply of the potion on the market. If he could obtain a large quantity of moonlight flowers, he could mass-produce lunar potions. Making a fortune would be a piece of cake. Currently, as the various large guilds had already begun to raid ancient ruins, the lunar potion's market price had already reached 6 silver per bottle. This price was already rivaled that of the intermediate all-recovery potions. Meanwhile, crafting the intermediate all-recovery potion nearly cost 3 silver, whereas one could craft the lunar potion for less than 80 copper, 50 of which were spent on obtaining moonlight flowers. However, due to the rise in the lunar potion's price, moonlight flowers' prices had also increased. Right now, each flower could sell for around 2 silver, significantly increasing the cost of the lunar potions. Following which, Shifeng purchased a large quantity of moonlight flower seeds and filled the space-time herb garden. Each moonlight flower needed 2 by 2 yards to grow. Overall, the herb garden allowed Shifeng to plant 62,500 flowers. Each moonlight flower seed cost 5 copper, costing a total of 31 gold, 25 silver. While 62,500 flowers seemed excessive, when taking into consideration the flower's survival rate, he would only end up with a small harvest in the end. Normally, the various large guilds didn't bother to nurture any less than hundreds of thousands of herbs. Fortunately, the space-time herb garden was an epic tool. Shifeng didn't need to invest too much time or money to grow the flowers. After Shifeng finished planting the seeds in the space-time herb garden, he received a communication request from Fire Dance. "Guild leader, I've arrived," Fire Dance reported softly. "Good. I've given you access to the second floor, so come up," Shifeng nodded. While he fiddled with the space-time herb garden, he had also sent for Fire Dance to bring him the Philosopher's Stone. With Fire Dance's equipment and strength, she could come and go without anyone noticing her. "Guild leader, here is the Philosopher's Stone you asked for," Fire Dance said as she entered the second-floor room. She then took the Philosopher's Stone from her bag before looking around curiously. By now runic fragments filled the room. Rather than a room, it looked like a warehouse. Thanks. Shi Feng excitedly received the Philosopher's Stone. With this, I can finally begin my work. Guild leader, the candlelight auction is tomorrow. Melancholic and the others are preparing for it right now. Aqua is still stuck inside the secret technique space, while Snow is managing things on Stone Forest Town and Lake Heart City side. They don't know what has happened in the guild, Fire Dance said. Some time ago, many experts with hidden identities attacked our dungeon raiding teams, causing significant losses. Experts with hidden identities? Could they be Dark Guild members? Shi Feng asked. After the Dark Guilds their previous lesson, they should have been weak. He hadn't expected them to strike again. That shouldn't be the case. According to the reports from our members who fought these experts, they are all highly skilled. There were also quite a few refinement realm experts among them. I believe that they are from a super guild, Fire Dance said, shaking her head. They wouldn't dare attack in the open, so they're trying to start a secret war of attrition? Shi Feng frowned. Since they want to play, we'll entertain them. When the various superpowers in God's domain wish to target a particular guild, they generally use such hidden tactics. Eventually they would wear the targeted guild to death. After all, in such battles of attrition, the members of both guilds would lose levels as well as weapons and equipment. Without sufficient strength and background, surviving a war of attrition was impossible. Right, one more thing. Guild leader, our members have passed the inferior legendary treasure chests trial. I brought the treasure chest with me. Now all that's left is for you to open it. Fire Dance said as she excitedly took a massive chest from her bag and set it before Shi Feng. Chapter 1251. Treasure appears. Hellscythe Undershirt Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1251. Treasure appears. Everyone has passed their trials already? Shi Feng could not help his growing excitement as he gazed at the inferior legendary treasure chest before him. Even in his previous life he had never heard of an inferior legendary treasure chest. Initially he had expected conquering the treasure chest to take a long time. After all, the trial inside the treasure chest wasn't easy to clear. Clearing it with enough people would be even more difficult. I wonder what kind of items are inside. It'd be great if a fragmented legendary weapon appeared. The guild could give birth to another peak expert. In God's domain, weapons provided a much higher boost to a player's combat power than equipment. Take Fire Dance for example. Although she was only a refinement realm expert with 1000 transformations abilities, she had a high chance of defeating Void Realm experts of the same level. Please let there be several items inside. Shi Feng suppressed his excitement as he activated Divine Providence. He then activated the treasure chest. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar began to fill slowly. It took much longer than opening an epic treasure chest. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Fire Dance, who stood beside Shi Feng, struggled to settle her nerves as she watched the loading bar. After 20 seconds, a clear click resounded throughout the room. Immediately, both Shi Feng and Fire Dance held their breath as they watched the lid open, a myriad of colors slipping through the gaps. The treasure chest also radiated an aura that weighed on Shi Feng. As for Fire Dance, she had unconsciously taken a step backward. What an intense feeling. Shi Feng was inwardly surprised. If the shop were not strengthened by magic arrays, both the dazzling light and the powerful aura would attract everyone's attention in Stormwind Town. As the lights gradually dissipated, the items inside the treasure chest were revealed. When Shi Feng and Fire Dance saw the treasure chest's contents, however, they were flabbergasted. The inferior legendary treasure chest only contained 2 items. There was nothing else. One of these items was an exquisite black and white cape, while the other was a design. There were fewer items inside the treasure chest than they had expected. Normally, a treasure chest had between 3 and 5 items, yet this one only had 2. This was even after Shi Feng had activated Divine Providence. It seems it really is unrealistic to ask for 2 fragmented legendary items from an inferior legendary treasure chest. However, these 2 items are an impressive bounty, Shi Feng thought, smiling as he picked up the items for inspection. Nightwalker's Cape, fragmented legendary rank cape. Equipment requirement. Strength 1500, Agility 1200. When equipped. All resistances increased by 100%. All damage received reduced by 30%. Strength increased by 40%. Agility increased by 50%. Endurance increased by 30%. Ignore levels plus 20. Movement speed increased by 30%. Attack speed increased by 30%. Reaction speed increased by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Nightwalker. When the cape is equipped, no information about the player can be examined. Physique improved by 10%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Divine speed. Player starting movement speed increased to 30% of player's maximum movement speed. Additional active skill 1 dash. Divine steps. Summons 10 doppelgangers before a maximum of 10 targets for 5 seconds. Doppelgangers do not possess any attack capabilities. Throughout this duration, player is invulnerable. Player can switch positions with any doppelganger freely. Maximum cast range of 100 yards. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Void shield. Forms a shield that has an HP of 10 times the player's maximum HP for 2 minutes. As long as shield exists, player's HP recovery speed increased by 500% and movement speed increased by 100%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The blacksmith god Bayer crafted this cloak for the Tyrant of Destruction, but it was damaged in the battle against the god Slayer. However, as the divine runes remain intact, it can be repaired with 7 god crystals. Current number of absorbed god crystals, 0/7. Although it wasn't a weapon, the Nightwalker's cape was undoubtedly rarer than a fragmented legendary weapon. Shifeng immediately fell in love with the Nightwalker's cape as soon as he laid eyes on it. Although the cape's attributes could not compare to the 7 Luminaries' battle armor, it happened to be exactly what Shifeng needed. Unlike other classes, swordsmen relied on normal attacks to do damage in both combat against players and monsters. Hence, reaction speed was very important for a swordsman. Meanwhile, the Nightwalker's cape instantly increased its wearer's reaction speed by 30%. In high-speed battles against experts, the cape would be wondrously effective. Furthermore, after equipping the cape, he would obtain the passive skill, Divine Speed. In God's domain, players' movement speed and attack speed accelerated from 0. As in the real world, players had to build momentum. Divine Speed allowed players' movement speed to start from 30% of their maximum, allowing them to reach maximum speed far more quickly. Although the time one could save with this was minuscule and barely perceptible by ordinary players, in the eyes of experts, this small amount was extremely valuable. Because it wouldn't take as long to reach their maximum speed, players could dodge attacks that were normally unavoidable. However, it was the other item that truly surprised Shifeng. The Void Bomb design. Void Bombs were similar to the basic Mana Pulse Bomb. It was a tool of war with astounding power. However, although the Void Bomb was as devastating as the basic Mana Pulse Bomb, the Void Bomb had a larger effective area. Each bomb could cover an area of 20 by 20 yards. In the past, the Void Bomb had been in high demand but practically non-existent, as normally, one could only obtain them by completing quests, exploring ancient ruins and opening treasure chests. Shifeng had never considered that players could actually craft such an item. If he could mass-produce the Void Bomb, the consequences would be inconceivable. Sure enough, it will be very difficult to mass-produce. When Shifeng glanced at the required materials, he found that every material was extremely rare. Crafting this bomb required a total of 5 rare materials. Among them, the most valuable was a type of metal called Void Iron. Few kingdoms produced this type of ore. Currently, Void Iron sold for 2 gold per ingot, and the Void Bomb required 5. Without taking into account the production success rate, based on his initial estimate, crafting the Void Bomb would cost at least 25 gold. Even a first-rate guild would go bankrupt if it attempted to mass-produce these bombs. However, it wasn't exactly impossible to mass-produce so long as Zero Wing took control of a Void Iron vein. According to Shifeng's memories, 6 Void Iron veins had been found in the past, and every one of them had been controlled by either super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Any guild that attempted to wrangle control of these veins met utter annihilation. Void Iron veins produced more than just Void Iron. They also produced magic crystals. There was even a tiny chance to mine 7 Luminaries crystals. This minuscule chance was precisely the reason that the various superpowers had fought over void iron veins desperately. Some of these superpowers had even been wiped out in these struggles. Chapter 1252, Lively Town. Void Iron? Shifeng fell into deep thought as he examined the void bomb design. Thus far only he knew the secret that void iron veins could produce 7 Luminaries crystals. Hence, the current superpowers shouldn't be so desperate to secure the veins yet. Even so, the fact that a void iron vein could produce magic crystals was tempting enough. Void iron was also far more valuable than magic crystals. If a void iron vein were discovered, many of the superpowers would rush into the competition for it. Fortunately, it was not completely impossible for Zero Wing to occupy a void iron vein. There were very few void iron veins in God's domain, and they were all located in very dangerous areas, the lowest of which were above level 60. Among them, one void iron vein could be found in the Storm Empire. If we can occupy a void iron vein with the Candlelight Trading Firm's strength, we'll be capable of mass-producing the void bomb. They'll be very useful against dungeon bosses or in guild wars. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng's eyes shone with excitement. If even the basic mana pulse bombs could be so beneficial, mass-producing the void bombs would elevate the guild's strength to a whole new level. It would be a huge waste to pass up mass production. If there's an opportunity, we'll have to make a trip to the Eye of the Storm. The Storm Empire's void iron vein was located in the Eye of the Storm, which also happened to be the largest canyon in the Empire. Due to the area's steep terrain, it wasn't a suitable place for humans to build their homes. Hence, foreign races had ruled over the Eye of the Storm for many years, making it a very dangerous place for humans. As for the map's level range, it was between level 60 to level 90. Players below Tier 2 would surely die if they explored the map carelessly. Due to these risks, it's impossible that any current players or guilds had discovered the vein. It was even less likely that anyone had claimed it. Just knowing this gave Shifeng a huge advantage. Guild leader, you're so unfair. How can you admire the items without me? Fire Dance whined at Shifeng, who had been grinning silently into the treasure chest. Although she had watched and waited to see what items the treasure chest spawned, she couldn't see how many had appeared. Shifeng had just opened an inferior legendary treasure chest. Since there were 2 items inside, they must be extraordinary. Here you go. But let's keep this between us. Don't tell anyone. Shifeng finally remembered that Fire Dance was waiting beside him. He then shared the item's statistics with her. Upon seeing the information, Fire Dance was dazed. Both the Nightwalker's cape and the Void Bomb design were astounding items. If they could mass-produce the Void Bombs in particular, they wouldn't have any issues dealing with mythic monsters in the future. However, the fact that Shifeng could equip the Nightwalker's cape right now was even more shocking than the items themselves. Her 1,000 transformations only had an equipment requirement of 700 strength and 700 agility, yet the Nightwalker's cape required 1,500 strength and 1,200 agility. Even level 50, Tier 2 players would be hard-pressed to meet such high requirements. Guild leader, what level are you right now? Fire Dance asked curiously. Level 50, Shifeng responded nonchalantly. He had no intention of hiding the truth from Fire Dance. Hearing this response, Fire Dance was speechless. She knew that Shifeng possessed a hidden class. Moreover, leveling up his class required double the EXP of a normal class. Meanwhile, she had been trying desperately to level up. She had even taken down so many bosses with Shifeng. Even so, she was only level 48. Although she was only 2 levels away from level 50 with her leveling speed, she would roughly need another 5 or 6 days before hitting that milestone. Alright, snap out of it. I'll send the Void Bomb design back with you, but first make a few trips to the Sea God's temples, Shifeng said, chuckling. He needed to synthesize a large quantity of runic crystals. He did not have the free time to travel to and from the Sea God's temple. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was both stealthy and swift. As long as she held the Stormwind emblem, she could convert the runic crystals into Sea God's temple points before converting those into Sea God's blessings. Following which, Shifeng rapidly synthesized one runic crystal after another. A stack contained 100 individual runic fragments, and each synthesis required 50 fragments. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Stone had a synthesis success rate of 100%. In just a few seconds, Shifeng finished synthesizing a runic crystal. As Shifeng synthesized runic crystals and Fire Dance moved the runic fragments from the shop's warehouse to the second floor. Damn it! Why is that bastard still inside the shop? How many does he intend to buy? Scorpion muttered in annoyance as he glared at the grocery store opposite of the open-air bar he watched from. As he did not want to alert Shifeng of his presence, he did not dare move too close to the swordsman. After all, experts of their standards were extremely sensitive to their environments. If he accidentally leaked the slightest killing intent, Shifeng was likely to discover him. When stalking targets of Shifeng's caliber, he maintained a distance of over 200 yards. Stormwind Town's security was much stricter than Blue Jade City's. Although these guards' levels were lower, there wasn't much difference to players of his level. They would die instantly either way. He couldn't afford to strike inside Stormwind Town. It would only be time to make his move after Shifeng left the town to grind or quest. Time passed quickly. Before Shifeng realized it, the 1,000 gold he had set up to purchase runic fragments had depleted. In the end, the shop had purchased 20,000 fragment stacks in total. With this, he had bought out nearly every player in Stormwind Town. However, news travels quickly, and players from other cities had discovered that a grocery store in Stormwind Town was purchasing runic fragments. They had rushed in from nearby towns and cities. Even now, a long line of players still waited by the shop's entrance. Crap. Why aren't they buying anymore? I just arrived, for God's sake. Are you guys buying fragments tomorrow? I still have 30 stacks here. The players outside of the shop grew flustered, afraid that they had missed their chance to make some money. Dear customers, please rest assured that our store will purchase a large quantity of runic fragments every day. However, as we have already reached our quota for today, please come back tomorrow, one of the female NPCs managing the store formally announced as Shifeng had requested. Hearing the announcement, everyone outside the shop relaxed. Many reluctant players even decided to spend 2 silver coins to set a stall up beside the store. They intended to wait until the next day to sell off their runic fragments. The business district had grown quite lively. As more time passed, even more players rushed to the area as some set up stalls and others visited bars to chat while they passed the time. In less than half an hour, the crowd had doubled. Guild leader, have these people lost their minds? They're actually willing to wait until tomorrow to sell their runic fragments? Fire Dance was confused as she watched the players crowd the street outside the shop. Rather than waiting here doing nothing, it would be much more profitable to grind or quest. It isn't that easy to make money in God's domain. These players have particularly larger expenditures, Shifeng explained, smiling bitterly in response to Fire Dance's question. Fire Dance was a considerably powerful expert. After joining Zero Wing, her strength had even increased by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, the guild paid for most of her costs, including her repair fees and the cost of her usual consumable items. In addition, she wore a set of top-tier equipment. Her equipment needs were met. Even if they weren't, her weapons and equipment were not easy to obtain for players or guilds. She was oblivious about the suffering independent players faced in God's domain. Most elite players in Seas End only made 10 silver or so each day, and that was if they teamed up. They earned even less if they operated solo. Both land and sea monsters rarely dropped coins. They mainly dropped materials, and NPCs usually purchased these materials for very little, yet selling one stock to payers would require a lot of time. For the majority of these players, quests were their most profitable source of income. Unfortunately, very few players actually got their hands on high-quality quests. To these players, an opportunity to sell their runic fragments for 5 silver per stack was like a gift from heaven. If they had stockpiled fragments, they could easily make several gold. How could these players possibly bypass such a golden opportunity? Alright, now that we've traded for all of the sea god's blessings we can, it's time we leave this place. Chapter 1253, Money Earning Tactic. Guild leader, are we returning to the guild? Fire Dance asked. She had already made multiple trips to the Sea God's Temple, trading points for a total of 8,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing. She had also seen the potion's effects, and she had to admit that it was a miracle tool for grinding and raiding dungeons. If players could increase their attributes by 10%, dungeons would become at least 10% easier. This way, players could lower the equipment and weapon requirements, and they could dispatch more players to difficult dungeons. The Sea God's Blessing also increased players' resistances by 100 points, making it even easier to raid bosses that dealt magical damage. Moreover, the potion had a duration of 12 hours. That was more than enough time for a 50-man team to raid a large-scale team dungeon. If they offered the Sea God's Blessing to their guild members in exchange for guild contribution points, their members could level up and upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster. No. We're heading to the Fire Dragon Empire, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The Sea God's Blessing was precious. If not for the Philosopher's Stone, it would not have been possible to obtain so many within such a short time. While it was not a bad idea to put it up for trade in the guild, doing so would expose his identity. Moreover, earning money was far more important right now. In the past, the Sea God's Blessing had sold for a maximum of 2 gold in Sea's End and 3 gold on land during its peak. Land players hadn't discovered the Sea God's Blessing yet, making this an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. If he waited until more players in Sea's End realized how important this potion was, and news of the potion spread to the mainland, he would lose the opportunity to sell it for a high price. Fortunately, there were a limited number of Sea God's temples available, and each temple only stocked 50,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing each week. It wasn't even enough to satisfy Stormwind Town's players. So the price shouldn't be affected overmuch. In any case, he had to earn as much as he could while he didn't have any competition. The Fire Dragon Empire was one of the 4 great empires. The empire stood at the peak of God's domain in both quantity and quality of experts. The empire was home to plenty of powerful adventurer teams. Thus, it was an ideal place to sell the Sea God's Blessing. He also had the option of selling the potions in Blackwing City. However, as the Sea God's Blessing was relatively affordable, more players would fight over it in the Fire Dragon Empire. Although he would have to spend quite a bit on teleportation fees, compared to the potential profits, the expenditure was negligible. Following which, Shifeng descended the stairs. As for Fire Dance, she activated stealth and followed as they traveled to the Fire Dragon Empire together. Since Fire Dance had picked up 8,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing, Shifeng's bag couldn't store them all. He needed help transporting the potions. He's finally leaving? A hint of excitement flashed in Scorpion's eyes when he saw Shifeng exit the shop. Quickly, he finished the glass of liquor he had just ordered. Overall, he had waited several hours for Shifeng to leave the shop. Although it was common for assassination experts like himself to wait several hours at a time on a mission, stakeouts were tiresome. However, before Scorpion could celebrate, he saw Shifeng head towards the teleportation hall. After traveling all the way here, he doesn't plan to go out and level? Scorpion was confused as he watched Shifeng leave the town via the teleportation hall. Suppressing his bubbling frustration, he called out the system map and checked Shifeng's current location. Flame Dragon City. Scorpion nearly cracked his teeth when he saw the location on the map. Flame Dragon City was the Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The security there was several times higher than Stormwind Town's. It was even more difficult to take out a target there. Excellent. I refuse to believe you won't head out to level or quest at some point. Scorpion ground his teeth as he paid 7 gold 20 silver to teleport to Flame Dragon City as well, his hatred of Shifeng growing ever stronger. A single teleportation fee had lightened his pockets by 20%. Sea's End was already quite far from the Fire Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, the fee for teleporting out of Sea's End was more expensive than elsewhere. Very players chose to travel to the mainland to level. Even if they did decide to do so, they would travel via a flying ship, which was much cheaper. Flame Dragon City. As the imperial capital of one of the 4 great empires and the venue for the Dark Arena, the player population surpassed the other empires' capitals. Moreover, the Fire Dragon Empire had a treaty of alliance with the several neighboring kingdoms, which resulted in 40% cheaper teleportation fees between these countries, attracting even more players. One could see plenty of player trading firms as they wandered through the capital's business district. Many independent adventurer teams also sold rare items monsters had dropped. It would be great if White River City were even half as impressive as this city. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he gazed upon Fire Dragon City's business district. 2-star shops were still extremely rare. Generally, only first-rate guilds had the capacity to set one up. However, as he walked through the business district, he saw plenty of 2-star shops. Moreover, Fire Dragon City had long since activated the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to leveling spots that could not be reached with teleportation arrays. The various trading firms displayed even more impressive merchandise. Even level 40 fine gold equipment was available for purchase. Only the prices for such items were much higher than market value. It was clear that the shop owners did not want players to buy these items, intending to keep them on display. Only level 40 secret silver equipment and below sold normally. Even so, this was astounding. In Star Moon Kingdom, one typically only found level 40 secret silver equipment in the auction houses. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players had yet to reach level 40. Meanwhile, it was because these trading firms sold the best equipment available that adventurer teams visited so frequently. After all, they might come across weapons or equipment that suited them. However, Shifeng wasn't here to visit these shops. Rather, he was bound for the auction house. The Fire Dragon Auction House was the largest auction house in the Fire Dragon Empire. The Empire itself ran the establishment. Players throughout the Empire's various major cities could view every item sold here. As long as an item was of sufficient quality, one would not have to worry about it not selling. Only the processing fee was somewhat expensive, as high as 15% of the final selling price. In addition, the auction house charged a storage fee. The longer an item lingered in the auction house, the higher the fee would be. If one sold an item that was not particularly attractive, they might actually lose money. After arriving at the Fire Dragon Auction House, Fire Dance was amazed by the breathtaking view. The Fire Dragon Auction House was humongous. It was even larger than Blackwing City's Blackwing Auction House. It easily took up an area of 3 or 4 stadiums with a 50,000 capacity. Moreover, the auction house had 100 floors and was over 700 meters tall. A sea of players drifted in and out of the auction house. Independent players, members of small guilds, as well as members of large guilds were here to purchase materials. Shifeng wasn't particularly moved. After all, he had seen the Fire Dragon Auction House when Flame Dragon City had been at its peak. Far more players had visited the auction house back then. After entering the auction house, one could see a large number of NPC waiters and administrators standing around the main hall. If players were lost, they could simply ask these NPCs for directions. These NPCs would then provide them detailed explanations of the auction house. Once inside the building, Shifeng approached the item sale area. As there were many players seeking to sell their items, despite so many NPCs, Shifeng had to wait for some time before his turn. "Sir, may I know what item you wish to sell today?" the female NPC staff member asked, smiling. "I wish to sell this item. Please appraise it," Shifeng said as he handed a bottle of Sea God's Blessing to the NPC receptionist. The Fire Dragon Auction House operated somewhat differently from the auction houses in other kingdoms and empires. Normal items were not accepted here. Only items of bronze rank or above could be sold here. Furthermore, players weren't allowed to set any random price. They had to abide by the NPC's minimum price. Of course, players could set higher prices. "Sir, the starting price for the Sea God's Blessing is set at 1 gold, 20 silver. Storage for 24 hours will cost 3 silver, or you can store the item for 48 hours at 6 silver, the NPC receptionist reported once she finished appraising the potion. "I'd like to set the starting price at 1 gold, 60 silver and store the item for only 24 hours. I will sell 3,000 bottles in total. Sell 150 bottles every 1 hour, Shifeng said as he retrieved 1 bottle of Sea God's Blessing after another. Seeing so many bottles of Sea God's Blessing, the NPC receptionist was momentarily stunned. However, she recovered quickly and accepted the 3,000 bottles. Chapter 1254. Taking the Empire by Storm. After commissioning the 3,000 Sea God's Blessing bottles to the Fire Dragon Auction House, Shifeng left the auction house with Fire Dance and hurried back to the teleportation hall. Guild leader with the capabilities of the Fire Dragon Empire's players, They shouldn't have any problems using 8,000 sea gods' blessings. Why are we setting out for another empire? Fire Dance asked, confused. We are too poor right now. With our limited stock of sea gods' blessings, we have to employ hunger marketing if we want greater profits, Shifeng explained, smiling bitterly. If given the choice, he would sell all the potions here in one go rather than waste time running about. However, he had too many aspects that required funds. This was especially true for fees to reconstruct the 20 shops he had recently acquired from the secret pavilion, as well as the diamond would cost. Naturally, he had to try to earn as much as possible. Although there were a lot of players in the Fire Dragon Empire and plenty of first-rate guilds, he couldn't place all of his eggs into one basket if he wanted the sea god's blessing to fetch a high price. After all, despite the potion's affordable price, it was still easily affordable for ordinary players. Normally, only guilds and powerful adventurer teams could buy the potion in bulk. Yet there was a limited number of such adventurer teams and guilds in the Fire Dragon Empire, limiting how high the sea god's blessings price could rise. Hence he had decided to test the waters with 3,000 bottles first. Very quickly, Shifeng and Fire Dance traveled to the Beast Empire's Beast City. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who had been tailing Shifeng in secret, fumed with rage. Shifeng had arrived in Flame Dragon City less than an hour ago, yet he was leaving already. It wouldn't be so bad if Shifeng's destination were outside the city. However, of all the places Shifeng could have chosen, he chose the faraway Beast Empire. A one-way trip there from Flame Dragon City cost 3 gold, 74 silver. Not only had Scorpion failed to find an opportunity for his allies to ambush Shifeng, but he had also wasted over 10 gold. This was hard-earned money that he had saved to purchase a new weapon. While he was one of the Sacred Temple's peak experts, he had obtained most of his weapons, equipment, and skills himself. He was only slightly better off than the guild's elite members in that he could purchase top-tier items cheaply with coins or guild contribution points. Yet now he had spent nearly 1/3 of his savings just to follow Shifeng around. He even began to consider attacking Shifeng outright. Shortly after Shifeng left the Fire Dragon auction house, the sea god's blessing appeared in the auction house's potion window. Who's this seller? He's actually selling a potion for 1 gold 60 silver. Has he lost his mind? Crap. Does he think he's selling dragon blood? The various guilds and adventurer teams' logistic members, who had come to purchase potions, were astonished when they saw the sea god's blessing. The intermediate regeneration and intermediate mana recovery potions they usually purchased only cost several silver per bottle. Even the mana mixture, which was slightly more valuable, only cost a dozen or so silver coins. Meanwhile, the mana mixture could temporarily increase a player's maximum mana by 10%. Yet someone was actually selling a potion that no one had ever heard of for 1 gold 60 silver. Moreover, that was only the potion's starting price. However, these logistics members quickly calmed themselves as they clicked to check the Sea God's Blessings attribute panel and read its introductory text. As logistics members, their task was to purchase all sorts of useful potions. Whenever a new potion appeared, they were required to investigate it. If they missed an opportunity to obtain a particularly precious potion, they would be severely reprimanded. However, as these players read the Sea God's Blessings introduction, their mocking laughter died as an excited madness took its place. Leader, I discovered a super potion that increases all basic attributes by 10% and resistances by 100 points for 12 hours. If every member of our Royal Thunder team drinks this potion, we won't have any issues raiding Hell Mode team dungeons. A potion can do that. Buy them all. Quickly. But the potion isn't cheap. Not cheap. How much is it? As long as it isn't too outrageous, we'll take them all. The starting price is 1 gold 60 silver per bottle. The various logistics members contacted their superiors. If the potion had simply cost 20 or 30 silver per bottle, they could make the decision on their own. However, the Sea God's Blessing's starting price was too high. They did not have the authority to approve such a large purchase. When they learned of the potion's starting price, the superiors in both the large guilds and the adventurer teams were stunned into silence. However, after a moment of silence, every one of these upper echelons issued the same command. Buy them all. While the price was indeed very high, its effects were astonishing. If used properly, It could easily elevate a team's strength to a whole new level. The potion might even enable a team to raid a dungeon of a higher difficulty, allowing access to higher quality weapons and equipment. Immediately, the various logistics members bid on the Sea God's blessing. From the initial 1 gold 60 silver, the price quickly rose to 1 gold 61 silver, before rising again to 1 gold 62 silver. The potion's price soared. At the same time, news of the Sea God's blessing shocked many first-rate guilds and superpowers. How can such a potion actually exist? Investigate this potion's origin and the method to obtain it immediately. Unlike ordinary large guilds and adventurer teams, these first-rate guilds and superpowers were more interested in the Sea God's blessing's origin. Immediately they began to research the potion. At the same time, they sent their logistics members to purchase every available bottle. At most, the 150 available bottles would cost several hundred gold. Ordinary large guilds might hesitate to make such a large expenditure, but this amount of money was negligible to first-rate guilds and superpowers. As long as they could raid level 45 Hell Mode large-scale team dungeons, obtaining 2 or 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment, they would make up for the loss with money to spare. Have these people lost their minds? It's already at 2 gold 60 silver per bottle, yet they're still bidding. The first-rate guilds and superpowers' intervention caused the price of the Sea God's blessing to skyrocket, instantly exceeding the various adventurer teams' budget. Leader, the potion's price has already reached 2 gold 65 silver. By the looks of it, the price will continue to rise. I no longer have enough coins on hand to buy all of the potions. Damn it. This is definitely those first-rate guilds doing. But this is our best opportunity to take down a Hell Mode team dungeon. We cannot miss this chance. I'll have someone send you some money later. We don't need to purchase all of them. 50 bottles should be enough. Understood. At the end of the day, an adventurer team could not compete with a large guild's financial strength. Fortunately, adventurer teams didn't need all 150 bottles. They could manage with 1/3 of that. Unfortunately, while the various adventurer teams discussed their options, none of the large guilds intended to let the potions fall into anyone else's hands. Very quickly, the price of the Sea God's blessing broke past the 4 gold threshold, exceeding the record high in Shifeng's previous life. Once the auction for the 150 Sea God's blessing bottles concluded, Shifeng was stunned. System: the Sea God's blessing you placed in the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold 16 silver has been sent to your bag. System: the Sea God's blessing you placed in the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold 24 silver has been sent to your bag. System: the Sea God's blessing you placed at the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold 19 silver has been sent to your bag. A series of 150 system notifications bombarded Shifeng. In the blink of an eye, he had gained nearly 800 gold. Chapter 1255 Competitors. Guild Leader, what happened? Fire Dance asked when she noticed Shifeng's joyful smile. It's nothing. I just made a small profit, that's all, Shifeng replied, chuckling. In the past, the Sea God's blessing had only sold for 3 gold during its peak. Now he had managed to sell the potion for an average of 5 gold 20 silver. That was nearly double the price back then. Moreover, this had only been the first batch. As the potion's fame spread, its price would continue to rise. The only problem was the attention from the various large guilds. By now, the various large guilds should have begun their investigation into the potion. With a little effort, it wasn't hard to learn about the Sea God's blessing. After all, the Sea God's blessing was one of the basic items available for trade in the Sea God's temple. Once the various large guilds discovered the potion's origins, they would try to obtain it for themselves by any means necessary, rather than purchase the bottles from the auction house. After all, it was much cheaper to obtain the potion from the Sea God's temple. With enough runic fragments, they could hire an NPC master alchemist to synthesize runic crystals. Employing a master alchemist might be difficult for ordinary players, but that was not the case for large guilds. Even if a master alchemist only had a 10% synthesis success rate, with each stack of runic fragment only costing 5 silver, the potion's total cost wouldn't exceed 1 gold 50 silver. It was much cheaper than buying the potion from Shifeng. With the potion's growing popularity, I need to hurry. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng rushed back to Stormwind Town with Fire Dance. Now that the various guilds had caught wind of the Sea God's blessing, they would find a way to obtain them in Sea's End. However, the Sea God's blessing was not available indefinitely. Each Sea God's temple only stocked 50,000 bottles each week. If he secured all of the available Sea God's blessings, even if the other guilds had the required points, they wouldn't be able to trade for the potion. Meanwhile, throughout Sea's End, players had only discovered 10 Sea God's temples. As long as he had the funds, it wasn't impossible to clear the temple's stock. After all, he had already earned some funds from the first batch of Sea God's blessings. However, when Scorpion realized Shifeng was returning to Stormwind Town, he very nearly lost consciousness. After traveling around the continent, he returned to where he had begun. In total, he had spent more than 24 gold on teleportation fees. Scorpion wanted nothing more than to rip Shifeng apart with his own hands. Stormwind Town. When Shifeng returned to the grocery store, he discovered far more players in the business district. These players watched the grocery store like hawks, waiting for the NPCs to hang the wooden signboard that announced the purchasing of runic fragments. The shop really has become quite famous. I should be able to collect a lot of fragments. Shifeng smiled as he entered the grocery store. Upon his return, Shifeng also received the profits from the first round of sales in other empires. Although the potions were not as popular as they were in the Fire Dragon Empire, each bottle still sold for 5 gold or more. Overall, the 600 bottles that had sold in 4 other empires had earned Shifeng an additional 3,000 plus gold. Without hesitation, Shifeng equipped the grocery store with 3,000 gold and began to purchase runic fragments once more. Meanwhile, Fire Dance headed out to purchase the Sea God's blessing. Quick look. The signboard is up again. Haha. I knew it wasn't a waste of time to wait. I've purchased a ton of runic fragments from other cities. I'll make a fortune. When the waiting players saw the signboard, they charged into the shop. Among them, there were a few merchant players trying to make a profit through the price spread. After purchasing runic fragments in other NPC cities, these merchant players would come running to the grocery store to sell the fragments for 5 silver per stack. Even if they only earned 1 silver per stack, selling 5 or 600 stacks would earn them 5 or 6 gold. Even experts couldn't earn that much money in a single day. He had offered to purchase each stack of runic fragments for 5 silver precisely to inspire these merchant players to do the dirty work for him, purchasing fragments from other cities and saving him plenty of time. In just 10 minutes, the grocery store had purchased over 6,000 runic fragment stacks. This was far faster than before. Unfortunately, Shifeng's synthesis speed remained constant as the Philosopher's Stone could only synthesize 1 runic crystal at a time. Time passed quickly. Despite players' rush to sell their fragments, Shifeng's funds didn't decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, he continued to gain more coins. Very quickly, Shifeng had accumulated 20,000 gold. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had purchased the remaining 42,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing in Stormwind Town's Sea God's Temple and stored them in the grocery store's warehouse. Following which, Shifeng sent the 20,000 gold he earned to Melancholic Smile, contacting her and saying, "Melancholic, I just sent you 20,000 gold. Once you receive it, start the new shop's reconstruction." The sooner those 20 shops were complete, the sooner they could purchase diamond wood. After all, if the other guilds learned about the diamond wood's value, it would become extremely difficult to purchase even if Zero Wing had the funds. 20,000. Guild leader, how did you get so much money? Melancholic Smile was momentarily dumbfounded. She had been managing both the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing's finances all this time, so she was very aware of their financial situation. Both the guild and the trading firm continued to expand. As a result, the cost of the guild's benefits rose each day. They also had to continue purchasing more materials. There was also the fact that Stone Forest Town had recently become an intermediate town, so they had plenty of buildings to construct. Practically all of the guild's funds had already been allocated. The guild simply had no money to spare right now. "I just made some money selling potions. I'll send the money for the diamond wood a little later," Shifeng said, chuckling. His current earnings were only the tip of the iceberg. If he could monopolize the sea god's blessing before the other guilds gathered enough points to trade for it, he could easily make several times more than his current profits. It was for this reason that he had sent Fire Dance to visit the other sea gods' temples to exchange their points for sea gods' blessing. While Fire Dance visited the various sea gods' temples, Shifeng wandered throughout God's domain, selling the sea gods' blessings. Although he could only carry 4,000 bottles with him at a time, the potions' prices continued to increase. Excluding the Fire Dragon Empire, the sea god's blessings' maximum price had risen from 5 gold 20 silver to 5 gold 60 silver. The potion was far more popular than Shifeng had expected. However, by the time Shifeng was on his 4th visit to the various empires, the potion's popularity had calmed, the maximum price decreasing to roughly 5 gold. While Shifeng had expected the drop, he was surprised to see others selling the sea god's blessing in the various auction houses. He hadn't expected competition this early. Moreover, their starting prices were even lower than his, only 1 gold 30 silver. Their sales volume was also quite significant. It was also because of this that the potion's prices had fallen so much. Guild leader, the sea god's temple I'm in only has a little over half its stock remaining. There are less than 20,000 bottles left. The previous temple I visited had already traded a few thousand bottles as well, Fire Dance reported. Should I purchase what's left of this temple's stock? Chapter 1256, Tyrant vs. Lunatic. I've really underestimated them this time. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He had worried about the various empires' guilds, yet he had completely forgotten about the various naval powers in Sea's End. The sea god's blessing cost a considerable number of sea god's temple points. Regardless of how powerful the empire's guilds were, it was impossible for them to afford so many sea god's blessings in 30 hours or so. After all, an NPC master alchemist's synthesis success rate was very low. It could take anywhere from 10 to a few dozen attempts to succeed once. Factoring in the time it required to synthesize fragments, any guild would need a miracle to purchase a few hundred bottles within 30 hours. Even with half a dozen NPC master alchemists. Even if the Empire's powers worked together, it was impossible for them to obtain more than 10,000 bottles. After all, there were only so many NPC master alchemists available. The only people capable of obtaining so many sea gods' temple points were the local superpowers. For Sea's End's superpowers, it was not difficult to obtain the temple points. They could obtain the points either through quests or trading items such as runic crystals. Not only could one obtain runic crystals through synthesis, but they could also obtain them by killing boss-grade sea monsters in Sea's End. Guild leader, should we continue to purchase the potion? Fire Dance asked as she watched Shifeng on the screen. They had rushed to purchase the sea god's blessing in the first place to avoid competition, limiting others' access to the potion. Now that the sea god's temple she was in had already traded over 30,000 bottles, this would impact their ability to sell the potion for a high price. Of course, why wouldn't we? At worst we'll earn a little less profit, Shifeng said, chuckling. Although competition would decrease the price, they could still earn coins at a frightening rate. Moreover, he had the Philosopher's Stone to synthesize runic fragments. Even if the potion sold at its minimum price, he would still make a profit. Furthermore, he had already met his initial goal. The sea god's blessings price had surpassed his expectations. After repeated sales, he had over 60,000 gold on hand. It was enough to deal with matters such as his Tier 2 promotion, purchasing diamond wood and reconstructing Stone Forest Town. They also had nearly 140,000 bottles in the grocery store's warehouse. Even if he sold the potion for 2 gold per bottle, he would have more than enough money to construct his city. Understood. After giving the matter some thought, Fire Dance understood Shifeng's reasoning. She also felt that she had been a little too greedy. Stormwind Town. After returning to the grocery store, Shifeng discovered that the crowd around the shop had disappeared. Now there were only a few dozen people around. Every one of these players radiated an imposing aura, their very postures threatening anyone who dared to approach. Just as Shifeng neared the shop, a robust middle-aged man called out to him, "Friend, are you trying to sell off your runic fragments?" Shifeng nodded, pretending to be just another adventurer trying to make some gold. "I'd advise you to go elsewhere then. The House of Seas has quarantined this grocery store. Anyone who enters the shop will be declared an enemy of the House of Seas. It isn't worth provoking them for a few dozen silver, the robust man explained. A few players had tried to go in, but the house's members had used a Tier 2 magic scroll and killed them as soon as they left the shop. Not only had the players lost a piece of equipment, but they've also become targets for the House of Seas. The player from the organization that used the scroll is only level 30. He's not worried about the NPC guards killing him or losing a few levels in jail. How tyrannic. Hearing the middle-aged man's warning, Shattering glanced at the 20-man team standing in front of the shop, and indeed, there were 5 level 30 players among them. These level 30 players in particular wore ordinary equipment. As for the other team members, they were either level 42 or level 43 players equipped with level 40 fine gold equipment. A few of them even wore 2 or 3 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. It was clear that these expert players were here to scare off ordinary and elite players. If an ordinary expert disregarded the warning, these House of Seas members would finish them off with a Tier 2 magic scroll. With this, the House of Seas had successfully barred Stormwind Town's players from selling their runic fragments to the grocery store. As long as players stopped selling their runic fragments, Shattering would lose his source of runic crystals. Although he could travel around cities to purchase runic fragments himself, his acquisition rate would be many times slower. The House of Seas has always been tyrannical. There are only a few powers in Seas End capable of competing with them. If independent players like us provoke them, we won't survive in Seas End, the middle-aged man said, sighing. The House of Seas is searching madly for the shopkeeper. They've announced that the shopkeeper will have to operate under their management if they wish to continue in Seas End. I feel bad for the guy. Just by opening a shop he earned the ire of the House of. You're going in. Don't be stupid. Several people have already tried and failed. The middle-aged man suddenly noticed Shattering approach the grocery store. If they target you, your life here will be over. Target? Shattering chuckled. They've wanted me for a while now. You're already a target? The middle-aged man suddenly realized a possibility. His eyes widening, he stammered, could you be the person they are? That's right. I'm the player you feel bad for, Shattering nodded, grinning. He then continued towards the shop, leaving the middle-aged man behind. Has he lost his mind? The middle-aged man muttered, stunned. The House of Seas had searched frantically for the grocery store's shopkeeper, yet this shopkeeper decided to reveal himself. It wasn't long before Shattering reached the shop's entrance. Immediately, several House of Seas members blocked Sherfang's path. Brat, this store under the House of Seas control. Get lost. A level 43 shield warrior shouted. What if I don't? Sherfang asked, smirking. Kid, do you want to die? You dare to challenge the House of Seas authority? The shield warrior bellowed. He then turned to the several level 30 players beside him, ordering, kill this kid. I want to see who would dare approach this shop after watching this one die. A level 30 Cursemancer revealed a Tier 2 magic scroll and began to activate it. Immediately, a black magic array appeared behind the Cursemancer. 20 pitch-black blades then surfaced from the array and shot at Shattering. Although a Tier 2 magic scroll was ineffective against great lords of the same level, it could kill current players who had yet to reach Tier 2 instantly. Unless the target used an invulnerability skill of some sort, there was no escaping death. Boom. When the pitch-black blades collided with their target, the resulting impact threw dust and dirt into the air for several yards. The players wandering about the business district were stunned. What a fool. The level 43 shield warrior wore a contemptuous expression as he watched the cloud of dust and dirt. However, as soon as the shield warrior finished speaking, a familiar voice reached his ears. Are you sure about that? The shield warrior spun towards the voice's source. Before anyone had realized it, Shattering had moved behind the level 30 Cursemancer. His blue long sword, which emitted arcs of electricity, protruded through the Cursemancer's heart. Although the Cursemancer tried to speak, his HP had already fallen to 0. His head rolled to the side as his body collapsed to the ground. A pair of level 30 bronze boots dropped beside his corpse. Chapter 1257 Declaration of War. Impossible. The bystanders watching from afar were shocked when they saw They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Even an agile assassin couldn't dodge so many of those pitch-black blades. Not only was Shi Feng unharmed, but he had also appeared behind the level 30 Cursemancer, killing the player instantly. It was unbelievable. This can't be real, right? Is he an NPC? The middle-aged man who had warned Shi Feng muttered. The House of C's members surrounded Shi Feng while everyone recovered from their shock. Kid, you really do want to die. The level 43 shield warrior assumed Shi Feng must have used a skill to avoid the incoming spell, surprised by the swordsman's performance. He turned to the level 30 players beside him and said, "You four attack together. I refuse to believe that this kid has any more skills to save himself." The four level 30s promptly took Tier 2 magic scrolls from their bags and activated them. Two of the four Tier 2 spells were single-target spells, the others were AoEs. All four spells bombarded Shi Feng, leaving him no room to dodge. "Let's see how you dodge these attacks," the shield warrior sneered. They had long since familiarized themselves with the rules of combat inside towns and cities. The system wouldn't deem an attacking player's spell channeling to be aggressive until it locked onto a specific target. If the target retaliated, attacking first, the system would deem them the aggressor. The target had to wait until the magic scroll locked on before counterattacking. Normally, players would have no choice but to dodge, block, or use a life-saving skill to protect themselves. Shi Feng had already used his life-saving skill. He would die facing 4 magic scrolls if he didn't have another. "Want to run?" "I don't think so," Shi Feng said, smiling when he noticed the players around him slowly back away to avoid the incoming assault. These people were 10 years too early if they thought they could use the game's rules against him. He sheathed Killing Ray and leaned forward to grab the retreating players, pulling them to his position. The retreating crowd gathered around Shi Feng once more, forming a human shield. "Damn it! He wants us to perish together." The level 43 shield warrior had never expected Shi Feng's strength to be so high. No matter how they struggled, Shi Feng still dragged them to his sides, using them as shields. It was already too late for them to dodge. They had no choice but to activate their life-saving skills to survive the incoming Tier 2 spells. Boom. 11 House of C's experts died as the series of explosions echoed throughout the district. All of the survivors' HP had dropped to critical levels. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Am I hallucinating? Friendly fire? The House of C's members had used a similar strategy to attack other experts that had tried to enter the grocery store. They would surround the disobedient expert before attacking with Tier 2 magic scrolls. They would back away quickly after launching the spells. The experts were utterly helpless as they died. Now the House of C's members hadn't retreated once the spells had been launched as if they had developed Alzheimer's. On the contrary, they had moved closer to the target. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had moved over a dozen yards away from his original position. He looked like a spectator, quietly observing the commotion. The Nightwalker's cape's effects really are impressive. As expected of a fragmented legendary item, Shi Feng gazed at the battered House of C's members with satisfaction. The increase to his physique, reaction speed, and starting speed had felt pleasant as he moved. "Who are you? Why are you trying to go against the House of C's?" The level 43 shield warrior had lost his previous arrogant demeanor. All that was left was solemnity and fear. With a threatening tone, he asked, "Are you not afraid of the House of C's hunting you down?" As an expert, he knew full well what had happened even if the spectators didn't. Shi Feng had actually managed to grab every one of them as they attempted to retreat and drug them back to him. He had swiftly retreated a dozen yards away afterward. He had never even heard of this level of skill or reaction speed. He even wondered if it were something players could achieve. "You're asking for my identity even after searching for me for so long?" Shi Feng laughed. He had no intention of hiding his ownership of the grocery store. If someone used their brain, they'd know only a player would purchase runic fragments in bulk at a high price. It would hurt his development in Stormwind Town if he did not respond properly now that the House of C's had come all the way to cause trouble. "So you're the shopkeeper." Realization dawned on the shield warrior. "That makes things easier. Our guild leader has stated that your shop may continue to purchase runic fragments in bulk. However, you must hand over 80% of your profits. Don't even think about running a shop in C's End in the future otherwise. Our House of Seas will hunt you to the ends of God's domain. The fear on the shield warrior's face faded when he spoke of the guild leader's command, reverting to the prideful, confident expression he had before. It was as if the guild leader's command was a system rule and no player could challenge it. None of the Sea's End players present doubted the validity of those boastful words, no matter how laughable they seemed. The House of Seas was one of Sea's End's overlords. It was the #1 ranking overlord. Even the mighty Freedom Alliance, not to mention the other powers at the Sea's End, had to show respect to the House of Seas. The House of Seas also possessed a shop in all 12 major cities in Sea's End. It was obvious just how powerful the guild was. The House of Seas could easily stop the players in Sea's End from entering a particular shop if it wanted to. The players in Stormwind Town proved this point. How was a shop going to buy or sell items if it didn't have any players visiting it? In other words, the shop was useless. Haha, interesting. This is too interesting. Scorpion, who had been watching since the beginning, was ecstatic when he heard the shield warrior's words. The frustration from spending so much money on teleportation fees instantly vanished. Not only will you become the Sacred Temple's target, but you'll also be the House of Seas' target. I want to see how you're going to survive on your own strength in the future. The House of Seas' strength wasn't comparable to that of a super first-rate guild, but it was still a veteran first-rate guild. The House of Seas' current strength was extraordinary because it had focused its development in Sea's End and had the support of major corporations. Identical Summer had sought cooperation with the House of Seas for this same reason. If the House of Seas wanted to deal with Shifeng, the Sacred Temple would have a much easier time assassinating him. If he couldn't run a shop in any town or city in Sea's End, he would have to explore and do quests to procure weapons, equipment, and other resources. They would have plenty of chances to strike. The House of Seas really is ruthless to ask for 80% of the profits. Scorpion was curious about how Shifeng was going to respond. In his opinion, Shifeng would most likely give up on the shop altogether. At least he could avoid provoking the House of Seas that way. The likelihood of agreeing to the House Seas' demands was very low. It would be no different than working for the House of Seas for free if he gave them 80% of his profits. Is this all your guild leader has to say? Shifeng asked. That's right. You need to give a reply today. Otherwise, we'll take your silence as a refusal to our invitation, and a declaration to make the House of Seas your enemy, the shield warrior said proudly. You want a reply today? Shifeng smiled. All right then. Go back and tell Tyrant Serpent that if he wants to play, I'll play with him until the end. Chapter 1258, Disturbance at Sea. Although Shifeng's tone had been casual, the entire business district had fallen silent when they heard his words. The spectating players stared at Shifeng with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. A lunatic. He's a lunatic. He actually dares to challenge the House of Seas by himself. Does he know what he just said? The bystanders started excitedly chatting about the situation. The House of Seas was one of Sea's End's overlords. Only a handful of powers in Sea's End were bold enough to provoke the organization, yet now a lone player had declared war against this overload. This was the first time such an incident had occurred in Sea's End. Normally, the most they had heard was certain expert players killing an elite or expert member. Even so, such incidents became hot topics, independent players revering the player in question. Now that someone had openly declared war on the House of Seas, the various spectators commended him, even if it were just a boastful declaration. It was enough to shock players throughout Sea's End. Meanwhile, news of this matter quickly spread to Sea's End's official forums. Mysterious expert openly declares war on the House of Seas. The instant this post published, it sent waves throughout Sea's End. Does this guy want to die? Or does he plan to delete his account and start a new one? After receiving such a challenge, the House of Seas will never live this down if they don't kill that player back to level 0. I heard that the House of Seas is trying to take 80% of that player's profits. Anybody in their position would retaliate. He's still a fool. The House of Seas has plenty of members and influence. They even have ways of hunting down assassin players. Since he's just a swordsman, he will have a hard time going out to level up from now on. That shouldn't be the case. The player has hidden his identity and appearance. Causing trouble for him won't be so easy. What do you know? Don't you know that the various large guilds have tracking experts? There are also a few tracking tools available. Not even wearing a black cloak will help this guy. After all, the black cloak can only hide a person's basic information and appearance. It can't hide a person's figure and class. With how many members the House of Seas has, they can easily send a few assassins to keep an eye on him. This guy is simply too amazing. Even if he dies back to level 0, his achievement will be recorded in God's domain's history. None of the players on the official forums had an optimistic view of Shi Feng's foolish actions. However, they were happy to see such an incident. At the very least, the event would spark conversations during their daily visits to the bar. Meanwhile, back in Stormwind Town's business district, the several surviving members of the House of Seas were dazed for a long moment upon hearing Shi Feng's reply. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. What a joke. They were the House of Seas, one of Seas End's overlords. Only a handful of superpowers in Seas End would dare to declare war against them. Even if they wanted to, they'd have to spend a long time considering the consequences before making a decision. They would avoid war unless it was absolutely necessary. Yet now the proprietor of a measly grocery store had declared war on the House of Seas. This was simply a mockery. "This is your reply?" the level 43 shield warrior asked in a chilling tone. "That's right. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will be the same. If you want a war, then let's do it," Shi Feng said nonchalantly. While the House of Seas possessed an extraordinary background, unfortunately, Seas End was simply too far away from Starmoon Kingdom. Even if his identity were exposed, Shi Feng would not be afraid to declare war. Moreover, he needed to rely on the sea god's blessing as a long-term source of income. He also planned to stock some of the potions for the guild. Hence, he intended to purchase runic fragments long-term. If the House of Seas were just a business competitor, he wouldn't mind a fair competition. However, since the House of Seas dared to hinder his path to riches, he did not mind giving them a broken nose. "You have a death wish." The level 43 shield warrior revealed a sinister expression. He then waved his hand. Immediately, 200 players suddenly surged onto the street. These players all wore the House of Seas guild emblem, and they were all level 41 and above. Quite a few had even reached level 43. The most inferior equipment they wore was level 40 fine gold rank, while quite a few had 4 or 5 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Every one of these players radiated killing intent. They were clearly one of the House of Seas expert teams. Without paying heed to the NPC guards that had already reached the business district, they formed a tight circle around Shi Feng. Unlike the House of Seas members that had blocked off the grocery store's entrance, these experts had originally been leveling and questing around Stormwind Town. They were not originally tasked to deal with Shi Feng. Only after Shi Feng's declaration of war, they had no choice but to take action. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who watched from afar, was overjoyed. Now that this concerns the guild's reputation, the House of Seas won't let you get away even if they have to sacrifice their expert team. Scorpion was thrilled as he watched at Shi Feng. Immediately he contacted Uncle Lee and said, "Uncle Lee, I've found an opportunity to strike. The target is currently in Stormwind Town's business district and is surrounded by the House of Seas expert team." If Uncle Lee's party tried to assassinate Shi Feng normally, the battle would likely drag on. If the fight drug on for too long and the NPC guards arrived, killing Shi Feng would become even more difficult. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to escape, perishing alongside Shi Feng. Although they might have achieved their objective, their side would similarly suffer heavy losses. This was not a trade they were willing to make. After all, they were at least peak experts, not ordinary experts. Even if they had to die, at the very least they had to make it worth it, trading one life for another rather than an entire party for one unknown player. Now, with the House of Seas members serving as a shield, not only would they distract the NPC guards, but they could also help expose Shi Feng's weakness, giving Uncle Lee and the others an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. No need to tell me. I've already seen the video on the forums. We're making our way there right now. If you see an opportunity and are confident, don't wait for us to take action, Uncle Lee instructed. Uncle Lee, rest assured. That brat has made me waste over 100 gold. If I get a chance, I will take his life, Scorpion said. So far, he had toured the continent of God's domain with Shi Feng 4 times. To continue his mission, he had even been forced to borrow over 100 gold from 100 leaves. If he could not complete his mission, he would be saddled with debts. How could he possibly miss a chance to kill Shifeng? Despite Shifeng being a peak expert against 200 experts from the House of Seas, he would undoubtedly lose his life. And in the event that he survived, he'd be forced to flee. As for the swordsman's powerful AoE skills, he couldn't use them easily inside the town. If he accidentally attacked any bystanders, the NPC guards would pounce. When the battle began, Shifeng would definitely be forced to exercise caution, preventing him from using many of his skills. Even a domain expert would expose gaps in their defense. As Scorpion contemplated the situation, the 200 House of Seas experts were finally in position. 3 level 43 shield warriors at the forefront immediately activated charge, rushing at him from 3 directions and giving Shifeng no room to dodge. Chapter 1259, First Strike. Melees distract him. Ranged players get ready to attack. The black-clad ranger leading the House of Seas expert team commanded as he glared at Shifeng, who remained motionless. Use a magic array to suppress the NPC guards. Do not give him any chances to escape. Almost immediately after the ranger issued the command, a golden magic array appeared in the business district. 36 magical class players maintained the array, and it instantly enveloped the 10 or so NPC guards that had been making their way towards the battle. Like a steel wall, the golden barrier only trembled slightly when the NPC guards attacked it. The barrier showed no signs of cracking. Seeing this, the spectating players revealed solemn expressions. While they were shocked by the magic array's performance, they were even more afraid of the House of Seas' capabilities. The NPC guards in Stormwind Town were all level 120. To players like them, these NPCs were invincible. A single hit was all these NPCs needed to finish them off. These NPCs also safeguarded independent players like themselves. It was because of this that they dared to relax and rest in Stormwind Town. Yet now, a single magic array had trapped these invincible NPCs. They suddenly realized how easily the House of Seas could deal with independent players. Is this the House of Seas' true strength? They are actually capable of taking out a magic array that can suppress the NPC guards' movements. What a powerful magic array. Even if that guy tries to buy time, he won't last long enough for the guards to save him. Seeing the trapped NPC guards, everyone became even more afraid of the House of Seas. Many inwardly celebrated the fact that hadn't made an enemy of the House of Seas. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who had stealthily approached the center of the battlefield, was similarly shocked. He hadn't expected the House of Seas to possess such a powerful foundation. However, the magic array also overjoyed Scorpion. Without the NPC guards, killing Shifeng and getting away safely would be even easier. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, 3 level 43 shield warriors charged towards Shifeng from 3 different directions. As Scorpion watched the 3 shield warriors, he assumed Shifeng would counter or dodge the attack. But contrary to his expectation, Shifeng didn't move. However, when the shield warriors were only 8 yards away, starlight suddenly glittered around Shifeng. Ping. 3 crisp clangs resounded. Immediately, the 3 level 43 shield warriors flew backward, their bodies slamming into the ground. Their HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye as well, only stopping after reaching the halfway point. What did he do? The players observing the battle from a distance were stunned. None of them could comprehend what had just occurred. In the next moment, several streaks of blue light spread out from Shifeng's body, striking the 3 shield warriors and sending them flying again, critically injuring them. Just how much strength does he possess? Scorpion, who waited for an opportunity to strike, could not help his astonishment. Others might not have seen what had just happened, but he, as a peak expert, barely perceived what Shifeng had done. Just as the 3 shield warriors were about to close in on Shifeng, the latter had brandished his 2 swords. Without activating any berserk skills, Shifeng had sent each of the shield warriors flying with a single hit. Ordinary players wouldn't necessarily understand what this meant, but Scorpion, who had experienced many battles, understood. Shifeng's strength was already on par with a level 45 Great Lord. Although he had already known that Shifeng possessed frightening attributes after watching the man's previous battles, He never imagined that it would be this high. Just who is he? Fear flashed in Scorpion's eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. He no longer believed that he was capable of killing the swordsman on his own. If Shi Feng were only a player that possessed the strength of a level 45 Great Lord, he might not fear the swordsman this much, but Shi Feng also had the combat standards of a peak expert. It would not be a trivial matter overcoming the combined factors. Such a high-strength attribute. The black-clad ranger leading the House of C's team was also surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a swordsman capable of sending a shield warrior flying. After repelling the first attack, Shi Feng did not hurry to launch a counterattack. Instead, he silently evaluated his current strength. After all, he had recently donned the Nightwalker's cape. He still did not have a concrete idea of how much he had improved. Only through actual combat would he understand his current capabilities. A normal attack is now enough to throw a level 43 shield warrior wearing top-tier equipment 15 yards. My strength should roughly be at the same level as a level 45 Great Lord. In the case of level 50 monsters, I should be at the standard of a High Lord. As expected, the Nightwalker's cape really is frightening. Shi Feng was astonished. He hadn't expected his strength to rise by so much. Before equipping the Nightwalker's cape, his strength had only been on par with a level 50 Lord. Although there was only one rank between a Lord and a High Lord, level 50 was a major turning point for monsters. A level 50 Lord was significantly stronger than a level 49 Lord. Normally, only level 50, Tier 2 berserkers wearing full sets of level 50 dark gold equipment could rival a level 50 Lord's strength. The only reason he achieved a similar result was the Heavenly Dragon's breath and the numerous epic weapons and equipment he possessed. Hence, it was truly inconceivable that he possessed the strength of a level 50 High Lord without activating a berserk skill. Fragmented legendary items are truly amazing. Just by equipping 2 I have grown so much stronger. It really makes one wonder how terrifying those fellows with a legendary item and numerous fragmented legendary items were. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as this thought ran through his mind. If his strength is so high, he must have activated a berserk skill. But why don't I see any signs of one? The black-clad ranger was confused as he stared at Shi Feng. However, he quickly shook the thought from his mind. Forget it. Even if he has ridiculously high strength, at the end of the day he is still only one player. He can't fend off our attacks too many times. The second MT group, advance. Coordinate your movements with the first group to pin him down. Activate all of your life-saving skills and berserk skills. Healers, focus everything you have on them. Ranged players, start attacking. I want to see just how long he can last. Immediately, 3 Guardian Knights stepped forward. Joining the 3 shield warriors, all 6 MTs activated their berserk skills and life-saving skills as they executed a joint attack from multiple directions. Simultaneously, the dozens of ranged players standing in the distance launched their attacks, blotting out the sky with spells and arrows. Now that I've completed my initial evaluation, it's about time to this battle. Shi Feng glanced at the 6 MTs, whose HPs exceeded 50,000, as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Immediately, his strength rose by 150%, HP by 500%, and defense by 300%. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where did he go? The black-clad ranger looked around. However, despite his efforts, he failed to find any traces of Shi Feng. The rest of the players wore similarly blank expressions as they wondered how a living, breathing human had disappeared without a trace. As the crowd searched for Shi Feng, the 6 MTs suddenly collapsed, numerous bloody roses blooming across their bodies. How? The black-clad ranger was flabbergasted when he saw Shi Feng reappear and the MTs collapse. His mind failed to process what had just happened. Just what did he do?